So, welcome everyone. I think we are ready to start our first panel of the third and unfortunately last day of the 14th Genealogies of Memory conference. My name is Konrad Bielecki. I'm the moderator of this panel, and I want to introduce you the first our speaker, which is Sara Tuovinen from University of Oulu. Oulu? Yeah, thank you. Sorry for my pronunciation.
No worries.
Sara is a doctoral researcher in humanistic faculty in University of Oulu, Finland. She's an archaeologist who has focused into studying aging and the changes it caused in the individual lives as well as in the past society. She is also interested in the growth, childhood, emotions, and the archaeology of attachment. She has worked as a doctoral researcher in the project Daily and Afterlife of Children, 1500 to 1900, a new perspective in identifying childhood in the past in the years 2020-2023, which are the dates of the project. The project was funded by the Academy of Finland. So, Sara, today you will present the speech, which is titled Rare Birds, Military Heroes and Influencers, Nobility at the Late 18th Century and Early 19th Century, Northern Finland. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. At first, I want to thank you for organizing this conference and inviting or letting me in to speak with you. As the time in this conference has showed, when talking about Finnish nobility, it might be essential to explain a little about Finnish history, as well as the Finnish geography. Some of the members of this conference has confessed their Finnish history and geographic skills might be a little rusty. So let's start with it. Yeah. So Finland has a relatively short history in European standards. According to our current knowledge, there was no single centralized seat of power before Sweden fielded a crusade against Finnish pagans in the 12th century, roughly in 1150s, but it's debatable when it actually happened and if it happened. There are no known kings, rulers, realms, or even singular power factors, if not seeing some maybe dubious Viking sagas as reliable sources that are the only ones that are mentioning Kingdom of Finland, but we don't have any archaeological proof of it. It is also debatable, of course, how many crusades were made, but the Christianity did eventually get a strong foothold in the region, and it was protected by the Swedish crown, connecting Finland in the Kingdom of Sweden until year 1809. And in this picture, you can see the King Erik arriving to Finland with Bishop Henrik, who both became saints. Henrik because he was allegedly slain by Finnish peasantry, but this event might be a myth. So the crown used the interests of the nobility and the church to establish its dominance in Finnish land. As during the Crusades, Sweden had an army supported by the knights from Central Europe and so on. Mostly they were from area today known as Germany, and the crown did reward them with landownings from the newly gained areas in Finland. Another large group that was brought to Finland were the nobility of Sweden, extending its landownings and influence into Finnish soil. So the nobility had a very strong roots of being foreign. Even after the Lutheran Reformation in Sweden and Finland, this dynamic stayed. And as a side note, I also want to announce that, stress out that after the Lutheranization, the religious career for sons of noble families was not an option. It was not seen as an option, so the situation is very different than maybe in the Central Europe in that sense also. Also, monastic orders were not a Lutheran thing, so this option was also off the table. But the cooperation of secular and landed power was still essential for prepare for the proper social structure. Gustav Vasa, which way it is? Yes, Gustav Vasa, the king of Sweden at the time, made an edict in 1544 when it was technically possible, but before to closing the Gentry. Before it was possible for ordinary families in the realm to become noble by arming a horse soldier in the king's army. And in 1544, this became a heritable right of families who had been able to manage this so far. Before that, it was also, nobility was also a quality that you could lost. But after it was closed. Yes. Families after 1544 were also able to be introduced into nobility if they had been serving in military. Army positions such as captains were almost guaranteed to be knighted and introduced to the nobility, no matter of the birth of origin. And there was also persons who claimed to be descendants of already extinct families. Whether or not these claims were true, sometimes they were met with acceptance and they were added to the families of nobles. Later in the 17th and 18th century, increased number of nobility came from intellectual elite. For example, Carl von Linne was a son of a vicar who later, and he famously later became knighted from his scientific achievements. After the medieval times, there also came nobility all over Europe, mostly in Baltic, England and Scotland, and some from France and the Netherlands. And they appear in the Finnish serving records of military. Some of the newcomers were known largely in Europe, for example, Montgomerys, and some were more insignificant. So throughout history, Sweden did offer opportunities to several adventurous noblemen with a spirit of exploration and military mind. But still, only in southern Finland, we developed somewhat feudal system with a situation which is somehow compared to serfdom, but it was not technically the serfdom. Anyway, the nobility was not very numbered. It has been estimated that only 1.5% of population in 1749 were members of nobility, clergy, and when you take the clergy off from this number, it's somewhere 0.7%. The next thing that affected the Finnish nobility greatly was the tax cut. No, not tax cut, but great reduction of Charles IX in 1680, when even 80% of gifted land, land that nobility owned, was taken back by the crown. Some families lost tens of mansions and estates, and it was also a time when significant financial losses were affecting the nobility as well. Some families were given fines or taxes as large as equivalent to plus 50 years of crown servants, and it is clear that those families never did recover of those punishments. Along this reduction, the king also made military renovations. And part of these military renovations was that the army was organized in allotation system. In allotation system, there is a certain number of houses that are taking care of the soldiers, and part of it, the allocation included housings from clarinet player, drummers, and normal soldiers to captains. And the houses were designed by the crown, and here you can see an example of one of the positional housings, what was offered from certain army positions like Fenrics and so on, like NCO level as it would be today. Part of becoming a member of military was that the family was allowed to live in these housings for free, and they got some kind of payment, yearly payment, but they were also farming the land related to the estate. So technically, they were rental farmers themselves, even the captains and other members of the army were farming on peacetime activity. Yes. What also affected nobility, an idea of nobility back then, were the wars. Finland was not very peaceful. And this is what is today known as Northern Finland. And it is area of Kainuu, Northern Ostrobothnia, and Lapland. And as you may know, there on the window side, this large grey mass is Russia. And up north, there is Norway. And on the door side, there is Sweden. So this is the Finnish position, and especially the northern Finland's position. It is even today some of the Europe's most less densely populated areas with 0.4 inhabitants per kilometer square. Yes. There is probably more reindeers on those spots than humans. Because of its location, Finnish history is quite full of different kind of sufferings, and nobody was very willing to end up into Finland. For example, the nobility who find themselves in Finland were often sent there not voluntarily. It was seen that Finland was some kind of punishment as it lacks social life. It lacked, for example, universities and education possibilities for families of nobles' children and so on. There was no theater, there was no opera, there was not very good chances to visit one another as the distances were so long. And especially sparsely populated, as even in today, was the northern Finland. Oulu in 1749 had approximately 200 inhabitants, and it was one of the biggest cities in the northern Scandinavia at the time, and one of the biggest cities in Finland. So, as said earlier, there was the issue of not having a lot of stimulating activities for the nobility. There was also the language question. The Finnish language is not related in the Swedish language, so when the nobility came from Sweden or other countries, the language was completely different, and it can be seen also that there are several persons who died unmarried, probably unable to find suitable spouse, and then there was intermarriages between different social classes as well. And in Finnish standards, a nobleman could marry women with no aristocratic or noble background, and the marriage was not frowned or seen as a mismatch. And women as well, but the women's children were not considered as nobles if the father was not a member of nobility. Suitable spouses, for example, were daughters of mayors, rich merchants, other non-noble army officers, and so on. But it was rather common of noble families having a wife or mother who was not from noble family, especially in the northern Finland. Finnish winters are also very long and summers very short, so the farming opportunities were not as good as in some other parts of Europe, and sometimes the noble families were not very rich, even they had the opportunity to farmland, and they had some freedoms of taxes. Yes, and war was a reoccurring situation in Finland, and as it was total war, the noble families also often had to fled to Swedish side, and their mansions and properties were regularly burned by Russian troops. And families that were not able to fled quick enough could be taken as prisoners and sent to Russia, from where they needed to either pay themselves off or fled or assimilate. The nobility was not in danger of being murdered and killed, as were the normal population, which often, even in 1720s, in 1710 century, were, for example, sold in slavery. One of these families that was somehow ending up to the north was family of Clementiofs. They were such an interesting family in the sense that I think that they are one of the most northernmost noble families in the northern Europe, especially at the time. They sit in Rovaniemi. Let's take a few slices back. So Rovaniemi is up there. It's on the Arctic Circle. They ended there as Magnus Gustav Clementieff, actually his father, Magnus Fredrik, took the family there as a part of his military post. And it is extraordinary that someone did move this up north. There were some households for the soldiers even up north, but they were not habited by nobility. So this is probably the longest, the most distant noble family. And let's look at what Magnus Fredrik did, Fredrik Magnus did in Rovaniemi. He was a career soldier who served in the Pomeranian War. He was very active in social and religious life of the locality. He, for example, made active efforts to have own vicary in Rovaniemi, as it had not before. It can be debated if it was his personal interest or interest of his role as a nobleman, as noble is obliged to serve, as they say in Finland. But he also had no academic education. There is no signs of him going any kind of school, but somehow he was able to write and read, and we debate what languages he was able to speak, but probably he was speaking several languages as well. We don't know if he was speaking Finnish, but it's more likely as he was having some interactions of locals, describing their habits and publishing one of the probably earliest descriptions of the life of peasantry in this area, which was published in actual publication in 1797. He was also a business entrepreneur. Even his family did not have large land ownings. He was able to make several interesting business, let's say, startups. For example, Mr. Klementiev was one of the first person ever trying farming linen in the Arctic Circle. It was successful in some way, but it did not become a recurring event. He observed Sami habits of reindeer herding, and he owned some reindeers, which is not common on the time. He also was distilling industry, as the Sweden had prohibited home distilling. And he did make sufficient money from it until the king released the ban, and he ended up having several thousands of liters of alcohol in his possession, and nobody wanted to buy it because it was cheaper to make on their own. So it wasn't always very successful. But maybe the most interesting and innovative of his chances were that he made, with the local vicar, a saw industry in the Rovaniemi. Then the saw industry still has roots on the same factories and ideas that he was possessing. But maybe related to that, his most daring adventure was when him and Mr. Fellman, the local vicar, made a very exciting trial of building a seaworthy ship in Rovaniemi. As you can see in this map, there is the Rovaniemi and the Kemi River and the city of Kemi. It's roughly 100 kilometers apart. So somewhere in this Kemi River, they built a seaworthy ship and made it going down the Kemi River, aiming to get to the Baltic Sea. Unfortunately, this picture is, the grey picture is the boat getting stuck in the sandbanks of Kemi. So they almost got out. We don't know exactly from where they took this entrepreneurship, but it is admittable anyway. Unfortunately, not successful, but it has been documented quite well. He had a family, and as the Finnish nobility was very interested in gaining more of the households, as it gave them more land, and 3 of his sons also went to the army career and established habitation in 3 different spots in the northern Finland as well. Eldest son moving to Kemi, and second eldest son moving to Kuusamo, what is technically at the border with the Russia. And the youngest son did take the father's material from the Rovaniemi. Here is a short list of other nobilities in the north, so that they were not only ones there, but they were the most northernmost. Some of these families only spent a few years as officers, and then when the career paths led them forward, they had no interest of staying there. But Clementiofs did spend 70 years there. The Clementiov interest of having somehow stable area in the northern Finland did get repelled by the Finnish War. And unfortunately, then the Finnish nobility was losing their power as the Russian authorities quit the army system for 50 years, and they lost their power, and many families left to Sweden. For example, 2 of the Clementiof's sons did not return their holdings in Finland, but went to Sweden. Anyway, the Finnish memory of nobility is very based on where they were located. This is, for example, Mannerheim's birth home from near Naantali. And this is typical, a little renovated and modified household for the army officers in the northern Finland. So we have very good memories of some of our nobilities, but the families were mostly rootless, so the memories are superficial, and most of the families have died out and have no connections to the areas anymore. So the historical situation was not very favorable for them, but in general, Finnish view their nobility with great affection, as they are rare for us, and they took quite interesting turns of events in history. Thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Thank you very much for your speech. And our next speaker is Silke Marburg. She's an academic of linguistics and history at University of Potsdam and Dresden, University of Technology, Dresden University of Technology, where she gained his PhD. Next, she worked, among others, in Institute for European History Mainz, Collaborative Research Center 537, Institutionality and Historicity, Excellence Cluster 264 Topoi, Berlin. I probably put the commas in there, but this is very tricky names. Graduate College Geschichte der Sächsischen Landtage at Dresden University of Technology. Silke areas of research focus on history. Focus are history of nobility in 18th to 21st centuries, history of estates and parliaments in 17th and 18th centuries, and European high aristocracy in 19th to 20th century. Your presentation is titled "One Cannot Be Overlooked: Forestal Investment and the Visibility of Aristocracy as a Memory Group After 1918." Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation to present a paper, and thank you in advance for your attention. Friedrich August III. Can I have this?
Oh, yes, of course.
Friedrich August III, King of Saxony, abdicated the 13th of November in 1918. That autumn, the First World War ended in a revolution which put an end to monarchies throughout Germany. The Kaiser renounced as well as his 18 colleagues in the Reich, and so did the Habsburg Kaiser in Austria. It was an important break in the constitutional history of Germany. The paper focuses on a passage of a letter from Neerschütz, today Naroszczyce in Poland, written 10 months later, 1990, the 5th of September. It was addressed to Friedrich August by his third son, Prince Ernst Heinrich. And Ernst Heinrich writes, Nowadays, you can be glad if your property investment is land and forest. It is the safest capital investment for now. In my opinion, forestry is the best investment of all. First, for you can not be overlooked so easily. Secondly, harvesting is up to you. Thirdly, wood prices will remain high for the present due to cash shortcomings, a trend which will not apply to farm products under the advance of our valuta. Ernst was the only son of Friedrich August who showed vivid interest in the financial concerns of the princely house. In 1919, after his return from military service, he began studying agriculture and started with an internship in Neerschütz. On behalf of his father, he, together with an attorney, was involved in the negotiations for material compensation with a new free state Saxony. That investment in land was relatively safe in the after-war period, and especially during the inflation, is a well-known fact. Today, I would rather like to draw your attention. No, not really. To the first of the 3 points. Ernst Heinrich emphasized forestry being a visibility tool. In his opinion, first of all, forestry would prevent the owner from being overlooked. This assessment of land, of agriculture and forestry deserves our interest. What do we have to imagine as a special effect of forestry? As we participants all were invited to contribute to the discussion on theoretical concepts and terms, I will give a brief insight to the sociological theory which I and my colleagues in Dresden adopted and which we, as historians, developed to apply on nobility and aristocracy as traditional social formations. This paradigm supported discussing long-term social phenomena, as noble formations undoubtedly are, as well as it proved to be adjustable to respective terms of different specializations of medieval history, of modern history, art history, economic history, and so on. This sociological approach is called time, the theory and analysis of institutional mechanisms by the sociologist Karl Siegbert Rehberg. In the terms of time, an institution is a social phenomenon, or he says an objectivation, which expresses itself by self-symbolization. The institutional quality can not only be objected in the large scale, for example, in case of courts, of estates, or of religious institutions, even on smaller scales, as well as in micro-relations, social structures are supposed to express themselves by self-symbolization. In this respect, they can be named institutions, and a core effect of self-symbolization is a claim to validity, and thus a claim to historical durability. It's not necessary to assure you that historians deal well with analyzing such symbol productions processes, and that it is suitable to describe and to explain the durability of noble formations. Applying this paradigm to nobility, to gentry, or to aristocracy enables us to object their trajectories through time, regardless they existed as an estate, as a class, as a group, as a spare time socialization, or what else. We decided to call such a traditional social formation a memory group with added claim, eine Erinnerungsgruppe mit Elitenanspruch. My research focused on the long-term success of aristocracy, in the German discussion staying on top, oben bleiben. But first of all, the aristocracy's continued existence. How did aristocracy continuously formed and forms a social structure? How can we describe and explain its coherence? And how could aristocracy manage historic transformations and adopt and live new patterns of its association? Nobility has early been called a master of visibility. I quote an influential term by the German historian Heinz Reif. Visibility, that is a crucial idea of my following outline, meant successful symbolic communication. And again, in terms of time, visibility meant a range of self-symbolizations of aristocracy on different levels. But back to the case. The economic resources left behind with the crown were at least partly considered a loss, which required a material return to the former dynasty. The historic landscape of monarchies in Germany demonstrates very different ways to solve the problem, and also different political situations in which the players were more or less willing to concede compensation at all. All former reigning houses had been disposing of property in different forms of ownership. Here you can see the forms of ownership of the reigning houses in the constitutional era. It was property of the crown, what was state property. There were fideikommiss of the house, what contained more or less the representation tools of the dynasty. It was palaces, houses, and the equipment and the interior, and as well private property. The houses started now to transfer compensations by the states into new settings of ownership. One guiding thought was, of course, to guarantee the family members a princely lifestyle, while the crucial objective undoubtedly was to create a sustainable and long-lasting material basis for the future. Regarding these questions, the discussion within the Albertine line of the House of Bertin provides an example for a range of opinions. Not all of the House members took part in the discussion. The eldest brother, former heir to the throne, Georg, here you see the children of the king. Georg had renounced his right of succession in 1919 and became priest later. After the revolution, he turned to Neschwitz in Upper Lusatia, and thus the second eldest brother, Friedrich Christian, achieved the status as future senior of the house. However, he abstained from the discussion too. Initially, the father, Friedrich August, preferred cash payment by the Free State of Saxony because the expenses for Castle Sibyllenort, today Szczodrze in Silesia, were high, and the liability for the pensions of the former Dresden court staff also required, first of all, financial resources. It was Ernst Heinrich who finally convinced his father of a different approach and subsequently to claim rural and forested property, Castle Moritzburg, as well as jewelry and souvenirs from Bertin family history. Inflation was high, and the value of a fixed payment could be expected to go down within short time. Publications on the abdication in Saxony always emphasizes that the end of the monarchy meant the end of a several centuries-old tradition. This tradition had last been enacted in 1898, when the country celebrated the 800th anniversary of the Bertin dynasty, with great effort. Related to this long-term construction of tradition, the abdication could be understood as an incident and perhaps unnecessary. The historic downfall seemed at least a unique catastrophe. But taking a closer look of the dynasty during the 19th century, the perspective changes and the idea of a stable and unquestioned position of the Albertines fades out. The Saxon monarchy had been in danger more than only once, and each Albertine generation had experienced a crisis of this kind. In 1815, the Congress of Vienna had faced intense discussions about whether the Kingdom of Saxony should further exist and also whether the Albertine king, as one of the defeated participants in the war, should return home. It was an air's breadth that Friedrich August I got back to his home country, which furthermore had lost a significant part of its territory. The next time Saxony was defeated in war happened in 1866 as a result of the so-called Austrian-German War. The question of dynastic continuation arose once again. The monarchy survived once more, and the Peace of Prague in 1866 saved the reign within the Prussian-dominated Reich for the Saxon kings Johann, Albert, Georg, and Friedrich August III. Near friends and relatives had underwent the same situation several times. The map of princely Europe was constantly in motion. Within the Holy Roman Empire, the so-called Standesherren were left mediatized, confirmed by the Congress of Vienna. But ambitious politics throughout Europe put princes as monarchs again and again on posts from which they would have to flee soon afterwards, sometimes only some years later. That was, so to say, princely business around the Albertines. First of all, the Habsburg Toscana must be named. The contact between both families was close during the entire 19th century, and in 1808, Ferdinand III, Grand Duke of Toscana, started negotiations for compensation of his Florentine losses. 3 years later, he got the dominion of Schlackenwerth, today Ostrov nad Orgy, in Czech Republic, from the Habsburg court chamber. For Ferdinand, this was the first step towards forestry. Later on, after his son Leopold II finally had been expelled from Tuscany in 1859, Schlackenwerth became the first retreat for the family. Soon, Leopold bought another dominion, Brandeis, today Brandis nad Labem, in Czech Republic, with even more forestal land. While the family now mostly lived in Salzburg, forestry in Bohemia became its economic base. Because of the close relations between the Albertine and the Tuscan family, this Tuscan-Bohemian example has to be taken into account regarding the Albertines' ideas about a princely life after abdication. The most important connection to forestry for the Albertine family was Sibyllenort. The Fideikommiss situated in the Prussian province Schlesien was founded by Duke Wilhelm of Braunschweig-Lüneburg, last titular Duke of Oels. Wilhelm, son of Friedrich Wilhelm, Duke of Braunschweig, inherited the duchy in 1824 and spent much of his lifetime at his Silesian estate. It was him who built a new castle in Tudor style. Finally, for he did neither marry nor get any heir, with intent to arrange his legacy, Wilhelm founded the Fideikommiss and left this his friend Albert, later King of Saxony. For the near future, Sibyllenort remained in the Albertine family. Especially Friedrich August III enjoyed this place and its excellent hunting opportunities. In November 1918, when he had to leave his Saxon residences, which all of a sudden were confiscated, Sibyllenort was left and became his retreat. Admittedly, it had already been encumbered with debts when Albert inherited the dominion in 1888. 30 years later, the situation was not much better, though a part of the land had been sold, and neither got it better until the king's death in 1932. But what was it about forestry owners' visibility, as Ernst Heinrich claimed? Ernst Heinrich's letter teaches, first of all, one precondition: Father Friedrich August and his son generally agreed on the goal of remaining visible. This criterion is top number one of Ernst Heinrich's argumentation. No doubt a self-imposed task would supposedly be fulfilled. Visibility required the best, solid, long-term economy, but it meant more than only the maintenance of a princely splendor. Autobiographical sources assure us that King Friedrich August and his sons were fully convinced already since November 1918 that monarchy once and for all had become historic and that there was no way back to the throne. Nevertheless, we cannot rule out the possibility that they intended to present the dynasty appropriately to make it visible with regard to a possible reinstallation of monarchy. But to whom did the dynasty aim to present itself by the means of visibility? The first of all target was the Kingdom of Saxony, its public sphere, its political elites. In addition, Ernst Heinrich sought a certain presence in the capital Berlin, in which he included the abdicated monarch Friedrich August in the Billenort. He acted as a legate, so to say. Maintaining the established connections within their social group and thus remaining in the high aristocracy was a natural effort for all members of the house. These efforts became more obvious and explicit while princely marriages were in the making. Such weddings took place in 1920, Princess Margaret, in 1921, Maria Alex and Ernst Heinrich, 1923, Prince Friedrich Christian, and in 1924, Anna Monika Pia. And as you see, all these marriages were of equal birth. But which was a special role of forestry concerning the public visibility of the dynasty according to Prince Heinrich? As a result of the revolution in 1918-19, not only nobility was abolished, as in Article 109 of the Constitution of the Reich was laid down, but also the Fideikommiss in Article 155. However, the realization took years. At the same time, the new statuses of Schutzforsten, protected forest, of Waldgüter, forestal estates, Waldstiftungen, forest foundations, had been announced in order to provide protection to large, contiguous forests. The owners of such large forests could with good reason expect their property to benefit from this legal classification. It would perhaps improve their material base, but in particular, it was a long-term maintenance of the family estate, which became much more likely. By the means, even the single aristocratic tradition would receive a better status. For the aristocracy, as well for the nobility, all guarantees of visible self-representation meant a noticeable support during its transformation into a memory group. Last but not least, the number of very large agricultural estates exceeded the number of very large forestal estates. Each of the forestal owners gained thus an exceptional position. Often, such rich forestry entrepreneurs were also offered political and public office as well as local or regional honorary posts. Prince Ernst Heinrich, for instance, became honorary chair of the Jagdschutzverein in Sachsen, and King Friedrich August joined the Silesian Forestal Association as a top-ranked member, as you can see in this member list. As a result of the negotiations for compensations with the Free State Saxony, the former ruling house finally received as the largest woodland the forests around Castle Moritzburg. Prince Ernst Heinrich and his family moved to this picturesque moated castle north of Dresden, where he worked in the administration of the family association, Verein Haus Wettin Albestadinischer Linie e.V. For him, it was living and working in the midst of a stately embodied family tradition. He, here, could not be overlooked. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zilke. Our third guest today, Robert Sabo, who is joining us online, is a PhD candidate in history at Ethos University. In his doctoral thesis, Sabo measures the effect of participating in the First World War on the civilian advancement career in Hungary between 1920 and 1944. Robert will present a speech titled "Military Nation or Ultra-Militarists, Aristocrats: A Genealogical Analysis in the Horthy Hungary." Robert, I hope you hear us and you can see us. If you are ready, please, you can start.
Yes, thank you very much.
You can see your presentation.
Yes, okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it, but in the editable version. Like, we can see the whole window of PowerPoint. If it's okay, we can...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay?
Okay.
Okay, no, it's not okay.
Not okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Maybe now?
No, Robert, you have to start the presentation. Please press F5 button or use the...
Okay, I pressed it. Nothing?
No, nothing happened. Can you use the viewer mode? It's on the right bottom. Okay, so probably you should shut down your presentation, open it once again.
Okay. Okay, I opened it.
It's still the same.
Still the same. Can I send you via email?
Yeah, so please do it. And if you don't need the first slide, you can start presenting and send it to the Genealogies email, and we will use it from
just
here.
a moment. Just a moment.
But then you have to inform us when we should change slides.
Okay. And I sent it. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Robert Sabo, and the title of my presentation is Military Nation or Ultra-Militarist Aristocrats. And in my presentation, I deal with the question of the Hungarian militarism and its aristocratism background in the interwar period. And the structure of my presentation is the following. First of all, I am going to talk about the methodology and the problem, then the Trianon Hungary in the Horthy era. After then, I would like to talk about the approachment toward Hungarian militarism. This means that I want to make a concept about this problem in the interwar Hungary, and after then I would like to summarize my statements. Okay. So the works of contemporary authors have only touched on Hungary tangentially and often only when referring to other countries. In his work, the American historian Harry Elmer Barnes discussed the ideas that determine the world politics of modern civilization from the early modern period to the mid-1920s. In his book, he dealt in detail with the impact of the First World War and the peace treaties, including the post-war arms policy and its financial implications. Barnes referred to Hungary as a country where after the First War, the militarist physiology and military technology were more intense than they had been in 1914. On the other hand, as a contemporary German historian, Alfred Wacht wrote an overview of the concept of militarism. Wacht described the theoretical and practical changes in militarism from the Middle Ages to the post-war period after the First World War in 4 chapters. After 1945, Wacht expanded his work to include the emergence of militarism after 1937, and thus, in particular, the most important experiences of the Second World War and the post-war period. Wacht pointed to the important role of military politics in Hungary, noting that one on eve of the Second World War military figures held the office of head of state or were directly behind it. In Wacht's interpretation, this kind of militarism would be understood as an inward-directed ideal of wherefore that posed less of a threat to general peace. In addition, regarding the Hungarian literature on the subject, it is worth highlighting Maria Szabó's study. She pointed out that novelties of officer training in Hungary in connection with the concept of war ideal, so the militarism, regarding to the interwar period. It is clear from the various approaches that the history of the Hungarian war ideal requires a multifaceted analysis. In this paper and in this presentation, I want to fill a gap in the possible analytical perspectives, for example, extent of armament legislation memory policy, from a conceptual historical point of view. So in my presentation, I attempt to sketch the historical political background that fundamentally determined the war ideal of the period, marked by the governor Miklós Horthy. In this context, I focus on the changes that took place in the Hungarian army, as the concept of militarism was primarily identified by contemporaries with rearmament following the First World War. What we know about the Trianon Hungary in the Horthy era, this is the second slide of my presentation. After the loss of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy in the First World War, the Treaty of Trianon imposed strict regulations in which the most serious was the annexion of the territory, as the Hungarian kingdom lost the 2/3 of the whole territory. The idea of at least partial or total reclamation, revisionism or irredentism, was the most important ideology of the Horthy era. According to Barnes, Hungary excelled a vigorously intensive propaganda for the reclamation of the annexed territories. The main area for this, in his view, was the school, where subjects were taught in the spirit of the geographical boundaries of historical Hungary, and pupils prayed in the morning for the resurrection of Hungary in the primary school. At the same time, contemporaries agreed that Hungary wanted to achieve the revision of the peace treaty primarily through diplomacy, and only in the absence of this try to find a favorable opportunity for an armed solution. Barnes described the training of the so-called Levantes, which filled a gap in the strict limitations of the peace treaty, as a super Boy Scout movement. It was necessary, as the fifth part of the Trianon Treaty required the abolition of the general obligation to fight, and the maximum army of 35,000 men could only consist of professional soldiers. A further provision was the prohibition of the right to manufacture and purchase combat equipment, armored vehicles, tanks, warships, combat aircrafts, and others, and the obligation to hand over the Danube fleet to the former Entente countries. However, the greatest difficulty for the Kingdom of Hungary, which wanted to raise or at least maintain the quality of the Hungarian defense forces, was not the provisions of the peace treaty, but the fact that the number of soldiers could not even reach the maximum number of soldiers allowed due to the regulations and the 12-year service period. Despite the secret conscription, it was only 22,000 in 1925. A further difficulty was the shortage of obsolescence of weapons, so the Hungarian defense forces had to contend with an almost total lack of modern warfare. After the removal of the Military Control Commission in 1927, the army's number was increased to over 50,000 in the first half of the 1930s, and the production of ammunition and the purchase of tanks and aircraft began. In addition, universal conscription was introduced in 1932. However, compared to the improvements that were considered necessary, the army, which contained still only 80,000 or 85,000 soldiers in 1937, was still understaffed and technically underdeveloped, with its predominantly infantry and battalions of cavalry and bicycles. The so-called Lieux program, announced in 1938, on the eve of the Second World War and carried out until 1940, was a decisive step forward compared to the previous period. Through intensive quantitative and qualitative development, it made it possible, among other things, to increase the number of soldiers to over 100,000 and to develop the transport and industrial infrastructure necessary for mobilizing the army. Despite all this, the Hungarian defense forces were not even in 1914 considered an effective force in international terms. Although in the late 1930s and the 1940s the territorial revision was partly carried out, German diplomacy played a more decisive role in this rather than the Hungarian army. Consequently, Wacht's assumption that the influence of the Hungarian war ideal on the question of European war and peace seemed insignificant during the interwar period seems to be correct. This is also confirmed by the fact that the Hungarian press, regardless of political orientation, reported that though the militarism in Hungary had the most outspoken nature, it was only sufficient to maintain internal order and peaceful defense. In the third slide of my presentation, I would like to talk about the approachments toward the Hungarian militarism. And although it is probably due to the underdevelopment of the Hungarian defense forces in terms of manpower and technology, that one of the most fundamental characteristics of the war ideal was the emphasis of moral superiority, the authors of the treatise try to explain the necessity of their writings by presenting an anti-militarist attitude of the society. Ferenc Julier, a military writer, explained in the third chapter of his work that Hungarian society only dealt with military issues before the First World War if they had domestic political implications. The defeat of the war had further reduced this interest. Julier argued that anti-militarist books have a greater place today than works for the cultivation of the martial virtues. From his point of view, interest in military matters should be awakened in a more pronounced way. Colonel Gyula Máté Törék, commander of the Hungarian Royal Guard, complained that no other nation in Europe had been less able to realize its national ideals after the First World War than the Hungarian. He said that from 1918 to the present day, the army should have been reborn with an almost superhuman speed. Similarly to Dénes Jávor, it was a deficiency in his understanding that the masculine beauty, the meaning of and purpose of military life was only little known to civil society. The theoretical writings of politicians, in the fourth slide of my presentation, specialist writers or laymen have shown that there is no unified concept of the meaning of the term Horthy-era Hungary. Based on my own typification and different interpretations, I have formed 4 groups. In the following, I would like to discuss these 4 in more detail. These are the armament, disarmament, influencing the civil society, citizen service duty, and the national education and the cohesion question. So, first of all, I would like to talk about the armament and the disarmament question in the 5th slide of my presentation. As I confirmed in the above-mentioned foreign examples, the most common meaning of the term in Hungary was the rearmament. According to Géza Horváth, militarism was not the cause of wars, but a means for the survival of states, a reasonable and correct preparation for future armed struggles. Ferenc Urier wrote that there was no prospect of arms limitation or disarmament after the First World War. In his view, the abolition of the military resolutions and of the peace treaties will end the security of the victorious powers of the last war. Urier explained that war cannot be won by passive defense. The attacking side's means of warfare must therefore be constantly improved, even in the times of the most perfect peace. Ferenc Szálasi published his article as a member of the Association of Hungarian Life. He identified militarism as the endeavor of the state to solve its foreign policy problems through the armed force. In Szálasi's view, militarism can be said to exist when even the possibility of resolving conflicts of interest by peaceful means is completely impossible. Moreover, he pointed out that militarism and security were not identical concepts, they were opposites of each other. According to him, a state which was militarized had little security. At the same time, belligerence, which was sharply divorced from the concept of militarism, would not be reduced by any disarmament. Sándor Szurmai wrote his memoirs as a military writer. In that he explained that demobilization was only a dream, a mere promise that could never be achieved even in the light of experience of the First World War. That is why he emphasized, despite the restrictions of the peace treaty, that the state could not remain inactive in the field of armament, and that was why it was the utmost importance to cultivate in a constant, silent, and unobstructive way the invisible forces and moral values that lie dormant in the minds of the great mass of the warriors called upon to fight the wars. Miksa Schultheiss underlined the over-evidence of the army and of the armed preparedness, among other related to the concept of militarism. According to Dénes Jávor, militarism could mean both the traditional fever of armament and a kind of political militarism that was achieved when a state saw the army as the most important means of achieving its goals and therefore developed it with all possible resources. Oskar Jelszí's work, who was the nationality minister of the Károly government, was published in Emigration in 1921. In his book, he identified militarism with the fact that the regular army of the Horthy era was developed both in quantity and quality, despite the fact that it was forbidden in the peace treaty, at least up to a maximum number. Vilmos Böhm, who was also in Emigration in 1923, described the fledgling Horthy regime as militaristic, which he supported by saying that the Hungarians keep Central Europe in a frenzy of armament just to arm themselves because their essence is armed power. The Social Encyclopedia, published in 1928 by the Népszava, understood militarism as a policy pursued especially by the great powers, which they pursue by force and conquest by arming their citizens with excessive personal and material burdens. According to Colonel Antal Nárai, one of the ways in which the army's intellectual values could be enhanced was through diligent armament, in which the army was able to perceive the care it took of itself, thus contributing its great performance. And the next slide is about military influence on civil society and governance. Another most obvious meaning of militarism was this. And according to Lajos Simsai, in this context about military dictatorship and the policy of asserting the privilege of a military over civilians. From the point of view, Mihály Károly, who was the prime minister and the president of the Hungarian People's Republic before he had to go emigration, understood militarism as a special form of power and that had developed in the wake of the USA President Woodrow Wilson. The Social Encyclopedia also identified as a consequence of militarism the possibility of a military leader gaining excessive power in the state administration and therefore often exercising an unconstitutional dictatorship. In the encyclopedia's interpretation, the army in the service of militarism is seen as a ruling organization free of any democratic control and living an autonomous life. The next slide is about militarism as a tool for national education and cohesion. According to Lajos Simsai, militarism meant an education of all citizens to order, discipline, and cohesion. In his point of view, the army required to right the influence the social and educational life of citizens by the militarism. According to Dénes Jávor, the human virtues needed in army were also the most usable and valuable qualities in civilian life. Consequently, militarism was the system that gave the most scope for the development of talents and the achievement of the self-made man goal in the army. Without any time, I would like to see the other side, the forced interpretation of militarism, the militarism and the national service. So this is the role of the concept of national service and duty. For Endre Bajcsy-Zsilinszky, writer and editor of the right-wing Daily Szózat, the term meant a state and social system of worldview in which the military idea was the leitmotif and the army played a central role. According to him, the philosophy of militarism was rooted in the idea of duty, in the sense that the individual recognized and accepted that it might be necessary to sacrifice himself for the great ends above him. For this, however, he considered in this ensemble what he called self-conscious organization, which was the militarism according to the enemy, an internal order, that is a military state capable of ensuring the defense and the survival of the country since the time of Szent Stephen, the first Hungarian king between 1000 and 1038. For the success of the Hungarian Renaissance, he imagined the self-conscious, social, unified, and military organized national society. And at the end of my presentation, it is necessary to summarize my statements. I have presented the attempt in the last slide. I presented the attempt of the concept of militarism in Hungary to become independent and to be defined in the interwar period based on the works of contemporary authors. It is clear from the writings of authors on both the right and the left that the concept of militarism is difficult to interpret, as in addition to its multiple meanings, the dividing lines between the different meanings are drawn along political orientations. However, if you want to distinguish between the two groups, it can be said that the concept of militarism has been identified by right-wing politicians, military officers, historians, and professional or civilian writers with the idea that despite or even on the grounds of the defeat in the First World War, courageously assumes the virtues of the Hungarian soldier and at least attempts to promote them in the direction of the civil society. They all agreed that militarism is more than a country's policy of arming itself. It is a way of life that equips this civil society with a sense of life and prepares it for the challenges and difficulties that soldiers face. The authors believed that the virtues displayed in the military should be the civil virtues in order for the nation to rise up. This is not necessarily part of preparing for war, as their writings also point out that these virtues are important also in peace. On the issue of disarmament, the right-wing authors also agreed that disarmament is impossible to achieve, and in fact, supporting and developing the army cannot be seen as a literal disarmament, but as a military strategic policy to prepare the armed force that protect the country for a possible future conflict. Their attempts to define the concept of war ideal suggest that militarism was not a reality, but merely a goal to be achieved. This suggests that at the time of the writing, society was not thinking in the way they wanted. And aristocratic values and networks played a significant role in the legitimacy and survival of the interwar Hungary system, particularly under the leadership of Miklós Horthy. The Hungarian elite, including military officers and intellectuals, as we see above my presentation, promoted a militaristic ideal which was intertwined with the nation's aristocratic traditions. This class often justified their positions through concepts which emphasize not only military prowess, but also moral and intellectual superiority. Moreover, aristocratic networks maintained power of reinforcing a social hierarchy where military leadership was as an essential to national survival, especially in the context of Hungary's territorial losses following the Treaty of Trianon. The military and aristocratic elites portray themselves as the defenders of the nation, drawing legitimacy from their role in the preserving Hungary's territorial integrity and cultural identity. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Robert. I'm glad that despite initial problems, we've managed to see your presentation. Now we see it in a lot of copies. No, it's only on this. Okay, so last but for sure not least, our today panelist will be Ksenia Liubaya, who is also joining us online. Ksenia studied at Belarusian State University since 2022. She's a student in the Department of International Studies and Central and Eastern Europe at the University of Warsaw. She's a president of the Scientific Student Club for Central and Eastern European Studies, CLEAN. This is the name of the society. The fields of her research interests are family history, biography of Magdalena Radziwiłł-Zawisza, 1861-1945, historical and cultural heritage of Belarus in the 16th and 19th century. And Ksenia, you hear us? You see us?
Yeah. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, but we don't want to see this presentation like that. Can you just use the viewer mode and share the presentation via Zoom? Perfect. I need to ask our technical support. Is everything okay?
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Yeah, it's okay. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for invitation and opportunity to speak about my topic here today. And let's see who was Duchess Magdalena Radziwiłł. Magdalena Zawisza was born on July 8, 1861, in the family of Minsk nobleman, famous archaeologist and ethnographer Jan Kazimierz Zawisza, coat of arms sworn, and Maria, a descendant of a famous Khmeletsky family, Count of Arms Geneva. Zawisza's was a pretty influential family, playing an important role in the Great Duchy of Lithuania political and cultural life for about 5 centuries. Zawisza were also a large land growers at the moment of 1864. Jan Zawisza owned about 7% of agreement, Lieux, as well as some land in Babrushchina. This is a region near city Babruisk, and Slovushchina, region near town Slovin, and some property in Warsaw. I've been interested in archaeological findings. Zawisza also acquired some ancient settlements near villages Mirachoshchina and Baleuka, as well as near Lake Svitez. Magdalena and her sister Maria Eva spent their entire childhood between a house in Warsaw and their Zawisza estates in Kuchtice. Jan Zawisza tried to speak mostly Belarusian with his daughters at home, and with their mother they mostly spoke French. Zawisza also invested in preserving the memory of his family by financing the publication of a memoir book of his ancestor, great-grandfather Krzysztof Zawisza, voivode of Minsk, and also as well he was invested in preserving the portrait gallery of Zawisza's. Jan Zawisza sympathized with gallery pricing and also quite accurate sponsored it. But also the doors of his house were always open to his friends, political figures, and intellectuals. One of them, for example, was his relative Jan Cherished. And we can say that the image of Jan Zawisza influenced greatly at Magdalena's views in future. But what we can say about Magdalena's young years, Magdalena had been married twice. Both of them was like successful, but neither of them was like had one. She was married for the first time in 1882 to Grandee of Spain, Chamberlain of Austria, and Knight of Honor of Malta, Count Ludwig Józef Krasiński. Into this marriage was born the only daughter of Magdalena, Maria Ludovica. But unfortunately, the Count died in 1895, leaving his daughter and his wife with both. But at the time, Magdalena was already speaking about Belarus and calling actively herself Belarusian, which caused misunderstanding with her husband's family. After her husband's death, Magdalena was back to the Kuchtice state, and then she went a little trip to Europe. There she met her second husband, Duke Václav Nikolai Radziwiłł. They were married in 1906 in London, and then went home in Kuchtice. They found each other maybe with mutual elation by society. Václav also being a representative of an influential noble family, as well as Magdalena, actively sponsored development of Belarusian national movement. But unfortunately, in 1914, the Duke was killed during the war in East Prussia. And Magdalena, like her friends note in their memories, spoke whenever possible about the exploits of her husband. After his death, she even transported his body in Kuchtice, where he was buried with a great pomp in the crypt of Calvinist Church of a state, and under the inscription "Пухом тебе, княже, земелька твоей родной сторонцы." May the ground will be soft in your native place, Lieux. Magdalena had aside a room in her palace for like a little museum, was a collection of weapons of her father and her husband, and it was a way she wanna save remembering about those people. Despite the dislike of Magdalena closest circle, because of Magdalena environment of her husband built her career and interest, Václav Radziwiłł helped her in several important household matters. For example, in 1911 was built a railroad Vereyce-Kharedianka, was a good trade. And when we will say about Magdalena activity, one of Magdalena, the biggest activity of her states was to create condition and job for local people. Magdalena translated all of this work in her estates into Belarusian language. As Justin Murashka, who worked for several years in the administration of Kuchtice estate, notes in his memories, all employers were given a period of 2 months to learn the language or be dismissed. The priority in accepting for job was given to local Belarusians. And also, Magdalena was active in social patronage. She was built a school in her estate in Uzda, for which allocated 20,000 rubles for a year. And also she invited the sister of famous Belarusian poetess Constance Bullo for taught in the school. 3 times they are reiterated in the Amateur Belarusian theater, which was twice attended by Magdalena herself. And also Magdalena often helps for the families of her employers. For example, the housekeeper Korzun educated both of his sons on her money. Enjoying the love of her work, Magdalena often received comments from the local Russian gentry who accused her of being too kind for peasants. Dutch's relationship with her family didn't also works well. The fates of last Zawisza sisters were quite similar. Maria Geba, since the 1918s, has been also actively involved in philanthropic activities, supporting, for example, construction of hospitals and shelter, for example, shelter for poor youth in Warsaw's Prague district. But she also founded a school for young craftsmen and church on her family estate, Veritz. And she also lost her husband, also Radziwill, Michał Piotr Radziwill from Nieborów, Italy. And after it, she often spends the time at her Zawisza estate, intermarried from her father. At the same time, the sisters often had conflicts over their choice of identity. When we will say something about Maria Ludwika, the daughter of Magdalena, she didn't share her mother and aunt's love for the Belarusian estates at all, preferring to remain in her parents' home in Warsaw. The family was not thrilled with sometimes scandalous attention paid to the person of Magdalena, and conflicts periodically arose due to an openly distrustful attitude towards both Russian and German administration. At the same time, Magdalena was actively supported Belarusian national movement. The doors of her apartment on the Zakharyevska Street in Minsk were always open to activists of Belarusian revival, politicians, writers, and those who just needed help. For example, the Duchess once said about herself, I don't spare money for my Belarusians. Even before the war, she always paid a big pounds for scholarship for Belarusian students, especially for those who went to study in theological seminaries. Magdalena's dream was to raise Belarusian clergy, and she sent money for purchase of Belarusian books for a theological academy in St. Petersburg, where was grown a huge number of future Belarusian priests. And also here even was created a little Belarusian book. In 1980, before Magdalena going abroad, she donated a diamond necklace for the construction of Belarusian Collegium in Rome, but unfortunately it didn't work. As we see, not all Magdalena's projects were successful. On the one hand, she was able to establish a private aid society, Ethos, in Minsk, to help soldiers' family during the war. But on the other hand, despite her long and hard work, she was denied permission to open Belarusian Greek Catholic Church in Minsk, in which, even being a Roman Catholic, she saw a future for independent Belarusian Church. A separate story is a long-term dispute between Magdalena and Minsk city authorities about a possibility of buying the building of the old Dominican monastery. The building was semi-abandoned by state because it was not so suitable for military needs that it was occupied. Magdalena proposed to open a hospital here, but her request was rejected through the highest authority in Petrograd. Also, when we will speak about Magdalena fundator career, publicist Viktor Hursik mentions that Magdalena entered into a circle of the Minsk creative intelligence occurred thanks to her contacts with Dr. Jan Offenberg, while the researcher Irina Bogdanovich mentions the possibility of influence of husband of Magdalena, Václav Radziwill, who was passionate about culture and ethnography in Belarus and well known with poetess Totka, politics Luskevich brothers, and Branislav Machšpila, through which Magdalena provided to support Belarusian students at St. Petersburg Theological Academy. I want to say that nothing prevents their theories from coexisting, but it's also possible that there is a trace of Jan Zawisza memory influence as a person who was actively in this area and who was actively in Minsk intelligence circles. One way for another, Magdalena become an important part of Belarusian artist society. From what is currently known, Magdalena sponsored publishing houses Zaglяние солнца у нашего конца, Znitch, the newspapers Nasha Niva and the Belarus. With the support of Duchess, who published the Belarusian prayer book, Bog z nami, God with us. The books were not praised by Maxim Bogdanovich Rune by Maxim Harecki, as well as Rodne Zjawy, native phenomena by Taras Husha, as well known as Jakub Kolas, Kurhanna Kvetka by Konstanz Bylo, and Vasilki Cornflowers by Vihinsha. The Duchess supported the establishment of Belarusian People's Republic as well, but very quickly became disillusioned with people creating it. As Justin Murashka emphasizes in his memories, Magdalena understood very well that she was being used as endless wallet and not always for the needs of Belarusian society. After 1980, Magdalena left the territory of Belarus, leaving behind her estates along with the work of her life. For a long time, she lived in Warsaw, in her palace at Koksal Street. In this house, she attended to create a residence for a young papal nuncio, Achilles Rati. The nunciature at the time needed a resident, but unfortunately, the prices of the permits were quite high, and the public trust for the papal administration was really low. The nuncio reacted accurately on this proposal, emphasizing in his list the scandalous status of the Duchess, che si definisce Biancarussa, who defines herself as Belarusian. Magdalena lived in Kaunas for a long time, seeing possible successful cooperation between sovereign Belarus and Lithuania, which sponsored Lithuanian independent organization. For example, she handed over a silver service, which was valued at about 600 of rubles, and this service became the basis of financial resources for the Atetis, like future house in Kaunas. Also, in the 20s, Magdalena donated a collection of Kunstbells and some of her family portraits to Children's Museum. And she continued to sponsor both Belarusian and Lithuanian organizations in Vilna. And what I want to say, like instead of conclusion, it's difficult to say about identical attitude towards Magdalena Radziwiłł from the vision during her life. At a certain point, she encountered the same fate as her father during the January uprising. She was rich and influential, and around her was many people who wanted to take advantage of it. But also it was a difference. Magdalena was much bolder in her actions and statements, constantly speaking about herself as a Belarusian noblewoman. She attracted the attention of both authorities and activists of Belarusian movement. Having a sufficient number of loyal people, how was social and like financial active, but she was really quite alone with her position in Belarusian political world of the beginning of the 20th century. She was equally a line of both the Warsaw and Minsk nobility, who had long ago divided themselves their convenience into Catholic Poles and Orthodox Russians, and to activists of Belarusian movement, often from much less wealthy and influential families who didn't understand the vicious place in this game. Despite all of this, the Duchess continued to help her Belarusian feeling responsibility for the fate and future of Belarusian society. Therefore, there was a strong connection with a number of Belarusian writers, like Adam Stankiewicz and Belarusian philanthropists like, for example, Edward Vanilovich. Magdalena could have helped him to construct the famous church of Saint Simon and Elena in Minsk. Duchess died in Freiburg in the monastery of Dominican sisters in 1945. Many years later, in the beginning of the 20th century, discussion begins about the possibility of reburial. Magdalena herself wanted to be buried in Minsk, and one of the most popular options was to bury the ashes of the Duchess in the church to whose parish she belongs. As a possible options were considered the church in her estate and even tomb of Radicals in Nesvich. In 2018, the disputes were resolved and Magdalena finally laid to rest in the church of Saint Roch in the district Goldville Hill in Minsk. This even stirred up Belarusian society, forcing people to remember the activities of great patroness. The publishing house has published a number of scientific journals work dedicated to the fate of Magdalena. The most influential book, perhaps, was Viktor Hursik's book «Вале книга про лёс Magdalena Radziwiłł», the book about family and the fate of Magdalena Radziwiłł. By the way, in my opinion, we should be grateful for the popularization and preservation of the name of Magdalena Radziwiłł for two Belarusian figures. Publicist Viktor Husik, who devoted a number of serious work to the topic of the vicious family, and also Padre Alexander Natsan, who dedicated his work to the influence of Magdalena Radziwiłł to the development of Greek Catholic Church of Belarus. So Magdalena Radziwiłł finally taken right place in the pattern of Belarusian heroes of 21st century. I don't think so. After the reburial of Magdalena Radziwiłł's ashes, the euphoria and popularity of these topics quickly faded, and in the popular segment, not much is known about her to this day. After above-mentioned book by Viktor Hursik, no new more detailed scientific and journalistic works have appeared, and what is not worth to be what is like the main we can say about it for both Magdalena and her sister Maria Eva persons, as well as last generation of the Visha family, and as well as a lot of names by Belarusian figures who was from noble families. There are no streets or institution names after Magdalena, and if she was mentioned in the textbook, it was only in person. Thus, we can notice several.
The time
is
up, so just few words of conclusion, please. And
okay. Yeah. We can notice different images of Magdalena Radziwiłł, like noble woman Belarusian formed during her lifetime, the positively imaged patronic founded, created by the bibliographers, and the ghostly in modern narrative sponsored by the long Soviet era when the Duchess legacy was practically forgotten. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was the last presentation, but it's not the final of our panel. Before I open the discussion, I have noticed that our audience is very eager to post questions, but before that, I have one announcement. So I'd like to invite the audience online to post their questions via chats, and we will read them at the end of the panel. And I have one more announcement, but maybe I save it for later. And now I would like to pass the microphone to our discussant, which is Dina Guseinova, is joining us via Zoom. She is an associate professor of modern European history at the Department of International History, London School of Economics. She is the author of European Elites and Ideas of Empire, 1917 to 57, published in 2016, and the editor of Cosmopolitanism in Conflict, Imperial Encounters, from the 7 Years' War to the Cold War, published in 2018. Her recent articles have addressed the cultural and intellectual impact of the two world wars and the history and theory of scholars at risk in Europe. With colleagues from Vienna, Bucharest, Erfurt, and Helsinki, she has been working on Civica and Gerda Henkel, a founded research project looking into the practices of integrating academics at risks in contemporary Europe. She's one of the co-founders of the University of New Europe, a collective of academics who seek to facilitate new ways of researching and teaching European history and politics from a global perspective, involving academics at risk from war and political persecution. Dina, I would like to ask you for a few words of comment. Please, we can see you.
Great, many thanks. Thanks very much.
We can hear you also. Perfect. Yeah.
Great. You can hear me. Yeah, great.
Yes.
Thank you very much to Anna Villegala and to Karolina Kruziak and all the organizers for this great conference. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I have a few comments. I just wanted to ask, because I know we are short on time. Could you just tell me what would be the best?
I think we are slightly short of time, but we don't want to, discipline you too much. So feel free. I think 10 minutes will be.
Oh, okay, great. Okay. Yeah. Okay, brilliant. So I just wanted to draw out some themes of the panel, and then I will conclude with a few specific questions. So the panel, of course, is titled Ethos, Identity, Biography. What connects the panel is the question how nobility as an ethos develops in a time of political transition and what might be called regime change. This aspect, at least, is the one that resonates most strongly with my own work on this topic in my book, and also just questions that have been preoccupying me since, which is how the revolutions in the wake of the First World War impacted on the perception and performative identity of particular social groups, in this case, groups of aristocratic heritage, but also individuals. For me, just to give a little sketch of sort of my perspective on nobility studies, I came to it inspired by works in social history and memory, oral history and historical semantics, much of it shaped by some of the authors present in the conference, notably Longina Jakubowska, who I met a long time ago at the European Social Science Conference in Glasgow, and Sofia Chuikina, whose work on nobility in Soviet contexts within the framework of Bourdieu revealed to me this kind of complex interplay between social memory and the forging of new ideas of citizenship and political belonging. And also in this context is the work of Silke Marburg, of course, also present in this panel, whose work I got to know in connection with a project led then in Germany by Eckhard Konze and Jochen Strobel on kind of analytical approaches to different modernities, which was opened up by tracing kind of new usage of the terms nobility and aristocracy at the turn of the 19th and 20th century. But I think this panel also adds a lot of new focus really on this question, and the very welcome focus in the conference on this idea of genealogies of memory, because I guess normally you would think of genealogy as a concept related to actual the physical connections in a family life, or sometimes allegorically institutional changes. But I think the idea of thinking about memory genealogically opens a different perspective on this link between political transition and social change. So at one level, aristocracy and nobility are used interchangeably as terms from at least the end of the 19th century to the beginning of the 20th. But to really grasp a kind of gear change in political transition, we need to kind of relate this fluid discourse against the social and political history of these statuses in specific contexts. And in this case, it's really helpful to look at further secondary institutions and cultural practices of transmitting power. So how does a practice such as the fideicommist change the visibility of a family or its threat of invisibility. At first sight, we might see this as a kind of contrast between dependence and independence of aristocratic families from other powers, whether they are monarchical or state powers. And this, I think, came out particularly strongly in the work of Silke Marburg and Sara Tuovinen. So in the case of Finland, Sara Tuovinen unpacked how the status of nobility works in a society in which nobility is a tiny minority, but also a group whose cultural features are particularly determined by foreign polities, Sweden and the Russian Empire. But in this context, it seems that the power lies really with these external sort of forces, sort of more than with the actual families. By contrast, in Silke Marburg's paper, we see the longer roots and, to some degree, self-sufficiency of self-representation of a dynasty such as the Wettiner with monarchical power in a kind of federal monarchical system that
I'm afraid, Dina, that we lost the connection. I hope you can hear us. So maybe we will wait for Dina, but in the meantime, I would like our panelists, those who were mentioned in the Dina's comment, maybe you want to briefly refer to the points, or if not, we can open the discussion with the audience. So it's up to you, Silke, Zara, Ksenia, or Robert.
Well, I can at least say that yes, the nobility was in turmoil, even they had their own ambitions. So that's a very good point about their situation, at least in Finland at that period of time.
Okay, thank you.
If we not really know what Dina wanted to say, she emphasized the dependency of political powers, so that nobility or aristocrats, as I showed, was dependent. But my idea was to present that there was supply and demand of symbolization, that was not only successful symbolization, but there must be a demand for this symbolization to be a success. And what I would like to show in the paper was there was a great demand of wood after the First World War, and the state, the German Reich, aimed to protect large contiguous forests, for it produced timber and wood in every kind for construction, for heating, for everything, and that this supply of the large contiguous forestal estates led to success in self-symbolization of aristocracy. That is the main point, and that is what I would admit.
Okay, thank you. Robert, Ksenia, you want to add something?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Okay, maybe I can add.
Yeah. Wait a second, Ksenia. We still don't have Dina. Okay, Ksenia, the floor is yours, please.
I'm sorry, maybe I also have some problems with internet, with sound.
Okay.
But I only want to add that, like, the figure of Magdalena Radziwiłł and figure of some her close, like, friends of her close circle, like Edward Vanilovich, only show that it was an important part of noblemen in Belarus who wanna see like rise of new Belarusian Republic. It was really like an important part for financing it. It was like not political step, but step more like cultural to like finance some organizations, like some organization for print of education.
Okay, thank you. And I've seen Dina Guseinova is back.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
So,
hello, yes, I apologize. My internet connection collapsed, so I had to just find a different way to connect. It's a very windy day in here. And,
yes, of course. So yeah, please continue.
Sorry, I will just continue. Yeah. So I was just speaking about this question of how kind of the to what extent the aristocratic family, if it has monarchical status, is kind of dependent or independent on external affirmation in its visibility, and how in Silke Marburg's paper we could see that by the time of the German revolutions of 1918-19, even they show kind of increasing dependence really on state power with respect to this case study of being granted, visibility through material, holding on to their ability to control material possessions, and eventually their conversion, in a sense, of this memory and self-representation practices into a verein, into a kind of body that is really more associated with the middle class sort of practice of self-representation. When it comes to the survival strategies of the nobility, the acceptance of privilege is supported by more than print cultures, in contrast to, say, Benedict Anderson's model of the nation as an imagined community. So this ethos is maintained by aspects such as houses, practices of life, behavioral and narrative practices, as in Longina Jakubowska's keynote, but also forests, as Silke Marburg emphasized, and military ethos in Robert Szabo's paper. So if Tuovinen and Marburg's papers have emphasized a largely conservative process of adaptation, Robert Szabo foregrounds the way the aristocratic habitus, the military dimension of it, led to a more active political engagement with the post-war order in the world after the First World War, when Hungary lost not only its status as an imperial power, but also much of its territory as a post-imperial nation. Aristocratic militarism in this context morphs into an idea which could, in a way, exist without territory. In the context of today's panel on the 19th and 20th centuries, we can observe that the aristocracy and the nobility emerge somewhere at the intersection between imagined communities shaped by new groups and a socially and materially constructed status group with longer roots and independent access to self-representation and visibility. In this context, Ksenia Lubaya's fascinating study of Magdalena Radzivill's engagement in the imagination of Belarus at the time of transition provides an apt conclusion to this panel and the questions about the dependence of aristocratic identity under changing regimes, but also the role of individual actors in a sense, demoting themselves or kind of transforming themselves actively into the new world. Something which in the case of Hungary could be explored more for the figure of Károly. Lubaya's access to, the access in Lubaya's papers, in Lubaya's paper, Radzivill's access to scientific and disciplinary knowledge practices such as archaeology, alongside crafts and publishing, gave her unique possibility to engage in this process of new political imagination. And it was very interesting to see how she highlighted the extent to which she was sometimes not recognized really among those different groups also striving to engage in this process of constructing the new imagined community. And I'm so kind of to transition to my questions, I'm wondering, really this is a version of a question to all. To what extent is memory itself an institution which is sort of subject to control of its owners? So whether the owner is an individual that has access to a family memory, or a collective group, such as indeed a family. So to what extent do these people with direct access to a kind of social memory in these moments of transition, what determines how successful they are in retaining access to this resource, to this social capital, and at what point does it become mediated by more powerful entities, perhaps also more depersonalized entities such as states, and maybe also today other kind of non-state actors? So my more specific questions would be for Sarah. In the written version of the paper, I felt that the term influencer had more weight than in the paper we just heard. And I'm just wondering if you could expand a bit on this idea. To what extent insights from the present day uses of social media and the influencer as a kind of phenomenon, how does it help with working on Finnish nobility, but also on specific individual characters? So this interplay between the individual and the status group in this process. I'm thinking of work actually from the 1950s by Daniel Borstein on pseudo events, and recent work on influencers that have shown that a lot of the dimensions include kind of the staging of a reality. But I guess part of the appeal of the aristocracy as a kind of status group is actually their access to some kind of real material culture, or the longevity of this material culture. So, yeah, what about the interplay between these different layers of authenticity, I guess, that exist between historical nobility and the modern influencer? My question to Silke Marburg actually has to do with forests specifically. So the paper suggested to me that this case study could be broadened into a really new way of studying environmentalism. Environmentalism is often presented as a kind of grassroots movement, very remote from kind of feudal histories. But to what extent is this memory of forests as a private domain, but also as a family, as a domain where the family represents itself and its dynastic power and establishes its relationship really with the community? What do you think are the perspectives of this insight into kind of modern concerns with political histories of environmentalism in the 20th century? How would we extend it backwards into the earlier periods? To Robert Szabo, my question relates to the concept of the Hungarianization of militarism as a foundation for collaboration with the Third Reich, and the contrast in this with this what might be described as a kind of self-abolition of the liberal aristocratic habitus that might be associated with someone like Mihaly Karolyi. And I'm wondering, in this context, to what extent your paper constitutes an invitation to kind of rehabilitate a figure such as Karolyi, who was, I guess, dismissed even by Sigmund Freud and liberals kind of the Austro-Hungarian milieu, who had written, that he seemed to be one of the stupidest politicians that could have made it into the public. So it seems like a lot of liberals were actually quite dismissive of him as well. But to what extent is your typology, in a sense, of the left or left liberal spectrum, does it suggest a kind of rehabilitation of such a figure? And finally, to Ksenia, my question would be, to what extent can you sort of extend the story a bit into the post-Soviet history, and to what extent did the figure of Radziwiłł help find a kind of post-Soviet Belarusian identity as a kind of case of westernization? So her work, particularly with the Dominicans, in bringing Belarus kind of in tune with institutions of the West. To what extent is this something that's kind of theorized in contemporary post-Soviet Belarusian discourse? So I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dina. Now we are opening the main discussion. If you agree, I will let you answer or address the question at the end, because we are out of time. So we have one question online, and then we can take, I suppose, around 2 questions from the audience here. So, Ula.
We've got one question online from Jan Wasiewicz. First is a thank you for your insightful papers, and he's got a question to Sarah. he would like to ask about the figure of Jako Ilka, the famous leader of the war. At 16th century Finnish peasant revolt against Swedish rule. As far as I know, he was of noble origin. However, he joined the peasant movement. He would be an interesting example of the nobility of originally Finnish origin, who identified himself more with the people of his nation rather than with his social class. Am I right? What is your opinion on this person? Especially, I would like if the memory of Ilka is still a living memory among the Finns. That's the question, okay. And we've got 2 more.
If there is any question from audience, yes, please. Marta Kurkowska-Budzan.
I have one question to Silke. I'm truly intrigued by the methodology you mentioned at the very beginning. Would you please reflect upon on that? Perhaps there are any I don't know, weakness or pitfalls of this method if it's when it comes to historical research. What's your opinion? What's your experience with that? Because I really don't believe this is another perfect methodology. No. And for my question to Sarah, as I understand, you're an archaeologist.
Yes.
Could you please tell us if there are, because I understand that there's no mood, there was no mood for researching deeply in the history of aristocrats or nobles in Finland. But anyway, is there any particular input of archaeology and excavations dedicated to the history of the nobility in Finland? Thank you.
Thank you. I can see. I'm surprised there is no more question. Okay, so
I have one, if I can.
Oh yes, of course, please.
I had a question to Silke too about the foresting. Did they have, maybe it's a silly question, any ideology behind that, apart for, making money on the foresting? Like, I know that you told a bit about the hunting, and I was thinking about the supporting nature and stuff like that. Did they really address it somehow?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I propose our panelists will address the question in the same order you presented your paper. So Silke, then Sarah, then
Sarah begins.
It's fine.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So Sarah, Silke, Robert, and Ksenia.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to go if I can start with the answer.
Okay, so
okay
you don't. Yeah, if you don't mind. Okay, Robert. So please.
Excuse me. This is just a little answer. I can say that I have not noticed any difference in the answers of the liberal thinkers, writers, and politicians. So they were uniformly talking about the issue of armament and condemning in the context of the Horthy era. If this is the answer for your question, this armament and disarmament question was very important for them. And when they write about this, for example, a legal aspect, they all time talk about that this will help the Horthy era, the Horthy army, and the army want to fight with other countries and want to get back the territories, then everything is help on this project. So this was the main goal, according to them.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
Yes, thank you. I would like to first address the question about the influences. Yes, I was intent to speak more about the influence part of them, but I realized that we are running out of time, and and that's why I had to leave it out. So I want to address it as well now. So the Clementovs also did have like opinion influencing. They, for example, themselves take part in the farming, revolutionary ideas in farming, like spraying how to make swamps as farming fields. They also actively promoted ideas and followed ideology. For example, in 1790 something, there was English expeditioners visiting Rovaniemi, and they wrote in their diaries that in Rovaniemi Vicary, where the Clementios probably also were present, they had very elevating discussions about ideological, the very modern ideas. And also the Clementios who stayed in Finland after the Finnish War actively participated in smallpox vaccinations and influencing the smallpox vaccination to be used. So I think that is quite influential action as well. About Jaakko Ilkka, he's a very known figure in Finnish history. I must say that I did not study him very closely, and what I have understood is that he was member of wealthy farming class and not a member of nobility, and his family still exists, and they are very proud of their roots as a sturdy farming family. So, of course, if I'm not specialized in this area, so my knowledge might be somewhat lacking, but that is what I have understood. About the nobility as an archaeological subject at the moment, there has been some, for example, Korla Chapel has been subject of studies, and we are hoping to get funding to study more about the nobility in future. So it is ongoing process as well. But especially there are some studies from the southern Finland, but northern Finland is, northern and eastern Finland are traditionally areas that are described as empty of human activity. So or there is nothing necessarily interesting to be mentioned. So that's why it's kind of a long tradition. Did I answer to everything? I hope so. Thank you.
It's sort of philosophical question. So, yeah, Zilka, please.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. First, to Dina's point, environmentalism, that could be very interesting because on the surface of the history of forestry, for instance, you find a narrative of moral claims of nobility. It's common that they claim as to have been the carers of the forest, and as well as to have been the carers of memory, what was noble memory, and that was mixed in a sense. But if you go down in these cases, to my mind, you could add something very important to this environmental history. Your idea is great. I only can say yes, you're right. That is a great field, I think. The weakness of the theory is always weak, yes. But our experiences was not so bad with this time theory and analysis of institutional mechanisms. It has two major advantages, compared to Bourdieu's theory, for instance, what is widely used in other cases. The first very important advantage seems to be that you can handle symbolizations of different scale, in large scale, in medium scale, and in micro scale. And thus you are enabled to handle with the same approach questions of staying on top of successfully staying noble or aristocrat, and at the same time handle the question of in which mean the group or the social formation was coherent, in which form. You need not to decide in advance what you have to call it. You can analyze straight to the case, and afterwards you can compare your results to the big theories or to some suggestions of the colleagues. And that's, to my mind, that was, you have a free side, so to say. And that's a great advantage, to my mind. Yes, and the crisis of 1918 and 1919 was existential for the Wettin dynasty, and the ideas and the concepts, what to do now, depended. There was a discussion. I mentioned that the former king had just other ideas what to do now than his son and the others. I really did not deal enough with the others because I don't know what the others did. They disappeared, so to say, in this situation. They became priests or they went to Bavaria and go to university. So this discussion shows different approaches to what to do. And to my mind, it took some time to aggregate an approach and strategy. Yeah. So in this very special situation, we can only see these different positions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And Ksenia, would you like to address to the questions?
Okay.
Questions?
Thank you for your question. We can say that the legacy of Magdalena Radziwiłł remains in many markers of, we can say, modern Belarusian society, starting from she sponsored the first and only lifetime edition of Maxim Bogdanovich book, and it's like a really important thing, like for Belarusian literature and Belarusian culture. We also can still see her doings in the Church of Saint Simon in Leninsk, as well as we also can see like semi-abundant, but the part of Kuchtichi Palace, and it also was a discussion about restoration, the Calvinist church here. But it's all like material things. In my speech, Magdalena was a symbol of like formation and the personalization of Belarusian history. We're slowly moving away from it. But as I said, it was created only some scientific steps, some scientific works about Magdalena, some publishing, like some more journalist articles. And it's true, but it's not a level of this person, and it's not a level we need to speak about this person. I think this is an important problem, maybe about culture and about sense in those now.
Okay, thank you very much. If anyone want to add something to? If not, I would like to thank. Oh, okay. Yes, please. I meant.
Thank you. It's maybe important for Ksenia for your future searching, and maybe it's important for understanding of figure of Magdalena Radziwiłł. She was banned. She was banned and really cursed by aristocracy because her marriage with Radziwiłł, who was younger, almost 20 years, and why she actually help the Russian culture and something like that, because all of the doors were closed for her in aristocracy, and she want to construct society, cultural society, where she and where her husband will have a place. So it's a reason why she helped poets, why she participate in different cultural projects, and why she, I don't know, maybe Xenia didn't speak about this or not, and why she helped and found a lot of Belarusian schools. Actually, it were maybe first Belarusian schools with Belarusian language education on the territory of Belarus. So it's a reason why she chose this way, because all of the doors on aristocracy palaces were closed for her. So she decided to construct new society. And also I must to say that for Xenia, for future searching, that you must read her letters and another ego documents, because it will be a lot of surprises for you and for your search, for your future research. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. I want to thank all our panelists and our discussants. It was a very interesting panel. Now we have 9-minute break before our roundtable discussion. 9 minutes left, yeah, 9 minutes left. And I have a short announcement also for the people who are joining us for the guided tour. The meeting point for tomorrow for the guided tour is the Marszałkowska Street. Marszałkowska Street, 104-122, next to Uniqlo store, which is certainly not our sponsor, but the couch will wait for you there. And those of our guests who are staying in Gromada Hotel, our colleague will collect you from there in the morning. So you can meet, sorry? At 8:45. Thank you very much. You are free. Yes. Yeah, but did you inform us?
I already informed.
Yeah. So it's not a problem.
All is done.
Perfect.
Done.
Perfect.
Unfortunately, I can go to visit Manors.
Yes.
I need to go to Krakow to visit.
Yes. Yes. Which is the best manor in Poland. Yeah.
I have rendezvous.
Yeah.
To discuss our
of course.
plans.
Oh, of course. No. There is nothing to sorry about. That's okay. Yes. You're welcome. Oh, hi, Radmila.
Hello, is it working? Oh yeah, it's working. Okay, welcome to the second session of this day. I think we'll start slowly. We are late, but I promise we won't be so late after this session. We'll make sure you get your lunch on time. So my name is Anna Vlegawa. I am the convener of the conference, and it will be my pleasure to chair this session, which is a bit different than the previous sessions because we have been developed it as a round table, which means that we invited distinguished scholars in the field who are supposed to get involved in the dialogue with each other, but also a bit with me, and I hope with you after we finish with the official part. And I will introduce them in a minute. But first, I will speak a little bit about the topic of this roundtable. Yeah, you have it on the screen. So it's cherished, disputed, neglected, the heritage of the former landowning elites in the Central and Eastern Europe. So we would like to, during this session, reflect on what is the status of the heritage of the gentry, nobility, aristocracy, in countries that used to belong to the Polish-Ukrainian Commonwealth and to the Habsburg monarchy in the past. We would like to reflect on what is the very definition of this heritage, and also who is involved in producing concepts, ideas, interpretations connected to this heritage. And after all, whose heritage it is today. And what determines the fact that in one country it might be cherished, preserved, liked. In other countries it might be neglected, abandoned, not cherished at all. As you might have noticed, many of these issues raised this way have been already covered during this conference, inevitably. But I think that this is the moment to go in depth and maybe also to approach the very notion of the heritage critically. And I still have in mind what Marta Kurkowska-Buzan said about the very process of ruination of the manors being also part of certain heritage. So I would encourage us to approach the notion of heritage innovatively and critically. The general idea of this conference was to go beyond Poland and to go beyond Central and Eastern Europe. But this roundtable brings us back to Central and Eastern Europe with its numerous historical disruptions, disconnections, discontinuities, illogical issues. So I hope we'll cover at least some of them. And we'll thus have an input about Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, maybe Hungary, I think. And I will also bring a bit of my own expertise about Ukraine to the table. And I will now introduce our distinguished speakers, who are also members of our academic council. So these are people who made this conference happen. And I'm really glad that we have all of you here on site, which was not always easy. So I will start in the alphabetical order. Konstantin Iordaki is professor of history at the Central European University in Budapest. He's involved in editorial bodies of several journals, among others EU Review of Books, East Central Europe, Fascism, Comparative Fascist Studies. He has published widely on comparative history in Central Europe, mostly on citizenship, the history of fascism and the Holocaust, and the collectivization of agriculture, and he has edited or co-edited over 20 collective volumes. His most recent publications include, and I will bring the titles, The Fascist Faith of the Legion Archangel Michael in Romania, 1927-1941, Martyrdom and National Purification, 2023, and the second one, Liberalism, Constitutional Nationalism and Minorities, The Making of Romanian Citizenship, 1750-1918. Iordaki is also a member of the Academic Committee of the House of European History in Brussels. And in the current academic year, he is a senior fellow at the Vienna Wiesenthal Institute for Holocaust Studies. Then Radmila Swaziczkowa-Slabakova is Associate Professor of History at Palacki University Olomouc. And she's a co-chair of the Memory Studies Association Working Group, Family, Memory, and Intergenerational Exchange. Her research interests encompass modern history, oral history, and memory studies. She is the author of 2 books and numerous articles on Austro-Hungarian nobility in the 19th and 20th centuries, and I will just name the books. Family Strategies of Nobility, published in 2007, and The Myth of Nobility in Us and Between Us, published in 2013. And recently she has published on family memory and Second World War memory and edited Memory, Practices, Transmission and Uses in a Global Perspectives, published in 2021. And last but not least, Tomasz Zarycki is sociologist and social geographer, and he's a professor at the University of Warsaw and also deputy director of the Robert Zając Institute for Social Studies. His main fields of interest are sociology of knowledge, of politics and culture, and the historical sociology of elites. His publications include the following books in English: Ideologies of Eastness in Central and Eastern Europe, published in 2014, and The Polish Elite and Language Sciences, A Perspective of Global Historical Sociology, 2022. And he's also an author of one of the most referred books of this conference, I think, with a kind of untranslatable into English title, Totem Inteligencki, Arystokracja, Szlachta i Ziemiaństwo w polskiej przestrzeni społecznej. Inteligencja z totem, probably, Aristocracy, Nobility and Landed Gentry in the Polish social space. So we agreed that we'll have 2 rounds of questions, and we'll have more or less 7 minutes for each answer. And I am an awfully strict moderator. And I also encourage you to react to what the other speakers say. So the first question would be, what does the heritage of the former landowning elites, however we call them, landed gentry, aristocracy, nobility, mean in the country you have the research expertise about? How is it defined, and also what is its specificity? And we'll start with Konstantin.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to be here and to interact with you. I would like to refer mostly to the case of Romania. Romania is a very complex country because it came together as an aggregate of several historical provinces, Moldova and Wallachia, which were part of the Byzantine Orthodox Commonwealth, and then under Ottoman sovereignty, then Transylvania and the Banat, part of the Kingdom of Hungary, then Bukovina, part of the Habsburg Empire, and Bessarabia, which was part from 1812 of the Tsarist Russia. So in fact, when we engage with Romanian history, we engage in comparative history. There are so many imperial legacies there, and so many branches of aristocracy. So we could compare branches of aristocracy: Hungarian aristocracy in Transylvania, Austrian aristocracy in Bukovina, or local aristocracy in Wallachia and Moldova. But these branches of aristocracy were also in relation to each other, entangled. For example, the aristocracy in Moldova, they really had many relations to the Szlachta. Many were part of the Szlachta. They become members of the Szlachta, or with the Hungarian aristocracy in Transylvania. So it's a very interesting case of entangled history and of various branches of aristocracy. It's also interesting that in the 19th century, the process of modernization was led by the Liberal Party. So the fourth constitution of the United Romania was actually a Convention of Paris, 1856. According to that modern constitution, all aristocratic titles were abolished. So we have a total break with the past and the abolition of aristocratic titles. Nevertheless, landowners were very important socially, and there was really a fusion with the bourgeoisie. Then after 1918, when Greater Romania came together, Romania implemented one of the most radical agrarian reforms in Europe, mostly because aristocracy in this annexed territories were mostly of foreign descent, so Hungarian or German. So overall, we have a very rich heritage in terms of legal traditions, family traditions, but also architecture all over Romania. There's been much destruction, unfortunately, with the communist regime when aristocracy was eliminated as a class. Most large landowners were actually deported inside Romania, and the heritage was destroyed. Most of the villas or mansions became centers of collective farms. And so there's been much destruction over the last 50 years, but nowadays there's a revival of aristocratic traditions and also of heritage. Heritage in terms of family, so people claiming back the land, claiming back the real estate property, and also restoring the heritage. And there's much attention to it. As a fun fact, King Charles III also acquired estates in Transylvania, and one of the estates that he lives on is also open for the public as a museum. That actually attracts a lot of attention to this kind of aristocratic heritage in Transylvania. Yes, I would say a very rich heritage in Romania, and also with so many branches and so many actors, Hungarian community, Romanians, and the Hungarian state as well, very much in Transylvania, and in restoring the heritage of the former Hungarian aristocracy.
Thank you so much. I think that one of the most important things you said is this making us aware of the fact that thinking about heritage is time sensitive. I mean, in Poland and in this part of Europe, we largely think about the heritage as being endangered after 1944. But there is also this factor of agricultural reforms conducted in the interwar period, which was not, in fact, I think, discussed during this conference in large. So it's also time-sensitive heritage, and it's really interesting that you point out on this many actors involved in the field. So I will be interested to learn more in the discussion. Radmila?
Okay, so can you hear me? Yeah, perhaps. I'm also very happy and very pleased to be invited to this conference. So thank you, Anna, and thank you all. I also believe that it's important to go to history and to understand the phenomenon of nobility in the past, to be able to understand the heritage today, and also to understand the attitude to this heritage today. And as for what is called now the Czech Republic and former Czechoslovakia, and in the 19th century Habsburg monarchy, Cisleitania. So the situation with nobility and was a little bit different. I believe that it's a different phenomenon than Šlachta in Poland. Because in Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, that is Czech Silesia, we had the nobility which were quite small in numbers. So it means I can give you some percentage. For example, in Bohemia, the number of nobility at the end of 18th century, it was 0.1% of all male citizens. And then in Galicia, what is called sometimes Austrian Poland, it was 0.2%. In Lower Austria, it was 0.6%. And in Hungarian part of the monarchy, it was 5%. So you can see that also the number of nobility is important because it says what the place of these people in the history is. So it means in Bohemia and Moravia, the lowest number of nobility, but large estates, very big estates. So these people were very rich. So sometimes we call them, or these estates are called latifundia, and these people are called magnates. So it's not comparable, I believe, to Polish szlachta, like Gentry. So it means that in Bohemia and Moravia, we didn't have this phenomenon of szlachta, like of this petite noblesse, like small nobility, so it didn't exist. So it's very important to know, to assess the heritage of these people. And the third point, these people were cosmopolitan. So they were a little bit, or also very heavily indifferent to nationalism, to the idea of nationalism in the 19th century. I know also that there is a big difference between Czech nobility, international, and indifferent to nationalism, and Polish szlachta in the 19th century, and perhaps also in the 20s, and at the beginning of the 20th century. And these nobility, our members of nobility, were very close to the emperor. So sometimes we call or we speak about the Hofgesellschaft. It means the first society that gravitated around the emperor. When the year 1918 came and the dissolution of the Habsburg Empire, it meant that these people became the enemies of the newly created state of New Czechoslovakia, because they were associated with the Habsburgs. And what followed it is known. So it's the abolition of noble titles, the abolition of noble privileges. It is the land reform, the agrarian reform. But even after this landed reform, nobility was quite powerful. And then the Second World War and year 45, which meant the expulsion of Sudeten Germans. And it means that also a very large part of nobility were expelled because they became close to Nazi parties, etc., so were expelled according to the Beneš decrees. So the situation in 1948, when the communists came to power, is already quite dramatic. And after 1948, it meant emigration or exile of many of these noble families. And only a very small number of them remained in the territory of Czechoslovakia. Then we have the year 1989, so Velvet Revolution, the collapse of the Soviet bloc, etc. And what can we see? So it's the return of these nobles who emigrated. And for us, researchers, it was an opportunity to begin to speak about nobility and to begin to research something what was abolished from history, because, as Konstantin Iordache said, communists were not in favor of nobles and of aristocracy, and they were opponents of the regime, of course, and so they were persecuted and etc. So for us, at the beginning of the 1990s and in the early years of the 21st century, it was really the opportunity to cover the white spots of Czech history and of Czech historiography. and to learn about what these people were, what they did, and what were their thoughts and their identity. So this research was very much connected to the politics, but also to social questions and to the position of these former nobles in the society. So that's all for now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this importance of historically different structures of landowning elites in our countries for understanding our attitude and our society's attitude to the heritage. So now we are moving to Tomasz, and I'm sure you will bring some sociological perspective to the table.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. And answering your question about the meaning of this noble heritage, I will try to address in a very abstract, general sense. And my take, which has been presented in the book you mentioned, the Intelligentsia Totem, is that in fact this noble heritage has been nationalized, to some extent universalized in Poland in a national sense. So I would argue that it became part of a Polish national heritage, but not without several ambivalences. But this is my general point, which historically I relate to the establishment of the Polish Second Republic, which I am arguing with Rafał Smoczyński in our book, was the moment not only of regaining independence, but also of an important revolution, unnamed or invisible Polish revolution, which we call Intelligentsia Revolution. So we argue that in 1918, the intelligentsia became the dominant elite in Poland, and it still remains, even as I'm arguing, hegemonic. But this was very specific moment in time, and I think this passage from Regency Council that was even presented at our conference to Marshal Piłsudski, who embodied this all these features of the ideal intelligentsia member: a petty noble, a socialist, but critical of nobility to some extent, and becoming the leader of the Second Republic, which is established as a republic, which does not recognize the noble titles, but which respects the noble heritage, and to a large extent also respects aristocracy heritage, and also aristocracy as a group is recognized informally, but it becomes a dominated group. Piłsudski talks in the interwar period to the aristocratic leaders, but they are already his clients. They are not the dominant faction of the elite. And I would argue that to some extent the Polish model, because we are also talking about the Polish citizenship model, which is based on this ideal intelligentsia member who can be imagined as has this petty nobility or noble, has some noble roots, but he's a nobleman, but intelligentsia member. This model is not exactly similar, but to some extent probably close to the British model of the transition from feudalism to democratic system with glorious revolution, which was an evolutionary revolution. So in a way, Polish invisible revolution of 1918 was also evolutionary, and it involved what I would argue was takeover of this noble heritage by the intelligentsia. So this is something which is rarely mentioned. This perspective is my very subjective point of view, that until 1918, the actual aristocracy and nobility leaders were the main owners of this heritage, of this identity. But after 1918, the main major part of this nobility was taken over. One could even say appropriated by the intelligentsia, and now it belongs to the intelligentsia with all the ambiguities. It's this heritage became part of this Polish civic ethos, Polish civic identity, and as our title suggests, the aristocracy, nobility, there's no clear name for this group, but remains as a faction of intelligentsia and plays the role of a totem. They symbolize the continuity of the current Polish Republic with this feudal Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is a myth of continuity, but it's very important funding myth of the contemporary Polish state. It started with the Second Republic, and communists had some aspirations, of course, of destroying it, but they just barely managed to weaken it a bit in Stalin's period. But it was so strong that it remained in place during the entire communist period. There were some elements, of course, in the communist narrative of critical attitudes, so this overtly feudal elements of this heritage and attempts to reevaluate the peasant heritage. But in fact, the communists did not manage to overthrow, to change, to replace this model, which after the fall of communism became reinforced for obvious reasons. And maybe to conclude this part of my remarks is maybe this is the reason why it's so important currently to integrate the peasant heritage into the broader Polish national debate or identity. We had in this conference an attempt to set up a dialogue between those two heritages, the peasant and the noble, and my feeling was that this was very difficult to really establish a real dialogue, like to include, and still is difficult. We have this critical historians now trying to work out this new reading of the peasant heritage in Poland, and I think one reason why it's so difficult to achieve what they would like to is that in this very Polish model of citizenship, the nobility remains this idealized, naturalized basis for ideal citizen. So peasants are in a way systematically excluded, or maybe not excluded, but depreciated in the Polish civic model. And one can be, of course, quite critical. This is a source of the very strong inequality, asymmetry in the Polish civic model, because by definition, everything somehow noble is higher, more evaluated than anything peasant. But one can, I think, has to recognize that there is this idea, democratic ideal behind this Polish civic model, that this revolution of 1918 involved the universal ennoblement, the extension of the noble status to all citizens of the Second Republic. So this is I think this is the essence of the specific Polish model, and the reason why it became so much universalized, and whether we like it or not, it's a core of the national Polish national identity.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for mentioning intelligentsia, because I think that we somehow were missing this. I mean, this issue was missed in our discussions during last days. I mean, Professor Jakubowska kind of started the discussion about how we research the elites, also in terms of methodology during our keynote lecture, but then we kind of abandoned it. So I'm glad it's back, the discussion about who is the elite and what are the consequences of being an elite and what's happening with the heritage of the elite and whose heritage it is. I will now proceed with the second question. So I would like to ask you about whose heritage it is now. Does it mean, I mean, the question goes to the local communities, the question goes to the intelligentsia, the question goes to the macro level of the society. So in terms of preservation of the material heritage, but also in terms of the responsibility, who does feel responsible for this heritage, however we define it again. But also this is a question about whose heritage it is in terms of symbolic belonging and identity and memory. So who feels that it is my heritage, the heritage of the landowning elites in Poland, Romania, Hungary, and Czech Republic? Konstantin, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think to answer this question, we have to look at the period of transition from communism to post-communism. With the fall of communism, many countries tried to return to the interwar period. In Romania, for example, most political parties of the interwar period were recreated. The constitution of the interwar period was reinstated. So that was the model. And then also the property of the interwar period was restored almost in integrum. Overnight, you had 16 million landowners in Romania because everybody got their land back. And so there's a revival of family traditions. There is a revival of property, and also going back to the interwar period. So the main actors would be families, and we conducted research into why people claim, for example, land ownership. Obviously, for many of them, it was kind of a burden. They were even urban dwellers, and it was about tradition. It was about family. It was about not betraying your ancestors and claiming back that land. And so as part of that, of course, you also have aristocratic families that have this tradition of the title and also of the land, including forests, including buildings. And so first of all, family tradition. Then you have communities. And here, yes, for example, I mentioned the Hungarian community in Transylvania, and obviously it coagulates around these aristocratic traditions. Aristocratic families in Transylvania are very important. The same goes for the German community. And then other institutions such as the monarchy. The monarchy in Romania is recognized as a legal entity nowadays. There was no restoration, but the monarchy family is kept in high esteem, and they also receive back their property, castles, landed estates, and they are very important in this field of heritage. And then, yes, the local communities are also very important with the development of tourism. You have to manage heritage, and you see a lot of restoration of castles, part of tourism. So overall, as I said, there are many actors at local level, also at a national level. And again, this multiplicity of not just actors, but of communities in Romania, because you have, as I said, so many historical provinces and so many different traditions that come together.
Thank you so much, Radmila.
Yes, I'm still thinking a little bit about what was said about Polish nobility and this kind of nationalization and appropriation by the nation of this heritage. like the extension of noble, perhaps values and noble force to be taken by the nation. So it's a really extremely different situation in comparison with Bohemia and Moravia, where nobles, as I said, were very small in numbers. So these nobles were quite exceptional, and still are seen somebody like from a fairy tale, I would say, in this popular opinion, to go to a chateau in which a nobleman or a noble family lived. It means to go to a kind of a fairy tale and to see this the past as it was, and to imagine this past as it was, like in the 18th or in the 19th century. So this is a part of this heritage in the popular opinion, perhaps to look at nobles as of in the past, as a kind of a heritage that is vanished already. And that was also true in history, because, as we said, both during communism, this nobility was completely destroyed. It was also another distinguished feature in comparison with Poland, because here, as it was said, the communism wasn't so strong to destroy nobility, but it happened in Czechoslovakia, and I believe also in Romania and in Hungary, that nobility as a group of people was really destroyed, and and this heritage was appropriated by the state because the estates and the chateaus, the big chateaus, were confiscated or nationalized by the state. So now we have two sorts of this heritage, I would say, for the public opinion of the public. So one sort of this heritage are nationalized properties, and the second way, these are properties returned to their owners after 1989, so after the fall of communism. So according to the restitution laws, the former noble aristocratic families could claim their heritage and receive their properties back, not only landed properties or like forests, their lands, but also their chateaus and buildings, etc. And so it means that this heritage is now private, but still these nobles, and as I said, these aristocratic families were big landowners, so they allow tourists to visit their chateau as it was under communism. And there is the second kind of this heritage for me, as I am a historian, is in the archives. Because the archives of nobility were also nationalized after 1948. And these archives are still very widely unresearched. So there are really many ego documents, so what we call ego documents, like letters, private documents, diaries, which were written by these noble families and the members of nobility in the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, which are waiting to be uncovered and to become a part of Czech history or history of Central Europe. Can I add something else? Yes, and I will leave it for now, and perhaps I will add it later on.
Okay, I will ask each of you whether you have any comments to each other after this round, so there will be plenty of time. Thank you. It was fascinating that you mentioned the archives as part of the heritage. I think it's quite often overlooked. The archives, like in material sense, but also in terms of being intangible heritage, also in terms of the access to knowledge, which was restricted before and is not anymore, has been not anymore.
It wasn't restricted because it was nationalized after 1948, so it immediately became the property of all, the property of the state.
Yeah, so I meant that it was kind of restricted or limited before the nationalization. The archive stayed as the private property within the families, so the access was limited, and then it was lifted, kind of restriction.
Yes. In that sense, I agree.
Yeah, Tomasz? The floor is yours.
The question of this to whom this heritage belongs, I think, in Poland is strongly related to this issue that I mentioned of this symbolic nationalization of this heritage, and at the same time existence of this small group or actors who claim the aristocratic or noble or landowners' identity, and even some of them own some of the property, and I think there is a basic tension related with this transition, that this heritage is universal, in a sense national. But at the same time, of course, there are still particularisms related with, especially with the real property relations, ownership rights, but also with the existence of those groups who claim to be the descendants of this feudal elite. So I think we can observe this tension as it manifests itself in many circumstances, and this most important treasures of Polish culture, I think, are the best examples of this tension. For example, the Wilanów castle was involved in the debate about its ownership between the family, descendants of the last owners, and the public sphere, which was like the elite, the public elite, which I would technically see mostly as intelligentsia representatives, who in the name of the nation try to define what belongs to whom and how it should be administered, restored, etc. So there is, of course, this broader debate about reprivatization in Poland, but especially it becomes the most interesting in the case of this most symbolic objects like the royal castle of Wilanów, when the question not only of the simply legal and technical ownership rights was brought to discussion, but the symbolic role of the castle as one part of the national heritage. And I think these are the moments where the representatives of those families, who quite often are public in the role of descendants of the families, must really be very strategic in making these claims, because their status is based on this totemic status. So they're like, in a way, public figures. They were part of the intelligentsia elite and take some kind of a symbolic responsibility for taking care of this heritage. But they must remember also that they are not the elite now. The intelligentsia is now the elite. So they must be careful with representing too particularistic demands, because then the universal status is undermined. So another example, more recent, was related to the Czartoryski collection in Krakow, and as you may remember, the state paid like bought from the status of this collection was ambiguous. It was private and public, and then it was decided that the state must ensure its public, 100% public status. So they paid some money to the family, which even the nature of this payment was discussed. Whenever this is actual payment for which represents some value of this collection, or as it was argued by the family representatives, it's only symbolic compensation because the value of the collection was much bigger. And they would not dare to ask for a real price from the Polish state because they were collecting for generations these treasures for Polish nation. So I think this is this basic tension that it's universal, national, but still the actors are there, and they happen to still own or claim some of those objects, symbolic and especially material, and tensions appear from time to time.
Thank you so much. So now it is time for you to maybe ask a question to each other or to react to each other. Was there anything surprising for you in what the other speakers said?
I want to build on two ideas that were expressed by my colleague here. One is, how do we speak about aristocracy? Is it a legal group or is it like a symbolic group? I think legally, there are many legal models there in Europe. One would be the liberal radical model that comes from the French Revolution, where aristocracy was abolished, all titles and privileges were abolished, and you have equality before the law. And so that was France, but also then all those countries that implemented the French civil code, like I said, Romania as well. Of course, aristocracy still continued to exist because these were landowners, they had the social prestige, they had the cultural capital, and there was a process of elite reproduction, so they were still remain part of the elite. And then there's another more conservative legal model in which even with the process of modernization, aristocratic continued to exist, aristocratic titles, and sometimes even privileges continues to exist, and they were linked to the monarchy. If we look at the Habsburg Empire until late, and then even Hungary, which remains, say, formally a monarchy, even in the inter period, you still have aristocratic titles and privileges. So that's an important cleavage, which I think shows different traditions of aristocracy and position in various countries. And then very important, the relation between aristocracy and the peasantry. I also think that these discourses are not very well integrated, and sometimes they are even antagonistic because, let's face it, aristocratic discourses about the peasantry are very deheroizing or very critical, whereas national discourse about the peasantry are really idealizing peasantry. I think there are two traditions. When we speak about nation building, we tend to emphasize the role of the peasantry as really the foundation of the nation. But when we speak about the state, traditions of state building, then aristocracy is very important, and preservation of the state and an important role in state building. So they pop up in different contexts, the peasantry and then the aristocracy.
Yeah, perhaps my question is if there is a kind of public debate about the position of Szlachta in Poland in these days. So is it a pertinent public question or a pertinent research question, or what the position of research on Szlachta is in Poland now?
I don't know. It's quite ambiguous term in, I think, Polish history, and such a wide strata as you know that there are several smaller debates about Szlachta, but I don't see any big central debate.
Yeah, I meant if the public is interested in Szlachta, in Gentry, and so on, but to compare it with the situation in the Czech Republic after the fall of communism and now. So Because of this nationalization, so it seems to me that the public should be more intrigued, let's say, that in my country.
Yes, but in Poland, the Szlachta, nobility, has this different meanings. We have this aristocratic elite, we have petty nobility, we have different kind of actors who may be or want to be identified with Szlachta. So, so when you say Szlachta, it may in Poland it may mean many different things. I would argue, but
you were referring when you were talking about your book. So you were referring to which strata of this Szlachta?
Well, I was mostly speaking about this elite, which as I said, has this totemic role, which is these are descendants usually of the most wealthy families who became part of the intelligentsia elite in Poland, and they are more or less visible. This is also important, and some of these persons are public, maybe not extremely famous, but quite visible, and they publicly represent the whatever you call it, usually aristocracy. But there is this ambiguity of definition, because as it has been here said many times, in Poland there is no clear, no heraldry, no clear legal status of this elite. So there's a lot of confusion, which was also even present here during our debates. But there is this vague understanding that we have some aristocracy, and what's also important, that it's related to the Western aristocracy. I think this is an interesting element, that it appears in media, for example, when the coronations or events in the English royal family, quite often the Polish distant cousins are invited to the Polish media to discuss the issues nobility, and this symbolizes this cosmopolitan aspect of nobility and Polish close ties to the Western elite, broadly speaking, Polish Westness. So this is one of the many contexts that this elite, this group, which I see as a part of Polish intelligentsia, becomes part of the public sphere. But on the other hand, I would not personally, but this is like impression, I would not say that this is a central debate currently. That this is a central issue, the Szlachta or aristocracy. They are present, but we have different, more important and more emotional debates, both politically and intellectually speaking, in Poland.
Yeah, if I can add something, I think that Professor Jakubowska mentioned it briefly in her keynote on Wednesday, saying that there was a great interest in whatever was aristocratic or belonging to the gentry at the beginning of the 90s, because before that it was forbidden. I mean, it was forbidden to research, it was forbidden to tell about your own family history. So there was a huge interest in whatever was connected to the gentry and to the Szlachta, to the ziemiaństwo, to the aristocracy in Poland in the 90s. And then both in terms of the research and in terms of what was happening with publishing the memoirs, with the presence of this topic in the public debate, there were huge expectations in terms of the restitution, and then it slowed down because the restitution didn't happen for various reasons, because the memoirs were published, and because it turned out that this class or the former class is not really able to regain its position. It's not possible simply to come back to what existed before 1939. So the interest in both public discourse and research slowed down, and we do have a good research on gentry aristocracy history being conducted, but these are narrow circles. And when I was preparing the research for my own book on the agricultural reform, I was surprised that the agricultural reform was not covered almost at all after 1989. Of course, there were plenty of books written before, during the communist period, but then that was one of the white spots that was not covered. I mean, we have plenty of excellent research on the collectivization happening in the 50s, but not on the expropriation of the gentry. So yeah, so it was for me it was puzzling that the research was not actually conducted, although it was already possible after 1989. So now I, of course, have my questions to the speakers.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was my question to compare it with the situation in the Czech Republic, so I would like to add what the situation was and is. So it's a little bit similar. I would say also that in the 1990s it was a fascination with everything which concerned nobles and aristocracy, and it was a public fascination, but also a fascination in research circles, at universities, and so on. And I think that the peak of this fascination was the first decade of the 21st century, where large conferences on nobility in the 19th and 20th centuries were organized, another conference about nobility and totalitarianism, and etc. So very big exceptional conferences, so mainly Czech conferences, but it was a new topic, a new subject, not researched before, as we said, so under communism or also in Poland. So the topic of nobility was abandoned, so it was expelled, etc. Also, I could observe this slowing down a little bit. I remember 20 years ago, there is a bookshop in Olomouc close to my university. And 20 years ago, when I entered this bookshop, so the first thing I could see on the shelves, books about nobility, about aristocracy, like about families, about biographies, memoirs, also research works, and there were there. And now, these days, when I enter this bookshop, so no nobility, so it has disappeared. It's nowhere, and it's also my observation because. I think that now it's the topic of bachelor and master dissertations or doctoral PhD dissertation, but not so much topic of new research. So it seems to me a little bit that it was exhausted, like the topic. In terms of methodology, in terms of on whom to focus, etc. So I can observe also a decline a little bit in the interest in nobility, like both in the public and in research.
Yeah, and to your point about we have studies of collectivization, but not so much of the destruction of the aristocracy and also of their heritage. We did a very comprehensive study of collectivization in Romania, and of course we arrive also at the question of destruction of the aristocracy, and we are very close to actually see what happened to their heritage as well. It's a very difficult research, it's very painstaking because of the nature of destruction, which went mostly undocumented, and because you need people trained not just in history of families or social history, but it's mostly history of objects, tracing objects and looking what happened to objects. And so it's a different type of research, and it's mostly centered on heritage. And so, yeah, it would be wonderful to organize a project on the destruction of heritage in Central Eastern Europe. But again, it's very difficult to do it.
Yeah, maybe there will be some ideas after this conference. I'm always advocating comparative research, so hopefully. I think that because we started 15 minutes later, we still have half an hour for the discussion. So I, of course, have my own questions to each of you, maybe even more than one. But I will now pass the mic to the public, and I will ask my questions only if you don't have any, which I doubt. Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much. Works? Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for this fascinating discussion. It was really great. I wanted to say, when you ask a question if there are discussions about nobles and gentry now in Poland, and the answer of my colleagues was not, but what would you say about the movie year 1670, which is so discussed and which shows, in my opinion, how problematic it is, and that simply we probably need another angle. And I also, Anya, want to say that your book provoked huge discussions. So I was on a few discussions around your book, and not with the scholars, so there were always some, but with wide public. So many, yeah, of course we can say very good publishing house, but still many people came, and often the discussion were about my family, about who we are, you know, about in our village, or that was this kind of discussion. So I would say that probably the way that you said the beginning of the 90s, how the nobles were discussed, was for that time needed, and now we need simply another perspective, another approach. And I have a question to all of you. It was very well visible in your Ludmila and Konstantin speeches that when you are talking about nobles and aristocracy, you are talking about peoples coming from various empires. In Tomac's presentation, it was as if there were only Poles. What happened at the beginning of the Second People's Republic with nobles and aristocracy from Austro-Hungarian Empire and Russian Empire? They were still there. And to all of you about these, you know, hierarchies, because there are always hierarchies. We preferred some nobles to some others nobles. We more identified with one group and another. So I'm wondering, yeah, who are like better appreciated both in the period and now, you know, who are like more ours than others, or it is divided with the regions still or it is like more like now appropriated, nationalized, as in case of Poland. And to you, Konstantin, because in Romania, the Romanian Orthodox Church has this tradition of the religious Orthodox families who are both in the, you know, they have also families like how much religion was important here for the nobles, and particularly from the, you know, how the Romanian Orthodox Church entangled with some nobles, and how this religious prestige as well, and this habitus and capital helped, or, you know, interact, yes, with the level of with capital of these people now. Thank you.
I think that Susanna asked plenty of questions, so we'll ask these questions and then maybe gather a few and proceed. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, I just propose that we answer these questions because there was more than one, and then we'll gather a few questions and answer the next questions. Whoever would like to start? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm fascinated by this entanglement of various branches of aristocracies, and as I said, Romanian lands are very interesting for studying these entanglements. For example, as I said, Wallachia and Moldova, they were part of the Ottoman realm, but they had internal autonomy. You know, there's no aristocracy in Serbia, Bulgaria, which were directly occupied by the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottomans destroyed aristocracy. Wallachia and Moldova, they had internal autonomy and they preserved their aristocracy. And so that's why we can speak about aristocracy, you know, in our tradition. And then in Moldova, Moldovan aristocracy, they are very close to the Polish state. And while they were vassals of the Polish kingdom, and so many of them bought estates in Poland, and they're part of Szlachta, so they were really part of this larger commonwealth. And whereas those in Wallachia, they were closer to Transylvania and to the Hungarian aristocracy, and again they were part of the diet in across the mountains. So there were these entanglements also in terms of aristocracy, which is very interesting to study. Then in terms of religion, well, in Moldova and Wallachia, of course, as I said, they were part of the Orthodox Commonwealth. Religion was very important in the cultural prestige of the aristocracy, and they were building churches, and they're very close to the church. But in fact, these two principalities were quite homogeneous from a religious and ethnic point of view. I think religion is more important in the context of Transylvania, when you have so many ethnic groups, and there were strict hierarchies in the kingdom of, in the Principality of Transylvania. And Romanians, as being of Orthodox religion, were actually excluded from nobility rights because they were neither Protestants nor Catholics. And so there you have a hierarchy which is based on religious exclusion. And so in that sense, there were many tensions, right, ethnic tensions also against the Hungarian or German aristocracy. Yeah, so overall, I think these principalities are interesting because they are multi-ethnic in the case of Transylvania and the Banat and Bukovina, and also they are entangled. So that's why, Central Europe in general, it's a case of entangled history, and especially the Polish and Hungarian legal models. So the aristocracy in Poland and Hungary, they were so strong, and they were a model also for the principalities of Moldova and Wallachia. From here, these entanglements.
In terms of another approach, I think we haven't talked about ennoblement. So it was quite an important process in the 19th century to become noble. So people of bourgeois or middle-class origin could become ennobled by the emperor. So it's a huge process, and there were hundreds of these people who became nobles. Now I think that the research goes in the direction to research this ennoblement process. So recently, a book, a seminal book of my colleague János Upenics has been published on Habsburg monarchy and about this process of ennoblement. It means that the members of what is called the Second Society became the members of the First Society. And these persons were of almost poor origin, or there were businessmen, entrepreneurs, so we can also study the process, the economic processes connected to nobility with this strata of research.
Well, the question of imperial aristocracy, I did not mention it, but because I think this Polish crucial intelligentsia revolution was a national revolution. So it downgraded aristocracies in general, and it created a nation state ruled by the national intelligentsia. So only those factions of the former aristocracy who joined the Polish national intelligentsia could retain any relevance. I think the Habsburg family in Żywiec is a good example. They declared themselves Polish, and they were like in a way became part of the Polish intelligentsia. So I think for these reasons, after 1918, this non-Polish aristocrats, landowners were not important actors in the Polish public sphere. While of course before 1918, the empires were crucial, and I think that's also it's quite important that they were crucial for Polish aristocracy. This is one of the usually marginalized issues, that how much they relied on the relationship with this imperial courts and the entire imperial systems from which they benefited. But since after 1918 they had to become part of the Polish intelligentsia, so they usually silenced this pre-1918 part of the history of the families, where they're in close relations with imperial courts and other imperial elites who were often non-Polish. So I think there's a lot to be studied still in the history of those families.
Okay, so briefly about what is being discussed and what is not being discussed in the public discourse in Poland. I think that what is being discussed now most, intensively and vividly is the peasants' history and peasants' heritage and peasants' identity. And my book was indeed resonated quite much, but I think that only because it focused on the peasants' experience. It included the experience of the gentry because I wanted it, and I always perceived it as interconnected with the peasants' experience, because the peasants did not exist without the nobles and the landowning elites, and the landowning elites didn't exist in Poland without peasants. So it's kind of the artificial discussion artificial way of discussing it, to discuss it separately. And the very idea of this conference was also to bring these two trends together, which I think that we didn't succeed, but that's for another discussion. So that would be from my part of story, and I think that we should now gather 3 questions. Maybe not really long questions, rather questions than comments, please.
Maciej Rydel, Polish Gentry Association. Well, thank you very much for this conference. Let me say a few words, as I was the initiator of this conference 3 years ago. I asked about it my cousin, and it came to life, and it's great. It's great. The most probably valuable is the comparison between different countries and the situation of gentry. Well, in fact, it was aristocracy. In 70% probably of our discussion was about aristocracy. Anyway, of course, this is valuable as well. And the situation of aristocracy in Poland, as Marcin Radziwiłł said, was the holiday resort. That the aristocracy was in a better position, let's say, than the rest of landed gentry in Poland. The valuable would be some comparison of some general view of that how many descendants live in their palaces in different countries, for example. How many museums there are. Unfortunately, I was told that some will be sent to me. Okay, I'm very much interested in that. And how many ruins there are in different countries? What is the percentage of that? What's the comparison to Poland, which I was trying to show on my first speech? Then what happened with the landed gentry after 1945? Were arrested, disappeared in some way, emigrated, and so on, so on. There were some words about that as well. Thank you very much to Professor Slabakova about this comparison of what was the percentage of the landowners in Bohemia and Austria. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure in what period was it. Was it before the war?
No, it was the end of the 18th century.
18th century. Well, so in fact in Poland it was probably about 8% of the population. So it's really, the situations are different. The of course important question is to whom it belongs, the heritage now. Well, the situation in Poland is that the nation thinks that it belongs to the nation. And there are many, it's some kind of social phenomenon that are aspirations of some percent of the population is to live in a manor house, for example. And there are many, probably 1,000 or something like that, houses which the people call, I am living in a manor house, which is false completely. And I would say that the percentage of people who go to museums located in palaces and manor houses, compared to the people who go to so-called wedding houses, so changed into hotels and so on, is much more they are in these wedding houses. And people think that this was the real manor house or palace, which is not true. So this is socially, it's a very important question and very important phenomenon, let's say, in Poland. Well, the last point is about.
I think that we have some
last
more
point
questions.
is about education. There is no education in Poland, and I don't know, probably in other countries as well, about this subject. I would expect at this conference some students of sociology from the University of Warsaw. That would be probably valuable for them. And is there any, are there any education in departments of sociology, history, and so on on that case? Thank you very much.
I think Marta?
Radmila said that the topic of the nobility has somehow was exhausted in the first decade of the 21st century. Sorry, I agree, and I dare to disagree with this because, as we noticed, well, perhaps during this conference we talk a lot about manners. And we tend to discuss the nobility, the history of nobility and their heritage in this, let's say, traditional perspective, from this traditional perspective. But wouldn't you notice that there's a growing interest in post-industrial heritage throughout the Europe and Central Europe? And we should remember that the nobility, they were entrepreneurs. This is their actually heritage. So from sugar factories to coal mines, this is property. This used to be a property of the nobility. So I think that there is an interest, and there's perhaps from a different angle we research the history of nobility and the contribution to the present. Thank you.
I think we can accommodate one more question and then proceed to answers.
I have a question concerning the heritage of nobility. In Russia, I noticed one thing which interests me. It is a big discrepancy between the memory of nobility that exists as books, souvenirs, interviews, all what they remember about the 20th century, but also in concerning even the end of the 19th century. And museums, cars, palaces, and all kind of manorial houses that tell about the life of nobility. Like there are quite a lot of manorial houses and palaces, and visitors visit them. And in these places, we never see anything about like how nobility remembers all kinds of experiences. I mean, we see the luxurious lifestyle, beautiful collections of pictures, furniture, and so on and so on. But it is disconnected with what we know, what we read about them. And so that's why I think that people who do not read but who visit palaces, they only obtain knowledge about like this beautiful image of nobility.
even it is very strange because was so much published in recent years, but it's somehow not included in these types of museums, with some exceptions. So I would like to know if you noticed the same thing in your countries.
Yeah, we'll proceed to answers. I don't know whichever order you prefer.
Okay, so maybe the first question. Thank you for that. As I said, today Czech Republic is the country of aristocracy. So in terms of gentry, I cannot say anything because this word isn't used in my country because we didn't have such a phenomenon of gentry. And 20 years ago, I did interviews with the nobles who returned after the collapse of the communist regime, who returned to Czechoslovakia. It was the end and the beginning of the 1990s, and many of them gained their properties back according to restitution laws, and they settled in their former chateaus. And but it was a little bit tricky because, as I said, majority of nobles under the communist regime went into exile. So majority of them were abroad, so they returned. And a small number stayed in Czechoslovakia. I can say that about 20, let's say, noble families remained. So not a big number, but as I said, we are not a country of big numbers of nobilities. And under communism, many of them lived in blocks of flats, like usual citizens, you know it, so the way of living like that. And now they had their chateau returned back. And many of them said me that it's not possible for them to live in these chateaus because these chateaux were demolished, were cold, were not in the good state to live in them. So also it happened that some chateaus, but not these big chateaus we considered like national heritage, because they were nationalized under communism. But let's say smaller chateaus were also sold and sold out. And so the position and the attitude of nobles differed. Yeah? Some of them returned and lived in their chateaus. For example, Štenberg. Perhaps some of you know Český Štenberg is a small town, but it has a very big medieval castle. And Štenberg is one of the oldest Czech families, not coming from abroad, but really a Czech noble family, Czech aristocratic family. And Zdeněk Štenberg received his chateau according to the restitution laws and settled in the chateau. So it was quite curious because he had and his family had let's say a few rooms, and right next to his doors went a guided tour with tourists. so for tourists it was something extraordinary that suddenly they could see the proprietor of this chateau like coming out of his rooms. So some funny stories like that. So you can see that it's a kind of to return to this question. So I'm thinking now. So it's a private property, but it is also a part of a national heritage, because still tourists go there and can go there, can visit the chateaus and etc. Yeah. So perhaps the others. So.
Yeah, as a final comment, I think clearly aristocracy is a major institution of the ancien regime, and with the new regime and with modernity, they lost most political battles. They were on a retreat. Why do we then speak so much about aristocracy? I think one of the reasons is that because of the extraordinary resilience of this class, even if they disappear legally, they knew how to reproduce the social capital into cultural capital. I've read studies, for example, of the ruling class in France. Even if the aristocracy disappeared after the French Revolution, you could see the families that are part of the ruling class, and there is much continuity there. So they could remain in many ways part of the ruling class. And then the major question is, I think, for us, and we wanted to give an answer to this, has the communist regime managed to destroy aristocracy as a class? Because there's a great discontinuity there, and more than four decades. I mean, we knew that the communists wanted to wage the war against the peasantry, and they wanted to destroy the peasantry. They couldn't succeed. The peasantry survived socialism. I'm not sure they'll survive capitalism as such, but they did survive socialism. But the aristocracy, I don't think they will be recreated as a class, but certainly there are many interest groups that have been recreated. I heard certainly there's a lot of interest in the aristocracy as history. And for me, one of the driving forces of this interest is the question of heritage. I think that's very important. And in terms of real estate, in terms of cultural heritage. And so for that reason, I think the issue will stay with us as a topic.
I'm not able to answer first two questions. I didn't study the Polish manors or palaces, but I could make a short remark regarding this important reflection about this entrepreneurial part of the heritage, that especially the fact that this aristocracy landowners engaged in many kind of businesses, especially in late 19th century, also in industry, even banking. So I think this is intriguing question in Polish history, the almost entire disappearance of another important actor besides aristocracy, nobility, intelligentsia, namely the bourgeoisie. Because until 1918, bourgeoisie was an important player. It was much weaker in the western part of Europe, but still it was in place. And I would read its place as somewhere between aristocracy and intelligentsia. They were sometimes siding more the intelligentsia in the anti-noble ideological ideological discourses, the democratic modernity, etc. But in fact, they were very close to aristocracy, and part of the aristocracy started to invest their capitals into industry and banking because the primary economy, the agriculture was not productive enough, and as I read it now, this side of the history of those families is largely also marginalized. That what remains in the family and public memory is mostly this landowners' experience, manners, or this noble heritage, but this bourgeois sides of those investments, etc., are absent. And in general, history of bourgeoisie almost disappeared. And I would explain it with this idea of the revolution, intelligentsia revolution, that actually both bourgeoisie and aristocracy, nobility, landowners lost, and during the Second Republic, from 1918 until 1945, they were losing their position, especially economic, but also political, and eventually they disappeared. And at the same time, intelligentsia took over, as I said, the larger part of this heritage, symbolic heritage. But Intelligentsia was mostly interested in this idealized noble side. So the manors, palaces are the important symbols of nation, of the elite, or etc. But all industrial objects were like disappeared are irrelevant in almost invisible. And it's what's also interesting, they're not part of the reprivatization debate. So this probably related both sides, that this lack of inclusion of the economic assets, industrial assets into the privatization debate reinforces this marginalization of this heritage, and on the other side, the weakness of this heritage also was the reason why there was no idea of representation of the economic assets or industrial infrastructure. So I would agree that this was an important side of this richest landowners and aristocracy, but it's almost completely disappeared from both the family's memory and broader national memory.
Yeah. Okay. So I will also jump in answering the questions. Sophia, you asked about the situation in the museums. I'm not studying the museums like systematically, but from what I see is that what we are experiencing in Poland, what we have been experiencing in Poland for probably the last 15 years is this so-called narrative turn, which means that we tell the stories in the museums. We not only show the objects, or quite rarely show the objects without connecting them to the story of real people. And this also concerns museums showing some aristocratical or gentry legacy and heritage. And I'm just have in mind the example of the museum in Książ and the Princess of Daisy von Pless. So there is the entire story of this person. You see her dresses, but also you have the quotations from her diary. You have the memories of the local population about how they remember her. So I see this narrative turn also in what is shown in the museums about the gentry and aristocracy. And Marta, you are absolutely right about the fact that what we see is this creation of the specific subfields in the research. And I'm just thinking, of course, about the aristocrats and landowning elites as the entrepreneurs, but also I'm thinking about the Jewish gentry, and I'm really sorry that Shuki Ecker was the only speaker that was discussing this issue, but I'm glad he discussed it. In Galicia, we had so many Jewish landowners in Eastern Galicia until the First World War and even until 1939. And I do remember that there was a specific conference and a very large research project on the Jewish village estates, mostly in Western Europe, but also touching a bit of Central and Eastern Europe. So there is something happening. I mean, this creation of the subfields might be the future of the research on gentry and aristocracy, because it's bringing some fresh air to the table. Yeah, before I proceed to the announcement about the lunch, which is also always the most awaited news, I wanted to kind of provide you with a kind of my summary of the session. Maybe not a summary, but my final remarks on what we discussed. So my idea was to bring to the table scholars from various backgrounds and also from various countries, and I think that it worked quite well, because we really saw that there are so many different factors making our current attitude to the heritage and the current status of this heritage different. So this is, of course, the historical background. It matters whether it was 1% or 8%, because then the number of manors is different, and it mattered who was forming the core of this group. Were there people from inside of the nation, from outside of the nation? Also, the time sensitivity, the time dynamic, whether this group lost its power, mostly political power, earlier or later. And last but not least, and I think that it might be most important factor, in fact, the restitution, whether it happened, when it happened, what were the conditions, because it, as far as I understand, it was unconditional in Romania, very broad. It was conditional in the Czech Republic. It was conditional in Lithuania. It didn't happen in Poland at all. It is the factor that we didn't have a paper focusing solely on the lack of the restitution law in Poland, but it is something that is, I think, flying in this room. We didn't have any kind of restitution law in Poland. It matters for the current status of this heritage in our country. So, but I'm also glad that we saw some connections and some, I think, possibilities for future. Maybe not cooperation, because usually conferences didn't result in direct cooperation, but maybe it will result in some ideas for a comparative approach. As I already mentioned, I'm always a fan of the comparative approach, so we should think about maybe not the four of us, everybody is welcome, but I would dream about the comparative project on the status of the Gentry, Nobility and Aristocracy heritage in Central and Eastern Europe. So I wish all of us that we see this kind of project happening in the future, and please contact whoever is here if you're interested. Thank you so much for participating, for making it to be in Warsaw with us, and also for good questions, thought-provoking remarks, and for fitting in the time. And the announcement for the end is that we are generous and we are having almost 1 hour lunch break. So we convene here again at 2:45. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third day of the conference, afternoon, so everyone must be tired. But I hope that after this long lunch break you gained a new strength and we can continue with our next panel, entitled Politics of Memory and Competing Narratives. And traditionally, I would like to start with some technical information. So those who are following our conference on Facebook or YouTube can also comment on the presentations and ask questions to the speakers. All they have to do is just to write their remarks and questions under the streaming, and we will forward them to our speakers. And I have also a sad news. Unfortunately, Serhei Marozau had to cancel his presentation today. So in this panel, we will have only two presentations. And we will start with the first presentation delivered by Tomasz Błaszczak and Agnieszka Nowakowska. Let me introduce them. First, Tomasz Błaszczak. He is an associate professor at the Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas. He holds a PhD in history, and his main research interests are the late modern history of the Baltic Sea region and the national processes in Central Eastern Europe. And the second presenter is Agnieszka Nowakowska, who is a sociologist and a historian at the University of Warsaw. Her main interests are memory studies and the sociology of education. And I would like to add that she also played a very important role in organizing this conference, representing the partner institution of ENRS, namely the Faculty of Sociology at the University of Warsaw. So thank you, Agnieszka, for your efforts as well and for your contribution, organizational contribution. And we are looking for your academic contribution right now. The title of your and Tomasz presentation is Villains or Benefactors, Images of Nobility in Lithuanian and Polish Textbooks.
Hello, everyone. So,
hello.
I will start, and thank you very much for having us here, Tomasz and me. And we'd like to present our research on Lithuanian and Polish history textbooks and how they present what is their image of Szlachta in the topics concerning 19th century. But before we start telling about the image of Szlachta in the textbooks, we would like to tell you a few words about the common history, common Lithuanian and Polish history. I'm sure that most of you is familiar with this history, but maybe for those of you who are unfamiliar, I will remind you. And it's not easy to say when it started, but we know that those Baltic and Slavic tribes were neighbors for centuries. And the first date that I would like to mention is 1385, where the personal union was started, and Lithuania, Kingdom of Poland and Great Duchy of Lithuania started to have a common king. And the next date is 16th century, 1569, when the ties became even stronger and real union was established. And the map you can see on the presentation presents the land of this enormously big country, consisted of Grand Duchy of Lithuania, of Kingdom of Poland and many other lands. And this country was called Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, or the Nobles' Republic, Republic of Szlachta. Why was it called it like that? Because of the significant role played by Szlachta in this country. It was like 10% of the population, and they were responsible for enacted laws, decided on domestic and foreign policy issues, and even they elected the king. At the same time,
the personal freedom of peasants were restricted, and serfdom, pańszczyzna, increased. And this enormous country ended in 1795 when three powerful neighbors, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, divided their lands among themselves, and territory of today Lithuania and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania became part of Russia. And so we now, in the period that we are interested in the long 19th century, started in 1795 and ended in 1918, when Lithuania and Poland became separate and independent countries. And both of those countries consider themselves heirs of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So we were interested how Szlachta is depicted in textbooks used in Lithuanian and Polish schools. In the 19th century, it was as we all know, it was a period of rapid political, social, economical, and cultural changes, and it was also a very important period of when modern nations were created. And for many centuries, Poland and Lithuania created one country, and for many decades, Polish and Lithuanian historians led hectic debates about interpretation of every fact of our common history. I think that every event, every person, and has different interpretation among Lithuanian historians and among Polish historians. That's why we were so interested how they now tell about to teenagers, to students, about Szlachta in 19th century. For Polish side, Szlachta, as we heard in the last panel, is like a symbol of Polishness. It's a very, very traditional attitude towards Szlachta. And Szlachta, we can say, embodied Polishness.
Okay, and for the Lithuanian side, we can say that the period after 1569 was a time of the decline of Lithuanian culture and the Polonization of its elites, and
okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
And before we start, I would like to ask the question, why is it worth analyzing history textbooks? First of all, because it's interesting, and it's interesting for me, and I really like reading the same story narrated in totally different way. But we need to learn about them. Thanks to analyzing textbook, we can learn about the memory policies of national states. And we can learn which vision of the past is accepted and promoted by the elites, by the authorities. And so, as you can see, we treat history textbooks more like memory constructs than scientific historical narration. And we ask questions about the social purpose of those narration. And we decided to analyze textbooks used in secondary school. And both in Lithuania and in Poland, the Ministry of Education must approve each textbook used in schools. And let's say it's not easy to analyze those textbooks because of the constant change of curricula implemented by governments. And in Poland, the curriculum is changed every 3 or 2 years. And the last change took place in 2024, so it was this year. And in August, the textbooks were still not ready. In September, the new year was beginning, was started, and in August, new textbooks were not ready. So we decided that we would analyze textbooks that were written according to the previous curriculum from 2022. So all in all, we analyzed 7 textbooks published in 4 printing houses used in Polish secondary schools.
So in case of Lithuania, the curricula was reviewed after let's say quite a long time of the last revision. It was reviewed in the year 2022, starting to be implemented from the school year of 2023-24. But it was, we can say, a huge reform of the curricula, not only for history, but for the most of the subjects taught in Lithuanian school. And the main problem was actually the preparation of textbooks, because for the 1st of September 2023, most of the textbook were still not written, and it does not refer only to the subject of history, because the other subjects had the same problem, and it showed the poor condition of Lithuanian school system. And as I was analyzing 6 textbooks which were published by this summer. For the period that we were analyzing, they are already published. It contains the level 9 of Lithuanian school system, and which covers the 19th century. But the topics that refers to our analysis belongs as well to the component of 11th and 12th grade. And for example, for grade 12, we still have no single textbook published by today, and it contains a block of social history, which for analyzing the image of nobility, which should be crucial, because we were able to analyze only the path for let's say political history, some topics from cultural history, but those 11th and 12th grade that goes deeply to the cultural history and social history are still not written, and according to the curricula, they should contain topics that will be crucial for our analysis. And when you speak to the history teachers in Lithuania, all of them are using their own materials. No one is sticking to the textbook. So on one hand, they were prepared for implementation of the new curricula, because they were simply using their own materials, ideas, and in their content of teaching.
Okay, so can we go to another slide? And so if we go to the merits now, all Polish textbooks must follow the curriculum, and the curriculum is quite detailed. So they analyze the same events, and you can see listed them roughly on the slide. And the most important topics from 19th century are the so-called National Liberation Uprising, particularly the November Uprising of 1830 and the January Uprising of 1833. There are also lessons on the Springtime of Nations in 1848. Students have many lessons on the national policies of Prussia, Russia, and Austria, those three countries that partitioned the Commonwealth among themselves. And the authors of the textbooks are mainly interested in if Poles could develop their national identity living in those three countries, or if it was difficult or maybe prohibited. So students have also a few lessons concerning the so-called peasant issues and the emancipation of peasants. And the important topic, but not so important and as those uprisings, is the Industrial Revolution and the social changes associated with the revolution.
Yeah, in the Lithuanian curricula is written in similar degree of detail. The main difference is the greater integration of topics on Lithuanian history within the universal history, at least on the level of curricula, but those textbooks that were analyzed, we can say that maybe around 60% of topics refer to the universal history, while around 40% to the Lithuanian history. They are merging on different levels. Sometimes those blocks are separated. Sometimes they are merged, and the curricula pays great attention to the questions of heritage and cultural historical memory. And we can say that the reform of 2022 adding this component of heritage and cultural historical memory was one of the most important points of the reform. Not only when we talk about history, but like Lithuanian language and other subjects. So we can say that the memory of Polish and Lithuanian Commonwealth and its impact on the development of Lithuanian national movements are one of the most important problems in the heritage of Lithuania. So as well, the role of noble manors is stressed there as well. And what as well novelty in Lithuanian textbook is the link between historical context and the present day. We can find parallels between like French Revolution and contemporary protests in France, or the image of Russia from 19th century as a liberator of nations when we talk about Europe in 19th century, and nowadays war in Ukraine, and comparison of those two images.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we know the facts that students learn, and now I would like to present something that I call the threads of narrations. In my opinion, in Polish textbooks we can identify two threads of narration. when it comes to the history of the 19th century. And first of all, the first one is the formation of the modern Polish nation, and the second one is the restoration of Polish statehood. So, reading and analyzing those textbooks, we can learn that the goal of the 19th century history for Poland was to regain its independence and to create the modern Polish nation. And sometimes it's even funny because when we read about serfdom and the modernization and emancipation of peasants, we can read that it was necessary for peasants to be emancipated to become members of Polish nation. Or the abolishing serfdom was crucial for developing their national identity. In one set of textbooks printed by wydawnictwa szkolne I pedagogiczne, we can identify the third thread. I called it demodernization. The narration in these textbooks is less nationalistic and more nuanced, and the author describes social as economic changes as such, not as fulfilling a big nationalistic plan with its aim as a creation of modern nationality or creating the independent state.
Okay, so as we talk about the main narrative threads in Lithuanian history textbook, as well we have the formation of modern Lithuanian nation and social, and here it's connected with a social change, and we can say that the story of noblemen in Lithuanian textbook ends with the uprising of 1863 after the repressions, the deportations. The Polish gentry or Lithuanian gentry, identifying themselves as Polish gentry, lost its position in the country, replaced by Russian colonists, and then the story of the Lithuanian national revival of peasant character starts, and the nobility themes in the textbook covering late 19th century are not very visible, but in some cases of like modernization of Lithuania, the delayed industrial revolution in Lithuania, they are appearing, and the modernization of the country is shown as well as the life of the gentry and townspeople, but not in every case. Sometimes it's balanced with the modernization of Lithuanian villages and rural areas, but sometimes as well the voice of noblemen are heard in this narrative.
Okay, it seems impossible to tell the history of so-called Polish land in the 19th century without mentioning Szlachta. They are portrayed as active, influential group. Members of this group has their own name, have their own names, surnames, images. We can read many biographical notes presenting Szlachta. Other social classes typically appear as passive, anonymous groups. For example, peasants are depicted as a group that does not influence social reality at all. And Szlachta is portrayed as an active group in two spheres, economic and political. And when discussing the nobility as an economic group, the authors highlight the internal diversity within this group. However, when the authors begin to show their political attitudes, the nobility become suddenly monolith. All of them strive for independence, and the only thing that differentiates them is the method of regaining the independence. And okay, no, you can stay here. And textbooks authors often substitute the word Poles for the word Szlachta. So we can hear that someone is Szlachta, or someone a member of Szlachta group, or someone is member of Poles. And they don't explain to students what they mean by the term Pole when they use it in the context of the early 19th century. In the presentation, we can see two quotations from the textbooks, and we can assume that it was not the peasant or the bourgeoisie who hoped for this greater political independence. The political ambitions could be expressed by the nobility. So we can say that the nobility becomes the representative of the actions and interests of all Poles, and the textbooks present history from the perspective of the nobility, and the nobility is depicted as Poles per se. The Poles and nobility is the same group in the textbooks.
So in Lithuanian case, we have strict division between the nobles and the peasants, and Lithuanian revival, let's say, in the very beginning of 19th century, as is shown of the noble character after the January uprising of the peasant character, but there are a few textbooks, especially one textbook which deals with this problem of different social stratas and their influence on Lithuanian national revival, of formation of modern Lithuanian nation. And what should be stressed, that it's the only textbook which has as well its Polish version, because there are Polish schools in Lithuania in which the Polish textbook, but those published in Lithuania are being used, and this textbook has its Polish version, but it's only the translation from Lithuania. There are no separate topics, or the narration is the same, but only translated into Polish. But we can say that those textbooks show a bit different perspective, showing this engagement of noblemen in 19th century Lithuania on a greater level. And going to the conclusions, we can say that in Poland, narrative is stressed on the history of Poland, in Lithuania on Lithuanian and universal history more than Lithuanian history. Main hero of the Polish narrative are nobles, in Lithuania peasants, but with a knowledge of the legacy of the nobility. And as a third, our conclusion, that textbooks do not present other countries' perspective on common history. However, there are some attempts in Lithuania to do so.
Ačiū.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you so much. We know that history can be narrated from very heterogeneous perspectives, And here we saw an example when history is taught in very different ways. However, we can also find some common patterns, I think. Our next and last presenter today is Rafał Szlaski. He's a chairman of Zofia and Jan Wodek Foundation and the chairman of the Polish Gentry Association in Krakow. He's an organizer of many social and educational projects, and the title of his presentation is Educational Activities Restoring Knowledge About History and Achievements of Polish Landowners. Please.
Thank you for inviting me for this conference. I'm trying to...
Probably you have to wait a second.
Okay. So anyway, waiting for the slide. Between 1939 and 1945, landed gentry in Poland was expelled. They were expelled from their mansions, from their land, from the society, and from the memory. Some were killed, all were deprived their fortune. It was done by Germans, by Russians, and finished off by the communists. Official teaching about the role of the landowners in the society was very negative or silent till Poland has restored democracy in the end of 20th century. In the result, there is a lack of knowledge about the fate of gentry among young generation. There are still too few organizations who are trying to fill this gap in education. Among them is Polish Gentry Association in Kraków and Zofia and Jan Wodek Foundation. Both are active in restoring knowledge about gentry's history, tradition, achievements, and ethos. In 2014, Polish Gentry Association in Kraków, in cooperation with Institute of National Remembrance, have started a historical competition for schools. Every year, there is a different topic connected with gentry presence in Polish history. Over the years, many remarkable works were supplied by pupils. They are discovering history of local landowners, local manors, or palaces. They learn their fate and realize their responsibility to continue their work, to be patriotic, to be engaged for the sake of the others in the society. This is the purpose of our contest. The Wodek Foundation has become a co-organizer of this nationwide competition. It also has other educational activities with similar aims. High school students are taught how to read cultural codes of Polish and Lithuanian gentry. Series of lectures, noble landowner traditions, ethos, history, achievements are intended to educate wide audiences. Filming and collecting interviews with witnesses of history of the landed gentry is also dedicated to fill the gap in the knowledge of the role of this social class in the history. Memory of the gentry is changing over time. In the 60s and 70s, I have known many expelled from their manors in the Lesser Poland, where I live. Most of them kept very good relationships with the peasants who were working for them before the war or who were growing up together with them. Despite the law prohibiting pre-war owner to visit their property vicinities, which is still in law existing in Poland, in writing, they were taking care of family tombs. They were met by local peasants eager to describe how badly their properties are taken care by the communists. Local population has lost employers, getting in return small pieces of land that did not allow them to become economically feasible in general. Moreover, they had to pay for the obtained land. In these dark times, peasants were helping their former employees, supplying them with food from their farms. Often, the relationships were hearty. Peasants understood that injustice was done. These remarks are about gentry, not necessarily about aristocracy. We're talking about the differences in Poland. Their relationship with peasants, the aristocracy relationships with peasants could be more distant. Many were not directly involved in agriculture activities. They were not always present in the villages. Over the years, generations that knew each other before the war leaves, and emotions, positive or negative, disappear. For the young ones, there are only stories from grandparents, remains of mansions, farm buildings, tombs, and funded by the nobility churches or schools. But the young generation is curious. Who has lived in these buildings? What did they do? Why they are not present in the village now? And this curiosity helps to engage pupils in the contest 20th century landed gentry. In the 10 years of the 20th century landed gentry competition for schools, we have covered several topics. Contest titles, each year is a different title, included To Arms, Attitudes and Fates of the Landed Gentry during World War II, Revenge for the Independence, Landowners, Victims of Two Aggressors, In the Service of Independence, Activity of the Nobility for the State and Society in the 20 years between the wars, Landed Gentry as Neighbors, Culture, Forming Role of the Polish Manors between the wars, Outstanding Landowners in the interwar period, Economic, Culture, Science, Diplomacy, or Sentence on the Landed Gentry, 80 years from the communist-led reform, which was the last competition. Information about roles and input of Polish gentry in 20th century was not present in schools throughout the communist period, and unfortunately is not present now as well. What's worse, now with the extreme left in power, role models like coming from the landowners, Kapitan Witold Pilecki, are withdrawn from the museums and school programs. Moral legacy of the landed gentry may be jeopardized again. The biggest interest in our competition we have received from the small towns and villages where there are existing remains of mansions, as I told you before, farm buildings and funded by the landowners, schools, churches, fire stations. Places where memory of former owners is still alive, where the graves are taken care for, where older generations still can tell stories, how it was, where landowners' descendants are still in touch with the local communities. In the first 2 years, 2014-15, we have organized competition in Lesser Poland Voivodeship. In 2016, the competition became nationwide. Since then, we have participants from the whole country. For the 10 years we organized this contest, we have had circa 1,000 participants from 200 schools from the whole country. The regions where our competition did not become widely popular are the regained lands and big cities like Warsaw or Wrocław. The key to success is the effort put in popularization and support of the contest participants. In some big cities like Kraków, Poznań, Lublin, and Rzeszów, this competition is popular thanks to the activity of local branches of Polish Gentry and Association and Institute of National Remembrance. To make this activity a successful one, we organize lectures and workshops for students and for teachers. We contact participants with witnesses of history, members of landed gentry families, who are able to tell stories about their ancestors and who can share documents and photographs that they have in their homes. We organize workshops, how to make interviews and films, how to access and use archives. We share bibliography. Now I will show you in the... We share bibliography developed by Maciej Rydel, the only bibliography on on landowners. And every year at the award ceremony, we give prizes, mainly books on the 20th century gentry history. Since the COVID, we record lectures and workshops and make them available online. The contest finals are organized in historic places, mansions that either have remained in the hands of prior owners, which is very rare, or their descendants who were able to reclaim these properties, usually buying back their property from the government. This way, we are able to show participants these places and tell them their story. The hosts that were kind to invite us to their mansions in recent years include Antoni and Elżbieta Potoccy in Olsza, in Kraków, Piotr and Agnieszka Rozwadowscy in Hucisko, near Kraków, and Michał and Marta Smoczyńscy in Goszyce, also near Kraków. On the pictures you see the final of the competition when we have students coming from all over the Poland. We are examining them and then giving awards. Another activity we organize during the finals are participants' visits to museums which were established by nobility, or their message and history are based on Gentry's tradition. Our contest is both for older pupils from the grammar schools and for the high school students as well. We have two categories of competition: written and multimedia. At the beginning, internet was the main source of pupils' work. Now, thanks to the effort of growing number of teachers who are involved in mentoring students, works are based on more information sources. Over the years, we have received works including interviews with people remembering pre-war, war, and communist times. Some pupils made wonderful films making scenes from historical times using text from the memoirs or other archives. They have documented their work with pictures which they have made by themselves, or they have tracked down in the libraries or in the private collections. To encourage pupils to reach into the archives, to make films or to make interviews, we support them every year with workshops and lectures, as I have mentioned before. Through the contest, participants learn history of their little homeland. They learn about people who have lived next door 8 years ago, who were role models for running farms, serving society, fighting for their country, and who in the end were deprived of their property, their homes, their history. Often the persons who are heroes of pupil studies become the role models for them. Certainly it makes them more consciousness about responsibilities to their own homeland. Starting this year, some of the papers that were winning this competition in previous years will be published in Landowners News, the publication of Polish Gentry Association, and this fall, the first two will be published there, and we are hoping to continue this over next years. In the Wodek Foundation series Witness of History of the Landed Gentry, we record memories of gentry families about their homes, their weekdays and holidays, their work and customs, their education and the relationship with peasants. We are recording stories on economic activities, investment, charitable activities, underground support during Second World War, like cultivation and shield, secret landowner organization supporting the home army, or saving and hiding Jews. We are interested in the way Polish landed gentry were expelled from their homes by Germans, by Russians, by communists. How they have survived in post-war time, and how they were persecuted and excluded from the society. We are looking for information about what values and customs from their past have survived till now. We collect stories about their fate. These films are intended to serve as documentation for filmmakers, writers, or simply for family members. We are trying to fill this white spot in the Polish history. Serious popularizing lectures, those are also pictures from making the interviews. Series of popularizing lectures, noble landowner traditions, ethos, history, achievements serve the same purpose. They are organized at the Wodek Foundation headquarters, and they are available on the Foundation YouTube channel. Lectures are conducted by outstanding historians, art historians, renowned subject experts like Professor Jan Ostrowski, Andrzej Nowak, Marian Wolski, or Tomasz Kargol. Subjects include Old Polish gentry, costumes, old titles, offices, manor houses, architecture and functions, genealogy, economy. It helps white audiences to understand cultural codes they find in literature and in everyday language. It makes them appreciate culture that has violently disappeared. It helps them understand the need to cultivate this important heritage. The big difference between landed gentry remembrance between Western and Eastern Europe is that in Poland the social class had a judgment to be eliminated physically and from memory by all oppressors since 1939, Germans, Russians, and communists. As I have repeatedly mentioned, the above listed activities are aimed to bring back from oblivion landed gentry, patriotic merits, agricultural achievements, merits in culture and education. As written in the preamble to the Wodek Foundation statute, our aims are to cultivate landed gentry traditions such as service to the country, interest in public affairs, cooperation with the church, love of nature, showing respect to people of all classes and nationalities, and especially men showing respect for women. Propagation of these virtues through the role models from our past is the best way to educate young people about their responsibilities to the society. Let it be the inheritance from landed gentry. If you're interested to read more about Wodek Foundation or about our competition for schools, I have two publications here, and feel free to take them home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation and also for perfectly matching our time frames. And now I would like to kindly introduce Joanna Wawrzyniak, who will comment on these presentations. She's an associate professor of sociology and the director of the Center for Research on Social Memory at the University of Warsaw. And I would like to also underline that she is one of the initiators of Genealogies of Memory project, and it means that she's involved in this annual conferences from the very beginning. So thank you for that, and now the floor is yours.
I don't know how can I does it work Yes, I do. Yeah, thank you so much for these two very interesting presentations. And I just would like to start with apologizing that I couldn't be with you for the entire conference, but I had just a parallel project, and that was just very difficult to balance them together. So I am the very last addition to that panel, I also have to say, because my colleague couldn't come, so I replacing him. So
That's not true, because I was the last one.
Yeah, you were yeah. So I'm not Michał Łuczewski, as you have heard. I'm Joanna Wawrzyniak, and I'm kind of replacing him. But my comment might not be that developed as it should be, because I had a chance to read the papers only yesterday. But let me perhaps start with my perspective, because that, as I've already had, I'm a memory scholar. So I'm basically, in my work, I'm interested in how the past is used in the present, by whom and for what purposes. And that was also the perspective from which I read and listened to both of these papers. And they both give us quite an interesting view on memory and education from two perspectives. One is, I would say, more top-down, as the school textbooks are. It's kind of the representations of the official memory of that what is being assumed kind of the official memory of the state, and presented to the students to get them kind of socialized in some kind of the official, or whatever, the kind of the history, kind of the narrative we want them to have and share as a generation. And the other one is a bottom-up perspective of someone whom, in our memory studies, let's say, terminology, we would call memory activism, right? Of trying to activate some kind of the memories to make them visible in the public. Those two papers, they also differ in the genre, right? Because we have two academic scholars who are doing one more paper in their life, and representative of the NGO, who is then the founder of the NGO, which is interested in making some kind of the claims about the past. So I will start with the first presentation, and trying to mention a few points which I think are really valuable moments of your paper, and then ask several questions to your paper, and then I'll come to yours, and then I also have the last question, which is to all of you. So what I found really interesting is that you actually say that there was no previous work on an academic paper on a comparative paper on the representation of the nobility in the Polish-Lithuanian textbook, which is already an interesting discovery. So from what you've been saying, I do understand that those representations differ. They differ in regards to temporalities, which is really interesting. So that there is a different temporality of representing the history of the gentry in the Polish textbooks, and a different one in the Lithuanian one. Slightly, they differ in terms of agencies, like who were those noble people and the gentry. But in the Polish case, the nobility plays mainly the role of the nation state builders, so they are kind of the representative of the nation state as such. And in the Lithuanian case, the picture is much more ambiguous, what makes it interesting. So there is an essential, as far as I understand, and there is this essential statement that that's the peasantry, which is the essence of the Lithuanian nation. But still, there is some cultural heritage of the gentry which is still to be preserved. At the same time, what you were saying is that the Lithuanian narrative is much more universal, and I just want to go back to that point in a moment. What I think I would if I was to read your paper later on, and if you had more time, what I would like to learn more is more about the context. So it's more about the context of the history education in both countries after the 1989, and about the debates about how to represent the entangled history of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in both countries, and you are both very well familiar with those discussions, but I think the reader of that paper would really like to know it, so you contextualize that. And then how actually the current curricula, because they change, and the current textbook fit to those debates. So what changes do they make? So that's about the context, and also who are the main agents of those debates, who are those people, the milieux, and so on, who advocate for the change and why, and who are the authors of those textbooks. What are their positionalities? Then, of course, I would like to know a little bit more about your methodology. So how you actually, why did you choose that and not something else? So how you actually do that? Then what I think it would be super interesting for the paper, it's not only about the narrative, but also about the politics of the images of both of these books, because you've been showing some of the images in your PowerPoint, but you were not focusing and you didn't focus on the analysis. But then there are some choices the authors of the textbooks make. And that would be really interesting to have some sort of the methodology of the analysis and including that into your book. Also, I would say the politics of choosing personalities who are presented in the textbook, because the nobility, but then from time to time you just see a person with a name and a last name, and who is it and why and how do they differ, and what that choice can say about the representation of that. So that's and then finally I would be also interested in what kind of the assignments to students they give. So how do they actually think? How do they actually want to activate that historical knowledge with students? Because after all, the question is who cares? I'm sorry to say that. The students, they're not necessarily interested in the 19th century or the previous of the history. Some of them are not, and that what stays with them, it might be that part of the knowledge which is in some or other way activated in the sense that they are asked to make some kind of the assignments, and what kind of the assignments are being asked in both cases. And this is actually just a link with the previous research of Agnieszka Nowakowska, which I'm aware of, and maybe you are not. Agnieszka, a few years ago, she spent a considerable time in the classrooms, trying to see what are the topics the teachers actually choose from the textbook. How do they speak to the students, and what is the interaction in the class? And it was interesting for me to read that of your work, because then you might really point that it's not really the textbooks that matters, but the actual situation, the interaction in the class, and the teacher choice, how to teach matters. So I would be, of course, that's too much for that chapter, but I would like to hear your thoughts about that, especially that you did spend some time with a different research question, but still seeing how that topic is being taught. So that's my comment to the first paper. And coming to the second one, I will start with the first, a little bit tricky question, which is because from Agnieszka presentations, we have heard that actually the Polish nobility is quite present, in the history education, that they, at least in the history textbook, that they are there. Your kind of the main point is that we need this kind of the memory activism, and especially the work with students, because the students know so little about that history. So I just would like to ask you, if you see a tension, or what is your reading of the textbook and what you see missing there. then what I think is like absolutely fascinating is an actual student work. Like what does, I mean, when you have those contests, first the question to you, how are the questions phrased? So what the students are being asked actually to do, and what do they present? Like, so what are their choices? What is their actual, the content of their work? Did you have any feedback to that program from the teachers and from the students? Do they have any comments? Do they want you to do, I don't know, more of some kind of the topics or some other kind of the topics? So, you know, if you could just tell us a little bit more how it is being organized, what is in the actual content, what are the topics which students choose, what is the teachers' reaction, what are the teachers' reactions to that? I think that would give us more sense of how actually that project develops. And finally, question to all of you. Mm-hmm. You all use the dichotomy landowners, peasants. And like if there was no one else, like there was a clear dichotomy, I'm saying, in both of your talks between landowners and peasants. Right? And of course, there were like different social groups, like in early modernity, 19th century, and also in the interwar period. So like relations of the nobility with Jews, with the bourgeoisie, and so on. So I'm just asking, I mean, both of you, how do you see it? Because it is like that in your textbook, or it is because you kind of chose to present it like this? And the question to you, when the students are engaged and when they're being asked to do those projects, are they mainly asked to concentrate on the landowner's perspective, or are they also asked to see how other social groups have seen landowners of the time? And I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very important feedback. Mm-hmm. And excellent remarks. And now I would like to first give the opportunity to Tomasz and Agnieszka to reflect on that, and then Rafał.
Thank you very much for your remarks. And we were thinking about writing a paper on the research of the textbooks, and your remarks will be very useful, and we will definitely use them. So when maybe I will focus on the changes that were made in textbooks over the time, and who were the activists, who were the actors that changed the textbooks. There was the special commission, textbooks commission, Polish-Lithuanian commission, and if I would like to describe in one word the effect of the work of this commission, it was the colonization of the textbooks, because in Polish textbooks in 90s there was this tendency of calling the Commonwealth Poland. So in many maps, in many textbooks, there were no Commonwealth, there was no this Rzeczpospolita Obojga Narodów name, but the students learned that was Poland. So Lithuania, today Belarus, today Ukraine, every part of this country was Poland. And that was changed. Definitely the students in Poland learned that only some part of this huge country was Poland, but we are here in Poland, we are still so much focused on our perspective that students they don't know nothing about perspective, Lithuanian, Belarusian or Ukrainian perspective, because only Polish perspective on the Commonwealth is important enough to be said at school. And the question about activating students, it's deeply sad, because the only thing that, in my opinion, that activates them is the perspective of the exam, the final exam at school. So they have to learn all those dates, surnames, and battles because of the final exam of high school. And I don't know how it is in Lithuanian. one sentence, sorry, about those other groups. So there, of course, there are stoned people, but they are not important. There are special chapters about minorities, and we can read about Jews, for example, and about the Jewish culture in the 19th century. But the main hero of the textbooks are Polish. Is Polish nobility, Polish szlachta, and we have some special chapters about other groups.
Yes. So about the activization. I think that because of that change of including the that file of historical cultural memory into the textbooks, the students are given quite a lot of tasks to do. They are simply, I would say that there is one textbook which is clearly sending the students outside to find the heritage, find the manors, for example, somewhere in the neighborhood, and to learn something more about that. So maybe I don't have such a perspective as Agnieszka, who is researching the textbooks for ages, but we are analyzing those ones which are being used now, and I can see this switch into memory and activization of the students through those tasks connected with the heritage, both on national and local, regional level. So of course, it should be another research made on the effects of those activities, because we are analyzing only the narratives of the textbooks. There are new textbooks being used in schools only for a year, or start to being used only now. So, but yes, the perspective of the further research is quite interesting. The current curricula and the authors, I would say that in the case of Lithuania, only the one textbook is written entirely by one person, who is a scholar, associate professor at one of the universities, and a teacher as well. And the other ones have quite a lot of authors, and it's a mix between academia and teachers' practice. And there are quite of people who are doing both. What else?
Politics of images, for example. Politics of images. Representative figures.
Yeah, that's the thing that we have to admit, that we were not analyzing the images. And let's say when we talk about but it's another say plot of our research, because there are, of course, quite a lot of personalities that appear in both countries, like Piłsudski or Narutowicz, Polish president of Lithuanian origin, and of course Mickiewicz and all the Vilnius Romanticism that. Maybe we can find even pictures that will show the same portraits of Mickiewicz in both
textbooks. And in Polish textbooks, there are only two peasants that have name and surname. It's Michał Drzymała, the victim of Prussian policy, and Jakub Szela, the hero of Rabacja Galicyjska, that it was a manslaughter, no, it was manslaughter. But, so we have only two peasant people that have faces. The other is the group is anonymous, totally anonymous.
Thank you, Rafał.
The first question was about existence of nobility in the school books. There is a lot about aristocracy, not much about nobility.
Okay.
And there are huge differences between those two in Poland, which is different, as we have heard today, in different countries. But we, in our competition, we concentrate on the history of 20th century and interwar period, and there is no much about economic crisis, about agricultural reforms that were that they were ongoing during this time. There is nothing about what was done during the war, underground army, and cultivation and shield, the organization that has supported underground army. Hardly anybody knows about those activities. There are many reasons for that, but we would like to bring some light to this. The other question was about how we examine the students during the competition. After the qualification for the finals, we have a three-person jury that didn't read or didn't see the work of the student. So if I have read and judged the works from Lesser Poland, I am not taking part in this examining. So we are examining them, asking them to because the works are either in writing or multimedia. So now they have to describe their work in words. And the questions that we pose to them after this presentation, it's checking if it was a copy-paste work or they did some reading and they know a lot about the subject. And we are every year we are impressed. Generally, we are impressed how much reading, how much knowledge they have. And this is a huge work done by teachers, I'm sure, also, who help them and lead them. And we do have a lot of feedback from teachers. Usually the feedback is that they are calling us, the organizers, long before the next edition is starting, when it will start, and we want to participate again. As far as topics, subjects, they are always just as general as we can do, and they are about the Gentry, but the perspective that they are from which they are writing or making these presentations, we have no. We leave them freedom. We're just trying to give them tools, so those workshops and how to use archives, how to make a film, how to those are or if they need to the contact to the witness of history, but sometimes they find witnesses of history locally, not from Gentry, but from their grandmothers or grandfathers, and they do that as well. So we leave them completely up to them what perspective they. But the subject, I have mentioned the subject. We were asking about the subjects, but I have listed them. The last subject this year, of course, was a sentence on the landed gentry 80 years from the communism land reform, and the reason was, but we have a round date, so that was the last one. But landed gentry as neighbors, so we are trying to form the subjects so they are interested for the students, and they can find materials, sources to write about this. Yes, in some works they do describe relations with the peasants, with the local people. Some do, some do not, depending the topic. But it exists. But we are not asking this question explicitly. Did I cover all the questions?
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. Well, I would have some follow-up questions, but I think it's time for the audience to ask questions.
Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to suggest. We have still a little time, so if you have questions. Yeah, I see 2 hands raised up there.
Oh, okay. I have a question to Rafał Ślaski. Well, it's evident that the competition is a great success, as it's a nationwide competition. And I have 2 practical questions. First is whether whether state authorities like Kuratorium Oświaty and educational institutions responsible for that, whether they put this competition on this famous list of those competitions who give the extra points in high school recruitment. And if so, how you persuade them to do so? Because it's of course it's another it's important factor. And another very practical question: are those interviews, recorded, filmed interviews, are archived, and if so, by whom? Perhaps Institute of National Remembrance or the Foundation, and if so, if they are available or will be available to researchers, because even though they are the product of grammar school students, they are the documents of this topic and of our time. And one short question to perhaps more to Tomasz. Apart from the textbooks, do you know any other sources that feed the curiosity of those who are interested in history? Alternative sources like YouTube channels, or I don't know, Instagram influencers in Lithuania who would add to this, would be the alternative source of knowledge or entertainment even, or create an alternative memory. Thank you.
And now Vladimir, please, if you would like to ask questions. Speak into the microphone, please.
Aus Kauna. Just two single questions for Tomasz Blaszczak from Vytautas Magnus University in Kovno. First of all, I would like to ask you, who of former Lithuanian aristocracy, who of former My question, who of former Lithuanian nobility still holds a spectacular place in Lithuanian textbooks? Who, namely? What houses are represented in contemporary Lithuanian textbooks? A second question, why they occupy such a prominent place in textbooks? Maybe nobles, rebels like Glinsky, or Gestolts, or maybe Dukes of Golshany or Gedroiti. Thanks a lot for your answer. That's all. Merci.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? If not, I would add my own one to Agnieszka and Tomasz, because you mentioned one more question, but I will finish it and then I will give you the word. So you mentioned about a textbook, Lithuanian textbook, which was translated into Polish, as far as I remember. And I'm wondering if there was any initiative in the past to create a common Polish-Lithuanian textbook, which can be used in both countries. As far as I know, a few years ago, there was an initiative to create such kind of textbook in German and Polish, covering German and Polish history, a common textbook. Because I think that if it would have been such kind of initiative, you could learn a lot about the challenges, how to create something common. Yeah, so that's my question, and
yes, well, the question, the subject of education, of course, is very important. So, but look, to add to that what you were saying about Polish books, in the Polish textbooks for secondary school, there is no single word about 1994-95, when Gentry was expelled, was kicked out of their Manors. There's no single word. I've checked it. Maybe if you know something else, please correct me. So generally, education in the schools and at the universities about this subject, except of this what you were telling about, it's true that the uprising and so on. This is important thing. So, and there is a book which is used as well in the secondary school. It's not the official textbook, but a book by Professor, I will merciful to his name. He hasn't mentioned even this period of 34, 35, that something was happening there. So this is a real problem to tackle. Because my biography was mentioned, so if maybe it's useful for some of you, it's 1,400 books, which is in this list, both scientific books, memoirs, heraldry, and so on, which you can have on the internet from Polish Gentry Association main page, and Włodek Foundation as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I suggest to answer the questions. Yeah, Rafał, could you start it?
Okay. The first question was about involvement of state authorities, curatoria. Yes, we work with curatoria, state authorities. It's not always successful in different voivodeships. It depends what the relationship we are able to get into. I mean either the representatives of Polish Gentry Association or IPN. So in Kraków, for instance, we work with them. They announced our competition every year. We get points the students get points. There were years that we were also cooperating with some universities and getting the entrance to the history studies for the high school students. Now it's quite easy to get to universities, so there is no much need and interest in that. But as far as points, we are trying to fight for this because it is important reason for many students, for many pupils to participate. Availability of the interviews that we are doing them to serve the scientists and to make them available. That's the objective. If you go on our YouTube, Włodek Foundation YouTube, you can see small, like 2 minutes samples of those interviews. At some point, we should have the keywords. It's our foundation. We are still growing and establishing the way we work. But yes, you can contact us and we make them available for the for scientific work, and we will be trying to make it easier to find what you need in the future.
Thank you, Agnieszka and Tomasz.
So, answering to your question, the relationship, but I don't know how to start, but it was very difficult after the 1990 to speak about our common history, and there are very famous neighbors, surnames of a Lithuanian historian who started telling about the common history, and then there were meetings of historians, the conferences started to be organized, but it's difficult to compare relationship between German and Polish historian and Polish and Lithuanian historians. There were those relationship between Lithuanian and Polish historian were much more hard, and now they are in good conditions, but maybe in a few years we will be ready to write these common textbooks. Now we need to trust each other, like learn how to trust that we have a goodwill to write truth about common history. It's the history of the relationship between historian from Poland and Lithuania needs to be described in a new book. It's a subject for very interesting research. So I hope in a few years there will be this idea of writing the common textbook. When it comes to your question, as far as I understood, you were telling about the 20th century history, and we covered the topic of 19th century. Maybe that's the reason we didn't tell nothing about the 30s in the 20th century. But in the textbooks concerning 19th century, there is a lot about suffering. Szlachta's suffering, being expelled, losing their land, and being sent to Siberia, and students really learn a lot about this suffers by Szlachta's sufferings. And I know that there are a lot of publications about history of Szlachta in Poland or in Lithuania, but we didn't find the analysis that compared the situation in textbooks in Lithuania and in Poland, and that was surprising because this topic is so obvious to be analyzed that we were like, oh my, how is it possible that it wasn't analyzed before us?
Okay, I would add on the common Polish-Lithuanian textbook. I think that the first thing what should be done is common Polish-Lithuanian synthesis of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and then starting from that we can think about writing common textbooks. And those plans in Lublin, for example, at the end of 20th century, they were developed to some point, but actually never happened. So I think that's the first thing that should be done, and from that point we can think about textbooks. As for the alternative sources, the textbook in Lithuanian education system is only one of the sources of the knowledge. Those textbooks are usually contains QR codes that are sending students, pupils to the content in the internet on various educational platforms. Of course, it's as well under the control of the agency for the education, and of course several platforms. And several people developed some kind of channels for students. One of my colleagues, she's now working in the museum. She has a TikTok channel which is very popular, and we can say that through her TikTok channel, she became one of the celebrities in the Lithuanian media. I would say that Agnieszka had the chance to meet her. So I think that it's the method of popularization, and of course an alternative source of knowledge produced for the kids in the way they want to see it. As for the houses, of course, we are talking only about 19th century. If we were not analyzing for this paper the whole history of Lithuania, so as we are talking about 19th century, Tiszkiewicz and Ogińscy would be the mostly represented in Lithuanian textbook, I would say. But I would need a separate at least 5 minutes to check it. If we are talking about the particular houses.
What else?
Houses, alternatives.
And Christina,
I think that we are slowly running out of time. So the last words.
Oh, it's okay.
But actually, we have another comment online.
Okay, so let's hear.
Okay, right now? Yeah, perfect. So it came from Jan Wasiewicz. Thank you again for a very interesting presentation. I would have rather a comment than a question to Rafał Ślaski's presentation. While acknowledging the tragedy of Polish landed gentry after 1939, and especially after 1944, and also acknowledging the undeniable contributions of the gentry to Polish culture, I would like to point out that the presenting the history and heritage of Polish landed gentry to young Polish pupils, avoiding the reference to serfdom system and the crucial role played in it by the Polish gentry, as well as their resistance to the land reform in the interwar period, seems to be instilling in them distorted one-sided picture. This is an impression which I got from your presentation. If only we look at the topics proposals to students. Thank you.
Okay, so would you like to react on this last comment? I think yes. If you would like to react.
There was no serfdom in between the wars. I don't know about this system. It was a long time ago. So why should we refer to that? During the communist times, the history was written only one-sided, excluding the history and the expelling of nobility. So it didn't exist. So that's why we're trying to bring this, to fill this gap.
Thank you very much.
And the reforms, they were done during between the wars, and they were going on, and they were done in the proper way, which was not the case in '44.
Okay, thank you very much once again. We are running out of time, so let's finish this official part of our panel. Once again, thank you so much for these very interesting presentations and for the comments and remarks as well. And enjoy the coffee break, which will last about 20 minutes now. Thank you so
very
much.
much. Thank you.
And you have those publications.
No, it's not working. Oh, okay, working. Sorry, these microphones are kind of disturbing. You realize that they do work only after after a while. So welcome to the last session of this conference. I already told my panelists that I know it's hard to be at the last session, but it's going to be a good session. A very interesting session about manors and castles as places of memory. So welcome to this last session. We have three speakers on site and a commentator online. So welcome to this session. And you will each have 20 minutes to bring us back to the material heritage, but also to make some connections of material and intangible heritage. And I believe you can do it perfectly. So we'll start with Filip Binder from the Czech Academy of Sciences, who will speak about the castles of the 19th century as sites of memory of the aristocracy based in the Czech lands. And I will read the bio of Filip. So Filip is a member of the Department of Modern Cultural and Social History of the Czech Academy of Sciences. He studied history and archival sciences at the Faculty of Arts of Charles University in Prague, where he also finished his PhD studies in the field of Czech history this year. Congratulations. His PhD thesis was dealing with the relationship of the aristocracy settled down in the Czech lands to Romanticism, using the example of their building activities and landscaping, and with the question what owners' intentions these projects show and whether their conceptions, when compared to each other, were always the same. So looking forward to hear about that. In his interdisciplinary research, he mainly focuses on the lifestyle of nobility in the 18th and 19th century and the residences and landscaping. He also published a monograph on the foreign journeys of the aristocracy from the Czech lands in the late 18th and early 19th century, and is one of the co-authors of two other books dealing with the topic of nobility and the residences and landscaping. Philippe, the floor is yours.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for many thanks to the organizers of this event for having the opportunity to introduce my paper to you. I was concerning. I was dealing in the past months with country houses that was rebuilt in the 19th century, country houses of the Bohemian nobility. And I would like to focus now on those residences as sites of memory. So 19th century was the era of Romanticism and historicism, which marked an increased interest among the nobility in the past, including in the history of their own families. So therefore, as I already mentioned, my paper will focus on those buildings, sites of memory, exploring how much space the owners devoted to presenting family memory within them, and trying to answer if the aristocrats who were renovating their country residences used for similar purposes conceived their projects in the same way as their peers. I would like to demonstrate by using several examples which concern projects or castles shown at this plan or map of the Czech Republic, so that you have an idea. I would like to demonstrate that their approaches to family memory varied. Maybe a marginal comment, I will be referring to the buildings simply as castles, although they could be called chateaux, for example, or in Polish, you would call them palaces. I would also like to mention very briefly the sources on the basis of which it's possible to focus on the topic include, for example, old inventories, photographs, pictures, paintings of the castles or their interiors, project documentation, but of course researchers have to focus on iconographic decoration of particular rooms as well. It's necessary, however, to take into account that a lot of things changed, so it can be tricky. So that's why it's also important to deal also with the sources I mentioned now. I also found working with ego documents useful, in which you can get insight not only into mental world of the nobleman or aristocrats, but sometimes even find mentions on their projects and how and why they wanted to conceive them, why they decided to choose the particular styles, and if there was or if there is any symbolism hidden in it. So if I mentioned the question of style and symbolism, I should also add that the 19th century castles were in many cases influenced by Great Britain, by British architecture, since Great Britain influenced the European culture a lot. Britain was the first country where nobles began to adjust their residences in taste of the so-called Gothic revival. And since British influences were considered highly fashionable in Central Europe in the 19th century, the aristocrats based there began to draw inspiration from Britain. Here some famous examples of Gothic revival from Britain, and the aristocrats based in the Czech lands started to choose, for example, Gothic revival for their projects as well. Now we can have a look at the most famous projects carried out around the mid-19th century that include castles like Hluboká, Lednice, or, for example, Hrádek u Nechanic. Some researchers viewed these projects not only as a reflection of the popularity of Britain among the aristocracy, but also saw the owner's choice of New Gothic for this project in a symbolic way as a response to key challenges that the aristocracy had to face, for instance, the loss of political power and most privileges. In the past, and sometimes even now, these projects were or have been seen as a political manifestation, demonstration of the power of the aristocracy, which by means of building replicas of old castles was set to emphasize a long tradition or to remind itself of the period of its greatest glory. And that's why we can ask whether these buildings were intended as places for presenting family memory of aristocracy in the first place. An example of a building where great attention was paid to the presentation of memory is Sechrov in North Bohemia, which was purchased by the French origin House of Rohan, some of whose members left France after the outbreak of the French Revolution. Before the mid-19th century, Prince Camille began renovating the castle in historicizing styles. The main means of presenting family memory here were portraits, statues, and busts. Camille devoted almost the entire castle to the presentation of family memory, not only the state rooms, intending to commemorate an extraordinarily large number of his ancestors by means of showing their portraits. And we are talking here about at least several dozen members of the family. So here are some of the portraits that are shown in the castle also today. And Kamil also ordered fictional portraits of his ancestors from the medieval period to be painted as well, which you can see on this slide. The key figure of the celebration was Duke Henry II, a commander during the 30 Years' War and cousin of French King Henry IV. The family's connection to the French kings and the fact that Rohan history was linked to France for many centuries was emphasized not only through portraits of the Bourbons in the castle, but also through the use of Bourbon lilies on the wallpaper in some rooms. And through the coats of arms of historical French territories. Some factors suggest that this project was intended to present family memory not only to the aristocratic society of the Austrian Empire into which the Rohans had to integrate, but also to remind Kamil and the future generations of the family of their roots. One could therefore say that Kamil sought to so to say, almost create a monument to the Rohans. So that's the approach number one. While Kamil sought to conceive Sychrov, his only significant country residence, as a family memorial, other aristocrats sought to create memorials of different kind. For example, in the case of Prince Vincent Karl of Auersperg, some researchers have emphasized his interest in chivalry, which led him to start adjusting Žleby Castle in central Bohemia in the 1840s and to furnish the rooms with a large collections of weapon and armor. Moreover, Vincent and his wife organized masquerade balls with participants often dressed as historical figures there, and he and his relatives were also portrayed in this manner, as you can see here on these pictures or paintings. However, when a researcher examines old inventories and literature, they find out that these references to specific family members are exceptions and concerned Vincent himself and the living members of his family. But there were very few references to the family's past. For example, there's the so-called 30 Years' War chamber in the castle, decorated with weapons referring to this conflict. But 30 Years' War was chosen not because it had a special connection to the Auersperg's family's history, but because it's said to be Auersperg's favorite period of history. Several staterooms at the castle, in the castle, were named knights, such as the Knights Hall, Knights Chamber, and Knights Gallery, as you can see here. This indicates that Vincent conceived his project as a monument to chivalry, but not, as Kamil, for example, as a monument to the house to which he belonged. So it means that the memory that was presented here in the first place is the memory of the Middle Ages and early modern period, this time of chivalry. Let us focus now on Franz Ernst of Harrach, who decided in the 1830s to build Hradec u Nechanic as a new castle. Harrach dedicated the Knights Hall to the memory of his family history. So here again look at the castle's exterior. But regarding the interiors, we can see here the Knights Hall, which was dedicated to the memory of his family, where he displayed portraits of significant members of the family, as well as prominent aristocrats related to the Harrachs. However, most of the remaining rooms were furnished with new antique-looking and antique items to evoke the atmosphere of an ancient residence, but those rooms show Harrach as a collector, not as an aristocrat trying to build a medieval castle as a monument to House of Harrach, since the attention paid to presenting its history was very, very tiny. So if I have tried to show that the attention paid to memory differed within castles used as representative country residences, I will attempt now to demonstrate the same with those castles that were not used as residences for their owners in the first place. In the 19th century, some castles were converted into museums accessible to the public. The first such museum in the Czech lands was Friedland, with a museum opened by the family Klamgalas in 1801. The first 3 rooms, as published guides confirm, were dedicated to the members of houses that owned Friedland. Published guides made the readers familiar with the portrait individuals and their fates. A large space was devoted to Wallenstein or Wallenstein as the most famous holder of the estate, to whom, along with his traitor Matthias Count Gallas, an entire room was dedicated. So you can see the room or the current condition, let's say, in this picture or slide. While no entire room was reserved for members of the Klamgalas family, so for the founders of the museum. In the rest of the exhibition, visitors could view paintings and a collection of weapons. And if we ask what the reason was why the members of the Klamgalas family decided to open their castle for public, the main reason does not seem their desire to learn more about the history of their family. But Friedland was intended as a trip destination for spa guests being treated in the Klamgalas spa Liebwerda, close to Friedland. So that's one of the main reasons, I would say. And another one was Friedland was known partly thanks to Friedrich Schiller's place as a place associated with Wallenstein, the Duke of Friedland, and that is why also the published guides paid more attention to Wallenstein than to particular members of the House of Klamgalas. Another castle museum I would like to talk about is Rosenberg in South Bohemia, which was rebuilt around 1850 by Count Georg II Bukowy or Bukowa. the founder of the museum. Georg conceived his museum not only as a museum preserving the memory of his family, unlike Kamil at Sichrov, but also of the entire place, as the rooms in Rosenberg also referred to previous owners, like in Friedland. However, compared to Friedland, more attention was paid to the Bukua family itself, with several rooms dedicated to them. Compared to Friedland, other differences can also be observed as the Klamgalas tried to display portraits of all the owners whose portraits were preserved, while Georg selected only a few of the most famous and important members to introduce. In the late 19th and early 20th century, the number of castle museums in the Czech lands and the entire empire increased. So here, sorry, I forgot to look at the interiors of Rosenberg. But back to the castle museums, because here you can see Bozow Castle, another castle that was rebuilt in the 19th century, at the very end of the 19th century, by Archduke Eugen, Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. So that was also one of the museum, but close to Bozow, there's Sternberg Castle, where a museum was also founded by Johann II of Liechtenstein, collector of arts, who placed part of his extensive collections there, mainly paintings, weapons, and so on. However, it seems that the presentation of the family memory of the Liechtensteins was rather relegated to the background in case of Sternberg, since it was the valuable collections that were the main things presented here. So if we return to possible symbolical meanings of castles that were also used for representation purposes, it cannot be automatically said that the most important intention of the owners was the musealization of their family history. The attention that individual aristocrats paid to family memory was quite different, and the ways in which it was presented varied from case to case. While sometimes such a castle was intended to be a celebration of the family and its famous personalities, sometimes family memory was presented in a very marginal and vague way. The memory of specific ancestors of the family was sometimes not even supposed to be the main thing for those families that made their castles into museums. So if you ask if there is a key according to which you can find a connection between a nobleman or aristocrat and the character of his projects, sometimes we do not find a generally valid characteristic, because in addition to the more objectively given factors, it is necessarily to take into account the foundation of the builder himself, his interests and personality. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much also for the perfect time discipline. Now we are proceeding to our second speaker, who is Ludiek Niemiec, and he is in the final stage of his master's degree in history at the University of Vienna. His research mainly focuses on the history of the nobility of the Habsburg monarchy from the 19th century to the present, as well as on the Czech-German relations and the multi-ethnic areas of the Bohemian lands. Currently, he's completing his master thesis titled Therese Schwarzenberg, Das Leben einer adeligen Frau zwischen Monarchie, Republik und Diktatur. In 2021, he published a monograph which describes the complex development of the Czech-German relations in Bohemia during the 20th century, using one example of a South Bohemian village. And he has also worked for several years as a guide and seasonal collaborator at the Hluboka State Castle, which is meaningful for today's paper, I believe, which is entitled The Peril of South Bohemia, Hluboka Castle between aristocratic memory, cultural symbol, and tourist attraction. The floor is yours.
How does it work with the
I have no idea. It should appear in a minute, I think. Maybe you can start.
Okay.
Solving the problem.
So thank you very much, and also thank you for accepting my paper. I'm glad to have the possibility to present it here in Warsaw. In my paper, I will focus on one particular castle in the Czech Republic, the Hluboká Castle, in the region of South Bohemia, and its history throughout the turbulent 20th century, during which the castle underwent 2 expropriations and several regime changes. Despite these upheavals, it remained largely intact. It was used both as a residence for elites, including not only the noble elites and families, but also a Nazi and communist elites, and at the same time as a tourist attraction, though its interpretation changed over time. The objective of this paper is to analyze the different interpretations of and uses of Hluboká Castle, highlighting both continuities and discontinuities, and elucidating how the castle emerged as a site of aristocratic memory, transformed into a tourist attraction, and it became a cultural symbol of the region. The paper is organized chronologically according to historical turning points, with each chapter addressing several analytical categories, as specifically the castle's function as a representative residence, its role as a tourist destination, the transformation of its interior, and the interpretation of the interior during tours since the 1920s. On the next slide, I think we can see the location of Hluboká Castle once more, because it was already shown by my colleague Filip Binder in the previous paper. Inspired by the Gothic revival trends during the Romantic period, Johann Adolf II, Prince of Schwarzenberg, and his wife Eleonore, Princess of Liechtenstein, decided to rebuild the then Baroque castle of Hluboká into a neo-Gothic representative seat, symbolizing the status and history of the wealthiest noble family in Bohemia and one of the most prominent in the Habsburg monarchy. Following the radical historicist renovation carried out between 1840 and 1871, Hluboká became commonly known as the Peril of South Bohemia, referring to the striking contrast between the castle's bright white facade and the surrounding forests, as well as the wealth demonstrated through its appearance and furnishings in the interior. The Schwarzenberg family established a castle that is both historically evocative and aligned with the modern standards of aristocratic living, while also serving as a site of aristocratic memory, housing the most valuable art objects from their collections and manifesting their wealth and influence both among their social group and across the whole society. Despite the financial, technical, and time-intensive demands of the renovation, the castle did not become a permanent residence. The Schwarzenbergs stayed there regular only in the autumn, with the hunting season serving as the highlight of their stay. On these occasions, they used the castle for representation for 30 to 50 guests from the Habsburg nobility and ruling dynasties. But beginning in the 1870s, also school groups, associations, and the broader public expressed interest in visiting the castle, which was permitted by the Schwarzenberg administration on an individual request basis when the family was absent. But it was not until the early 1920s that regular tourism service was established there. A necessary precondition was the change in the status of the nobility, which arose following the dissolution of Austria-Hungary at the end of the First World War. In the newly formed Czechoslovak Republic, the nobility was officially abolished in December 1918, and shortly thereafter, a land reform was implemented, reducing the Schwarzenberg estates in Bohemia to 1/3 of their original extent. Amid the post-war revolutionary atmosphere, the municipal office in Hluboká even issued a pamphlet proposing the expropriation of the estate and the use of the castle as either a residence of the new president, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, or as an art gallery. Although this proposal was not enacted, negotiations were initiated with the Ministry of Education and National Enlightenment to secure broader public access to the castle. And the result was the issuance of the first official visitor regulations in July 1922, which guaranteed public access to 4 Schwarzenberg castles, including Hluboká. It was one of the most extensive steps in making cultural heritage accessible for the public in the Czech lands during the interwar period. A guided tour route was established, including the Princess Eleonore's apartment, the representation rooms, and the armory. The tours were administered by castle staff, and as indicated in the official guide published in 1934, particular emphasis was placed on the history of the Schwarzenberg family and the significant achievement of its members, with a hint of their glorification, alongside a detailed description of all accessible rooms. The number of visitors to the castle varied significantly, climbing from over 8,000 people in 1924 to around 20,000 throughout the 1930s. In 1928, an aerial photograph of Hluboká was even selected as a motif for a postage stamp in an edition marking the 10th anniversary of the founding of Czechoslovakia. Thus, the seat of members of a social group that had been stripped of its privileged status in the same state appeared as a perforated engraving alongside a portrait of the President Masaryk and significant landmarks from across the country, placing Hluboká on their level and perceive it not only as an aristocratic residence, but also as a symbol of the region of South Bohemia. In autumn 1939, Adolf Schwarzenberg, the owner of the family estates, left Bohemia due to his anti-Nazi stance and later emigrated to the United States. In August 1940, his property in Europe was expropriated by Nazi Germany, which thereby acquired extensive forest, agricultural, and industrial assets, as well as valuable art collections and residences. The imposed Nazi administration did not disrupt the existing system beyond the change in ownership. The castle continued to be managed in the same spirit by the same staff. Although the tourism was numerically subdued, it remained around 10,000 visitors per year. However, it is not known in what narrative the visitors were informed about the history of the castle and the Schwarzenberg family. At the same time, the castle was being used to receive prominent guests, not from the nobility, but high-ranking officials of the Third Reich. The former Schwarzenberg estate was placed under the control of August Eigruber, governor of Upper Austria and Gauleiter of the Reichsgau Oberdonau, who reserved one of the aristocratic suites for himself. In October 1941, following the Schwarzenberg tradition, he organized Hans at Hluboká, attended by Reinhard Heydrich, who had recently become the deputy protector of Bohemia and Moravia. And Eigruber also continued to use the castle for similar, mostly informal gatherings with party colleagues until March 1945. According to a plan devised in April of that year, Hluboká was intended to serve as a refuge for the so-called protectorate government and the Minister of State for Bohemia and Moravia, Karl Hermann Frank, but this plan was never realized due to the end of the war. A similar pattern as during the Nazi era was repeated after the Second World War. The castle was not returned to the Schwarzenberg family, but it was instead placed under national administration, and in 1947 it was expropriated for the second time by a special law, the Lex Schwarzenberg, which was specifically enacted for the wealthiest Bohemian landowner, Adolf Schwarzenberg. After the liberation in May 1945, Hluboká became an attraction for soldiers of both the Soviet and American armies, as well as a destination for official delegations, such as those of Generals Ernest Harmon and George Patton, as you can see in the picture, in September 1945. Particularly at the turn of the 1940s and 50s, members of the Czechoslovak government, high-ranking state and party officials and delegations, primarily from Eastern Bloc countries, visited Hluboká and used it for banquets and overnight stays in the aristocratic apartments. Despite its role in representing communist Czechoslovakia, the interior remained largely untouched, maintaining its historical character designed to represent the Schwarzenberg family. In the early post-war years, the organization managing Hluboká changed several times. In 1951, it came under the administration of the National Cultural Commission, whose task was to care for confiscated castles and make them accessible to the public. In this regard, it was possible to build on the already established practice of tours, with visitor numbers soaring massively in the post-war years from just under 23,000 in 1946 to more than 150,000 in 1952. In communist Czechoslovakia, the increased leisure time limited opportunities for foreign travel, and the state initiated democratization of culture, led more and more people to visit domestic castles. The South Bohemian region, combining a high density of castles and natural landmarks, became a popular tourist destination, with Hluboká as an integral and very important part of it. From the perspective of the ruling Communist Party, the aspect of large-scale visits to former aristocratic residences in a state that regarded the nobility as a class enemy from the very start was problematic. Very problematic. There are attempts to supplement guided tours with ideological inserts, which, however, met with little interest from the audience. In the case of Hluboká, the continuity of the staff proved problematic in this regard as well, because until 1958, the castle's manager was Emil Borčický, who had worked there since 1936 and had experienced the Schwarzenberg, Nazi and Czechoslovak administrations. He and his colleagues were repeatedly the target of complaints from politically motivated visitors due to their sentimentality, as they would nostalgically recall the Schwarzenberg family during the tours. The changing to the tour guide syllabus aimed to achieve several objectives, primarily to reduce narrative concerning the aristocratic owners, prevent any glorification, and reinterpret the historicist reconstruction as the whim of wealthy nobility, contrasting it with conditions of the working class. The presence of art collections of foreign origin and paintings by foreign artists was also problematic, leading to an emphasis on works by domestic artists and craftsmen. In 1961, the castle's visitor numbers reached a peak of nearly 340,000 people. Once again, it was only 23,000 just 15 years before. Such a large influx of people following the same route, which had been open since 1922, was overwhelming in terms of both the capacity of the rooms and the ability of the staff to manage the crowds. Mass tourism and the phenomenon of Hluboká even became the subject of a documentary film in 1963 titled Neděle na Hluboké, Sunday in Hluboká. The film captures a day in the town which is disrupted by the arrival of numerous tour buses filled with tourists who explore the castle, purchase souvenirs, and then depart in the evening. And the segments dedicated to the castle tour carry a subtle irony, as brief sequences are highlighting the differences in the narrative given by different guides. However, the castle was connected to film in another way as well. The very first Czechoslovak feature-length fairy tale, Pyšná princezna, the Proud Princess, from 1952, used Hluboká as a backdrop, thereby starting another tradition that continues to this day and contributes to its popularity, the use of the castle as a film set. In the 1960s, the first ideologically motivated interventions in the castle's interior took place, although they were always discussed as artistic and historical considerations. One of the initial parts of the tour, consisting of 4 rooms from the former suite of Princess Eleonore, was altered by removing some of the furniture so that they no longer resembled private quarters. The depersonalized suite was transformed into exhibition spaces organized by the date and type of the displayed art objects. In response to the 14th Congress of the Communist Party in 1971, state castles were to be supplemented with introductory ideological exhibition that would contextualize the aristocratic interiors by addressing class struggle. Consequently, at Hluboká, the entrance areas were stripped of certain art pieces that heritage conservation workers deemed in poor taste, and the ideological exhibition was ultimately placed at the end of the tour, where the original installation of historical weapons, which you can see on the left side, was dismantled to make space for exhibition about the communist movement in the region, which you can see on the right side of the slide. The tour guide script was also ideologically revised. Thanks to the new interventions, it was emphasized that the castle is not only preserved as an aristocratic residence, but also reflects the path that Czechoslovakia embarked on after 1945, namely the building of socialism. The original furnishings of the castle were labeled as in poor taste, and the commentary on the historical interior included a remark noting that modern socialistic housing estates could be seen through the windows. The Schwarzenberg family receded into the background of the narrative, yet remained present through the portraits on the walls. The tradition of using the castle to accommodate the communist elite continued. For example, on the 40th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia in 1961, the Czechoslovak president Antonín Novotný and the chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union, Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev, spent the night in the castle. In this regard, however, certain elements of democratization in the representative use of Hluboká can be observed too, allowing, for example, the broader wedding ceremonies within the castle, and distinguished workers were also from the region were also rewarded and honored in its rooms. The fall of the communist regime did not allow the restitution of the castle to the Schwarzenberg family, but it did lead to the removal of ideological overlays in the interior and the narrative presented to visitors. Alterations made to the exhibitions during 1960s and 70s were largely eliminated, and the interiors were restored to their original state based on historical inventories. Between 2005 and 2017, 3 additional routes were opened to the public, showcasing the kitchen, the private apartments, and the guest rooms. And the interpretation of these spaces emphasizes the 19th and early 20th century, particularly the historicist renovation, the Schwarzenberg family, and their heritage. Conversely to its use for the state representation purposes had been almost entirely diminished, with the exception of the 2009 meeting of European Union foreign ministers, which you can see on the picture on the right side, which was symbolically convened here by Karel Schwarzenberg, the then Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also a descendant of the last aristocratic owners of the castle. To conclude, the Schwarzenberg family transformed Hluboká into a representative castle, which subsequently served as a residence for not only the noble elite, but also the Nazi and communist elites. Despite the nearby political center of the region, the city of České Budějovice, possessing its own representative spaces, Hluboká remained a symbolic, sometimes official, sometimes unofficial place of power for both totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, and to some extent also for the democratic political representation. This occurred not in spite of the fact that it was an aristocratic residence before, but precisely because of it. The castle's interior, which had undergone only minor changes, played a key role. Since its reconstruction, the castle has also attracted public interest, and since the 1920s it has been open to visitors through guided tours, a tradition that continues to this day. Over the past century, it has become one of the most visited tourist destinations in the Czech Republic. However, the interpretation of the castle's interiors varied depending on political circumstances, often being a subject of ideological influence, with tours serving as a tool for both education and indoctrination of visitors. The communist regime left its marks on the interiors, infusing them with ideological elements, but despite 2 expropriations and numerous seizures during the 20th century, Hluboká has largely retained the appearance it was given by the aristocracy in the 19th and early 20th century. Thanks to its wealth of concentrated collections, public interest, and reflection in popular culture, it has become a cultural symbol of southern Bohemia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. And now we are proceeding to our last speaker. István Kolay is a Marie Curie Fellow at the Institute of Social Anthropology at Comenius University Bratislava, and his research topic addresses the embeddedness of castles, chateaus, and mansions in the contemporary Slovak cultural landscape and its effect on the collective consciousness of the local communities. István has degrees in economy and in history, and the academic experience engaged him in writing and editing publications in Slovak, Hungarian, and English, primarily about Central European interethnic issues, while professional experience engaged him in cultural diplomacy for the Hungarian Institute in Bratislava, where he was appointed as the director of the institute for 5 years until 2015. From 2017, as an assistant professor at the Corvinus University, he provided lectures on cultural economy and human geography of Central and Eastern Europe. And today we will hear a paper entitled Genius Loci around Castles in Slovakia, Built Heritage of Feudal Past in the Cultural Landscape and in the Social Mindscape. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention even in this last hours of the 3-day conference. As you could hear, I try to do research about the Slovakian built heritage from a bit social anthropological perspective, trying to focus on the process how these chateau and castles are embedded into the not just in the landscape but in the so-called mindscape of the people. So how it has an interaction with the way of thinking. These are just very brief theoretical context or frame of the research, showing that there is a kind of primary concept of the landscape experience, as the literature likes to use this expression, the phrase, stressing that landscape is not something which is just built up or consisted of objects, but it is built in our mind with the help or through the activities of agents or actors, individual actors who shape these image in our mind about the landscape, and with texts, so books and stories, storytelling and historical narratives which we have about the landscape. So it could be the kind of primary concept which I would like to challenge in just a very small point, but I think it could be interesting, or I think it's important, at least in Slovakia, that the question is whether we could maybe speak about not just the landscape experience, but a kind of landscape expectation in the mind of the people, which means that thanks to the living conditions of the people, they have a kind of sensitivity towards some historical stories. Meanwhile, they are disregard or overlook some other stories. It could be called as landscape expectation in the mind of the people. And these kind of expectations, like a kind of demand on the market of the commercialization of the heritage, it can have an effect on the agents and actors' activities. What does it mean in particular examples? I hope that I can explain it to you. It's just a small, anyway important, but I don't want to sacrifice too much time now about it. List about these problematics around the naming and the terminology around these castles and chateaus, because the most proper would be to speak about chateau in the case of
Slovakia, because my research focuses on this village, in this feudal, representative feudal buildings without any kind of aim of fortification or defending the village or the building. So it wasn't that built for defending themselves. It was just about represent the castle owners and to function as a kind of center of the estate. But now, just for simplicity, I also will call them as castles or village castles, but I don't focus on these fortified ruins built on the top of the hills. I made maybe you cannot see the numbers, but the colors and the shades could be telling for you that it is the distribution of the chateau in Slovakia. However, according to the Slovakia Monument Boards, there are 434 chateau, kastiel in Slovakia, mostly located in villages. But for instance, in some books which are just about written about this topic, they speak about 700 or chateau, or some books which were issued after the Second World War, before the very strong ruination of these buildings. They write about and they list 1,200 buildings. So there could be a debate about the categories and numbers, what is a castle and a chateau, and which buildings can fall under these categories. But what is interesting is, I think, that you can see a kind of uneven distribution of these buildings within Slovakia. There are some castle and chateau terroirs, for instance, along the river Vach and between Košice and Prešov in this axis, and in the Gemer, historical Gemer region, in the middle of the Slovak-Hungarian borderland. And I made the statistics about the utilization, today utilization about these more than 400 buildings, which could provide me with a very particular number that the one third of these buildings are ruinated and devastated, depopulated, even these days. Most of them, the vast majority of them, was or started to be devastated after the Second World War. Even if they had some kind of function during the communism and socialism, these functions doesn't mean that they could maintain a kind of quality of the buildings. So it was a great challenge after the fall of communism how to use and renovate these buildings. As the numbers can show, 1/3 of these buildings couldn't find their function within contemporary societies and communities. It is the map on the left is about the uneven distribution of the ruined, depopulated chateau in Slovakia. You can see that meanwhile around Bratislava and on the west, most of these chateau already could find some kind of function, owner and clear function. In the middle of Slovakia, half of them, not the third of them, but there in Gemer, Novohrad and other regions, Zvolen, half of these chateaux are depopulated, and pose a kind of challenge for the local communities how to use them. The map on the right with the green shades shows the number of those castles, and sorry, not the number, the proportion of those castles which already are under private hands. It means that they are used as dwelling, some kind of luxurious or elegant dwelling for some enriched entrepreneurs and others who bought these estates and they renovated it, or castle hotels. It's the other function, or restaurants, sometimes wedding places. What I try to do in my research when speaking about this landscape expectation is to collect the website the descriptions about these castles of the written by the local municipalities, these local leaflets, the local billboards which they erect in the village, or I try to analyze these local newspapers, how they write about these chateaux. And the whole conference is very interesting for me, saying frankly, because my evaluating committee, because it's a EU-funded fellowship, told me that it's okay that I submerge into this countryside of the Slovakia, but I should make more stronger international comparison. And saying frankly, it has a real weight. It could be important in this research because, as far as I see, the picture is quite different from this Polish-Lithuanian picture, despite the fact that you could expect that it could be some similarity because it could be ethnicized, because typically Hungarian and non-Slovak chateau owners and the dwellers lived there among Slovaks. But saying frankly, we could rather see a kind of effort of what I call cultural bridge making through the chateau residents. So the stories which they like, the local mindscape, this local storytelling and narratives likes to stress is for instance, the entrepreneurial activities of these people. Let me just cite one of these. One of these texts, how these local texts write about these, write about the past, about the bygone feudal gentry. The history of Hucin is closely connected with the fate and the life of noble families of landowners here. During the several centuries of the village's existence, 3 landowner families had a great influence on the development of the village. It doesn't mean a very positive text, but it's rather far from negative. And this kind of framing that these people brought some kind of development and entrepreneurial activities into our region is very typical and repetitive in these texts. The other is, which became very popular in this local storytelling, is stressing how these people who lived among them or around them or beside them could see the whole world. They traveled a lot, or they hosted great hiring people there. If there is some kind of even just a legend or myth or unconfirmed story that Maria Theresa or others visited these people and this village and this chateau, there are in many cases some kind of yearly commemoration and in customs and so on, that the Teresianske, Slavnosti and others in small villages. So they like to resonate on this in this part, a fragment of the past. And the third is this kind of tabloidization, murders, suicides, and so on, and a great many huge amount of stories about the tiny Hodby, the catacombs, which were reported to tie the castles with other churches and neighboring villages underground. And the second, which is interesting, beside these particular fragments, very frequently recurring fragments in these local storytelling, is this emotionality. That in many cases we can find such sentences that they were not bad people, they were good people, they at least give us some work and so on, and jobs we didn't stare it. And at the end, it's interesting because many of these local recollections speaks about the whole sphere of this landed gentry and chateau dwellers, as I like to call them, as some strange or not so positive for the Slovaks. But our gentry, our landowner and this chateau dweller was a good person. And at the end, we cannot find where the bad chateau owner lived. So people like to recollect these good-heartedness within these local stories. For instance, just to cite one of them, why the relationship with the counts was elsewhere cold and sometimes even hostile, the relations of inhabitants of Dolná Krupa towards the Hoteks, the local family, was very respectful and grateful, and from the side of Hoteks was of paternal benevolence. And it's also very repetitive in these local stories. And at the end, the picture is, as far as I see, much more positive or not so hostile than maybe here in Poland and Lithuania remained. Beside these mappings, statistics, I try to make some fieldwork focusing on some special story. For instance, this case of Halics is interesting enough because it was a totally ruined castle, Zamok, in a village of Halics, which is not other Halics is a small village in Novohrad. And it was transformed into a luxurious hotel, a 4-star hotel. And why is it interesting? Because it can elucidate how the process of renovation can trigger the local mindscape to explore these past of their own. And they started to build up the chateau and the chateau hotel as the most important part of the past. Here I just wanted to show some quotations that even after the Second World War, and during the communism, it was written and it was issued in local newspapers that local people were not happy that a social healthcare institute was established there because they wanted to show the beautiful interior and this glorious reminiscence of the past to the broad audience. They wanted to establish there a museum or something like that, or some touristic attraction or accommodation for tourists. So even during the communism, when the whole topic was a bit tabooed and as other 5 minutes, as other presenters already told, it's, for instance, a similarity between Poland and Slovakia, as far as I see, that during the Marxism, there was a kind of strong focus only on the art history. And they didn't speak about the as you called the personalization of the local heritage. People, even during these decades, wanted to fill it with life and these local stories. And after these renovation processes, this kind of demand, this kind of expectation in the local people just became stronger and stronger. And maybe it could be a kind of source why local mindscape in Slovakia would like to be proud of these people, because if they alienate the chateau owners from them, they will alienate the buildings too, and they would like to already appropriate it into the landscape and already find the common points. And I had the opportunity here, you can see the luxurious hotel. I made a local survey among the villagers. I think that already all the dogs barked me in the village because I throw a small letter, a survey for all the households in 3 and 4 villages in Slovakia, among others in Halics. And for instance, the answers was very clear that people are proud of the new owners because of this development of the contemporary landscape, but they are proud of the earlier owner too. So these surveys show in other villages also that yes, they think that they represent some kind of social inequality, but not so strong, to tell the truth, in the answers, that they don't resonate them as a kind of representatives of social inequality. But these heritage sites are something which people are proud of, and they are proud of the late owners too. And so we can find a very weak and faint trace of ethnicization of these stories. They don't speak about Hungarian landowners, for instance, but some kind of local strangers or something like that. That's why I call it a kind of cultural bridge making, that yes, they were not Slovaks, but not Hungarians like Lajos Kossuth and others. They lived around us, Yeah, they had strange, I don't know, customs and so on. And with this, creating this sphere, this locality can have a kind of channel towards the globality. Many small examples could be shown, but I don't want to run out of time. For instance, in the schools, I went to the school of Halič, where you can find the paintings of the renovated chateau, not once, but several times. The children wrote a small verse about the village. The first verse is the first section of the poem is that here we live under a castle. It's our great proudness. Once in all times, counts lived among us. Or, for instance, this Dadov is very interesting, small anthropological point. Maybe I will close with it my presentation, if it's okay in time. That it is a memorial plaque about the kindergarten, about the local kindergarten, and but it's not listed anywhere among the list of memorial plaques. I didn't know what is it on the pavement. Just I showed that it's a chateau, it's something related to this chateau. And this Dadov is interesting because it's a Hungarian-like word in the Slovak dialect, just in this Novohrad region. It is from the Hungarian word Dedovo, means kindergarten. And the chateau is there, locals told me, that because the Count of Forgács, the Forgács family, the Counts, supported the establishment of this kindergarten. It was a very typical thing that the local, typically the ladies, the countesses, supported such caritative projects and initiatives in the time of the Hungarian kingdom. Even the descendants, it's very typical also that the descendants of these families are invited to the yarmoks, to the village festivals. And for instance, this Forgács family from Brasilia visited there, and they were also triggered by this landscape, the luxurious hotel, and they wrote their memoirs, including these reminiscence about the village, how they have a memory about it. And in other place, in Ostraluka, the Ostroluckis from Budapest was invited. Very stereotypical position was how they arrived from Budapest. They were more elegant in customs like locals. And I gave a painting as a kind of gift to the village and the new owner of the castle, because they thought that they have never thought that this ruined castle of their old ancestors would be once renovated, and it's already renovated, and they were so happy that something they would like to be somehow present in the castle. It was their phrase. So they give back the old painting of the Ostroluckis who lived there, and there was a great positive reaction from the villagers. And it's very interesting that many of these local furniture pieces are searched and sought among the villages, because most of these castles were robbed out, plundered after the Second World War. And it's a kind of local shame in most of these stories that, oh, it's a shame of us that we robbed out, that somebody robbed out, not me, not Mar, but others. And there are some calls that we should give back, or the new owners say that I could buy back furniture, but just embarrassing silence is typically the answer. But there are some very rare examples that somebody gave back something or offer something to sell again to the castle. So the story is, I think, very colorful, and as far as I see, there is a kind of difference from the Polish situation, so maybe the kind of regional comparison has reason in the future too. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. There are immediate comments in my mind about your case, because I'm doing the research on Eastern Galicia, and we have now the Polish landlords and Ukrainian peasants, but I will keep it for later, because we have now a commentator that spent a time preparing his comments. So I'd like to introduce Simon Donik, who is with us online, and Simon holds a doctorate in history from Passau University. He has worked extensively on the history of nobilities from the late 18th to the end of 20th century, while his regional focus is chiefly on Silesia as a shared and contested Polish, German, and Czech territory. He applies a strong comparative focus in his research, and his monograph, Nobility Without Territory, Territory Without Nobility, Life World, Memory and Material Culture of the Silesian Nobility After 1945, published in German in 2019, is a history of both the memory to antebellum Silesia among multiple generations of families from the Silesian nobility, and of the afterlife of the remaining noble material culture, as well as the memory associated with it in the communist post-war society. Also a long-time digital historian and digital humanist, he is currently head of the Department of the Digital Research and Information Infrastructure at the Herder Institute for Historical Research on East Central Europe, Institute of the Leibniz Association. Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Anna. Thank you also so much for having me here. I'd like to express my gratitude to you and all the conveners for making it possible to join the conference online. I would have loved to be in Warsaw in person. Anyway, even virtually, it's a great privilege to be here. I would also like to extend my thanks to the three presenters for their truly intriguing and stimulating papers. The organizers have really arranged this panel well. I'd like to start by observing the overlaps of the papers and why, in my opinion, they matter. All the three papers deal with manor houses or castles as a physical remnant of noble material culture in a world of transformation. They illustrate quite well how the built environment, by its very enduring presence, has the potential to become disruptive to dominant narratives, or can be an answer point for less official counter-narratives. While all of the three papers concentrate on Czechia and Slovakia, I think many of us researching similar topics, and you just commented on that, Anna, can easily relate to these observations from their own regions. All the papers, in a varying extent, start with noble, and we could discuss whether this is only true for noble groups. They start with the way family memory is written into the built environment, by architecture, by furnishing, by collecting and exposing. Philip Binder, in his paper, provides a thoughtful account of such processes of memory building, and he differentiates the variation of these mnemonic technologies applied by the proprietors. I was immediately struck with the question, if narratives such as the greatness of the family, a community of values constituted by chivalry, are written into these rooms, who reads them? Are they only for direct family members, a reassurance of their social role, the wider community of nobles or of noble families, or an entirely different public? And at which point does this kind of world building shift from the family in a probably pre-national setting and becomes increasingly nationalized? Is this the point where private collecting switches to becoming public museums in your examples? Second, is the historicist turn and the social practice of collecting and presenting the attachment of family in territory just an anti-modern reflex? Is this a retreat? Or could they rather see themselves as a sort of a new avant-garde? Ludek Nemetz, concentrates on Łuboka Castle, tracing the changing uses through time. That way, he allows us to explore even further the relation between family and nation. He traces early tourism in Łuboka for the 1880s. I found that particularly interesting, as I could immediately compare it to the Kotlina Jeleniogórska, the Hirschberger Tal I'm more accustomed with. To you would go the question how the opening of the castle for visitors affected perceptions. Istvan Kollai speaks of in-group and out-group perceptions in his paper. In how far did the musealization of castles like Łuboka contribute to their physical survival because they were emotionally appropriated by their visitors? What role did population and staff continuity of the organization play in this? For Upper Silesia, I noticed that houses that either had museums in them or were attached with institutions like the church seemed to have had better chances to survive the tumultuous transition society at the end of the Nazi era and the beginning of the Soviet occupation. Lastly, I'd like to ask, in how far memory is dependent on generations, and if there is a generational change of memory associated with these castles. Istvan Kollai, in turn, pleases us with a very similar microhistory of locations, as particularly Lieux de Mémoire. I found that questionnaire results you showed as truly enlightening. Also, your characterization of the landed elites as strangers belonging to us seems to me very much something worth discussing, because I can immediately relate the approach some of my Upper Silesians are taking when they speak of the castles there and the former proprietors. I think it's really worth discussing, as is your suggestion of a landscape expectation embedded in people's minds. This seems to reflect these attitudes I've observed myself, especially nowadays where there live many people who do not have their own roots in Silesia. And the third thing that I really noticed and that I think is worth discussing is this mechanism of shared memory making that you are addressing. Sorry, I'm rather commenting than posing questions here. But I think these are really traits, so to speak, of your presentation that are worth pointing out. However, I also have questions to you. I'd like to ask you what actually the relation between place, persons remembered, and memory is, and what role did the nationalization of the narrative play in constructing a positive attitude towards these architectonical remnants? In other words, did it matter for the history of Adelaide Stur to be associated with this specific location? And lastly, could you comment on the selectiveness of memory? Who is remembered and for what? But as you said yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Anna, good panels deserve good questions and not me blocking the audience from asking them. So I would hence hand back to you as the chair.
Thank you so much. Actually, I asked already a few questions that I prepared as the kind of reserve questions, so I'm left without a few of them. But these were good questions, and now it's your time for answers. Thank you so much for these comments and questions. Comments are as much welcome as questions, I think.
Okay, so if I may start, and thank you very much for your comments and questions. So the first question, if I understood it correctly, was about who the public was. If we are talking about the castles, so I would say that all the examples I mentioned, and even also the ones I didn't mention when we are talking about the castles from the 19th century, have a lot of in common, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the 19th century, because of course, when I was talking about representative country residences, it means that they should represent like their owners. And now the question is, as you ask, who is the public? So in every case, it's the rest of the noble society or the first society. I would say it can be kind of a manifestation to the entire world. Of course, but I would say we have to take into account also the personality of the builder, because I can give you maybe an example of Vincent of Auersperg, who I was talking about, who was doing the drawings for Žleby Castle himself, together with the members of his family, his mother, his wife, and the result was that if we compare, for example, Hluboká with Žleby Castle, then we can find Hluboká like more representative than Žleby, because it was kind of how to say it, like a fairy tale castle where the fantasy of the owners was the main or more important stuff than representation, I would say. So if I was talking about a monument to chivalry, then it means that the reason why Žleby could be called or could be referred to as a monument to chivalry is that Vincent himself was interested in chivalry so much that he decided to conceive his project in this way. So I would say he himself, as the building owner, was the main person, as how to say it, like maybe more important than like the entire publicum. But when we were talking about the collections or about the castle museums, so then it depends actually, because I would say in the early 19th century, the tendency was that the owners wanted the public to learn more about the history that somehow concerned themselves. But at the end of the 19th century, I would say they were somehow, if I call it like more enlightened, then it doesn't sound very well, but their role was somehow in the background. Yeah, so of course, foundation of a museum is always a part of a cultural capital, but still they wanted to the visitors of their collections, of their castles, to learn more about history in general, about arts, but not so much about themselves. So if I understood this question. And I'm sorry, regarding the second question, can you maybe repeat? Because I wrote down it should concern if the castles were considered as something that was avant-garde or.
No, I was referring to the style. Sorry, that probably came a little bit rapidly across. I was wondering, you were addressing the way in which literature usually considers that kind of neo-Gothic style, which is that this is essentially a practice that is turned backward. So it's a remembering, let's say, of a dying breed of aristocracy, of the days when they were great and grand and when they still had power and influence. And I was wondering, if you look, for instance, into Victorian England, then the neo-Gothic is by no means a backwards-oriented cultural movement. It's rather something that considers itself progressive. So as compared to the previous Regency cultural production, for instance, people speak of, we can hardly imagine that if we see all that sugar-coated detail nowadays, but they considered themselves to be more authentic, to be more original, more future-directed. They were using valuable, massive materials like solid wood and not only veneering and stuff like that. And I was wondering if seen from that perspective, this could be really only considered as a sort of a backward-looking movement, or rather as a sort of a cultural avant-garde that looks to something new. They don't know what's coming for them, but they in that particular situation, they might consider themselves as being a sort of an avant-garde.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, you are fully right. If we look at Great Britain, then the whole movement was considered as progressive. There were, of course, some exceptions, but I would refer to the whole movement as progressive. The problem is like how these castles in Central Europe, or maybe only in the Czech Republic, maybe in Slovakia as well, but also in Austria were viewed, because I would say the reason why these castles were viewed like something that should remind the building owners to the period of their greatest glory was that they, like the researchers, wanted to find or to come with a thesis, but didn't deal with written sources that are, as Professor Švaříčková-Slabáková was explaining today, are stored in archives, and that makes it make it possible to find out more about the intentions, about the personality of the owners. Yeah, but as also Luděk mentioned, if you look, for example, at Hluboká Castle, this must have been very comfortable castle at that time. And if we look at other activities of the aristocrats building their castles in the 19th century, they all were businessmen, so they were dealing with business. They were dealing with factories and so on, with agriculture and so on. So they didn't want to live only in the past, but they focused, of course, on the future more than the past, I would say, because like living in the past or focusing on past only would not could be a good strategy in regards of open bleiben, as we also discussed today. So I would say why they decided to build such castles like in romantic styles, New Gothic, and so on, is that like the main reason, it was something very popular. It was it was connected with Great Britain, and as I said, everything that was connected with Great Britain was considered fashionable. Yeah, so it was also a part of cultural capital, and then this is the main reason. And of course, in some cases, there was also some kind of sentimentality in case of Vincent of Auersperg, for example, in case of Philip. Yes, sorry. So if it's enough as the answer to your question, so
yeah, then we can proceed.
Thank you for your questions. I will start with the first one about opening. If the opening of the castle affected the perception of the family Schwarzenberg family, I would say that the opening of the castle already in the 1870s, and then especially after the First World War, is a part of strategy of the family, how to react on losing power as aristocracy in general in the Habsburg monarchy. They are, since 1848, they are funding and initiating projects like books on the history of their family, projects that are describing the cultural heritage in southern Bohemia, and part of this is also making public accessible the family archives in South Bohemia, and also some of these castles. So I would say that there is definitely an interest on the side of the family to show the collections, show the interiors, and maybe also to lower some tenses and pressure between the social classes too. On one hand, of course, the ordinary visitors, of course, were confronted with the wealth of the family, but on the other hand, at least the nobility was not isolated from the rest of the population. They tried to show some guest and show it also to the general public. That's also connected with the other question, about the physical survivor of the castle, and if it depended on opening it to the public. I would definitely say that it was an important factor in this matter, because as I tried to describe, Hluboká became already in the interwar period, or maybe even before, a phenomenon of tourism and of the South Bohemia as a region. If someone went as a tourist to this region, Hluboká was definitely on the to-do list and was visited. And the people knew that what to expect from that castle, because already in the late 19th and early 20th century, there were pictures of the interiors published in books and newspapers. And that's why I think that also the totalitarian regimes didn't want to change the interior very much, in case not to disappoint the visitors, because it at some point it was not the castle was perceived not only as a aristocratic residence, but also as some kind of regional monument and case of national heritage, so to say it in the language of the post-war period. The staff continuity also definitely played an important role, as they were really loyal to the aristocratic owners, even in the times of Nazi occupation and under the communist regime, at least at the very beginning in the 40s and 50s. And they also managed to preserve the castle and almost the whole collection, even in the complicated days in May 1945, as the Red Army came and built up a camp in front of the castle in the park. There were almost no damages on the collections. Only several dozens of wine bottles were taken by the Soviet army and Soviet secret police. But otherwise, the collection and the interiors of the castle were preserved and shown actually from starting on 16th of May 1945, 8 days after the liberation. They already started with the tourist service and showing the castle to the public and to some delegations of army officials and state officials. And dependence of memory on generations, there is definitely a significant Caesar with the year 1918, with the end of and dissolution of the Habsburg Empire. The generation which built up Hluboká to its appearance, neo-Gothic appearance, and their children were the old nobility, so to say, and then actually with the First World War there is a generational change because the old Prince Adolf Josef Schwarzenberg died and his son came, and he was confronted with the land reform and loss of a big part of their properties and estates, and the reaction was a reduction of their public role and maintaining only in the inner family circle or among other noble people, and not demonstrating their wealth and influence as intensively as in the time before the First World War, which means that, for example, there was a fire in Hluboká in 1921, which damaged one part of the roof, and there were even the first and his wife was even discussing with their kids if it makes sense to repair it because it would cost too much, and or if they should simply let it be like it was and not invest any more money to this old-fashioned residence. So there was definitely a different approach of the younger generations of the family to this aristocratic memory in the interwar period.
So, István, I need to ask you to be brief, but you will be the first one to ask the questions to answer the questions from the audience. So, go on.
Yeah, okay. So, thank you for the questions. Please correct me if I didn't understand your question proper. But your second question was who is remembered, as far as I understood. Who is remembered?
Yes, who's remembered and who not?
Yes, and who is not? Yes, it is formulated in the intersection and the interrelatedness of local agents, how to say, academics, artistic works, and national memory policy. But this latter factor is not so strong in the case of Slovakia, because the national memory policy, this policy of remembrance, doesn't have such a strong view what to do and how to embed the stories of chateau owners and manor house owners in the grand narrative of Slovakeness and Slovaks. Slovak textbooks, for instance, didn't criticize this sphere, and there isn't a kind of scapegoating or something. It was in the interwar period, but already not. And there is a kind of contradiction between the textbooks of Slovakia. If you read them, you don't find anything so strong message, a narrative about this sphere and about these places. And meanwhile, you open other books of for instance, touristic leaflets and so on. It's full of the pictures which is omitted from the textbooks. So there is a contradiction, but it's not solved by the national memory policy, and there isn't kind of strong, how to say, interest and intention to fight against these fragments of memory, which started to build a bit from below around these manor houses and so on. But because of this lack of a strong policy of remembrance, the process is relatively colorful, And we can find some tendencies how these people are and stories are selected. For instance, these artistic volumes are decisive. So for instance, about Ostra Luka, which I mentioned in my presentation, a book writer who wanted to write books for the children and for the younger generations, wrote a book about the love story of Ludovic Stur, the leader of the Slovak national movement, and the daughter of this family from the chateau. It became an enormously big success in Slovakia, and it's totally changed the position of this small castle. It became a subject of interest within the village too, logically. A new enriched entrepreneur came from Bratislava and bought it and renovated it and so on. Meanwhile, historians try to also figure out what is true and what is not in this story. It's very clear that within the village there wasn't any kind of legend and myth and anecdotes about this love story, and even about the Ostrolutskis was not so strong. But after the book, suddenly old anecdotes came out, which means that we have to be very careful of these memories. And in other cases, academic volumes can have a kind of effect on this local selection process. Or, as I told you, this tabloidization is also strong. For instance, in Vyšný Kubín, Arpad Kubini made a suicide after the First World War, and it became the part of this local memory. Already the local office of the municipality, the Obecný úrad, the municipality office functions and in this building, in this castle building. And if there is a kind of problem, technical problem in the building, there is a kind of, how to say, this humorous reaction that the ghost of Arpad Kubini is somewhere here and so on. And the whole castle is called as Arpadovské castle. Just because of a suicide, he became something to be remembered. So it's a colorful process, and just some kind of tendencies can be found. And I don't know whether I understand your first question or the first part of your question, that how the places are linked to the memories. So these memories came from places or just from or independent from them.
Yes, partially. The thing is, Anna, I would not want to block questions from the audience with my questions. Maybe I should retract that question, and we should have another or two questions from the audience, so that this is not single-sided.
Yeah, I think it would be great. I think that Konrad will allow us to steal 5 minutes from the closing remarks, which won't take 15 minutes, we promise. And with that, we can take questions from the audience. If there are any. There should be some.
As far as I see, there is no question from the audience.
Okay, can I ask my last question of this conference? Okay, and that would be to István, because as I mentioned, your research overlaps with my research interest. I will use this last opportunity to ask you the question. I wanted to ask about this fascinating category of being in between Slovaks and Hungarians. So they are not foreigners, the landowners. They were not foreigners, but they were not Slovaks either. So was it specific for this particular village you conducted the field work in, or was it broader kind of something you could observe? No. Because it's totally different in Eastern Galicia. I mean, the Polish landlords are remembered as Poles, strangers, foreigners, and as the class strangers, meaning the landlords. So they are absolutely foreign.
Yes, I see that there are differences, because it's not just a local phenomenon, but you can find it in other cases too. For instance, it's very rare that a chateau owner is entitled or attributed as a Hungarian. It's strictly in Britain. If you ask the locals, were they Hungarian? Yeah, they spoke Hungarian, but they can speak Slovak or something like that. It's important that in the Slovak there is a phrase, this uhorski, which means that not ethnic Hungarian, but of Hungarian citizen or something like that. It can also ease this kind of terminological question. And the other is that as I listen to these presentations these days, I saw that many of these tensions and so on are related with the land reform. And maybe it was my intention or conclusion in my mind during these days that maybe the Czechoslovak authorities made a kind of help to this Slovak-Hungarian relation to conduct this land reform right after the establishment of Czechoslovakia without opening a debate about it. And as a result, during the interwar period, these chateau dwellers and landowners became not so important. They became a primus inter pares in the village. And they became politically passive. For instance, it was a problem for the Hungarians living in the south. They criticized this Hungarian originated gentry that they are passive politically. They were not so active in politics, with the exception of some people. And maybe it's my impression that maybe it made this memory smooth, because these last decades were relatively, how to say, passive, without any kind of strict tensions. And as you also mentioned, many of them based on their wealth already in industrialist enterprises and so on. They lived in a chateau. Maybe they seized this title of nobility, but they grandparents from Prussia, from Czech Republic, from Czechia, sorry, from Austrian lands and so on. And many of them, for instance, the case of Ostraluka, they really could speak Slovak. I don't know what was the situation in this Polish-Lithuanian and Polish.
In case of Eastern Asia, the same. Usually they speak.
They bilingual. So, yes, it's not just a local phenomenon that they position these people in in-between category. Sometimes I call it as a memory game, because with this process they make a distance between these people and the Hungarian ethnicity stronger than it was. For instance, in the case of Halics, this Forgács family was a very active diplomat and of the Horthy regime, and they was a very close. They belonged to the closest circle of Horthy. But locals, remember, rather just they moved there and established the kindergarten and so on, and this part of this past is not so strongly resonated today. It can be judged as a positive thing, because this under-ethnicization means that this kind of ethnic tensions are not reproduced, but meanwhile it's a kind of appropriation of these stories. So they just one step, so two steps far from being Slovak, which is not true, I had to say.
Thank you so much for this explanation. A fascinating story for me. And I think that because me moderating this session was also a very late addition to the program, I didn't prepare any formal concluding remarks. These are going to be presented by Konrad in a minute. But I just want to use this opportunity to say that I'm glad we managed to gather scholars from such diverse countries and with such diverse background, and I hope that you learned as much as I did, and I hope that you discovered some kind of new research field for connecting or connected or corresponding with your own research field, because that would be that would prove this conference to be a successful event for me. So thank you so much for this last session, and the mic is now to Konrad.
So, as we have reached, happily, the end of the 14th Genealogies of Memory conference as a coordinator of this project, I would like to say a few words. Especially, I would like to mention all the people who were not mentioned, who haven't been mentioned before, who are responsible for the organization of this conference. So, first of all, I would like to thank all the guests, our guests, all the academic council members, speakers, participants, and listeners on site as well online. Thank you very much to be here with us. Thanks to all of my colleagues from European Network Remembrance and Solidarity who worked with us during this project, especially Agnieszka Osiak, Magdalena Ważny, Helena Link, Urszula Bijoś, Agnieszka Kucharska, Joanna Orłoś, profesor Ewelina Szpak, dr Małgorzata Pakier, Magdalena Żelazowska, dr Olga Lebediewa, Gabriela Rolf, dr Gabor Dani, dr Bartosz Dziewanowski-Stewańczyk, and finally dr Wojciech Pazik. I also want to thank to our external partners, Jan Prosiński, Evenstream, which is our technical support, and Olimpiada Catering. But above all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for my team, who is not here because they're still working outside and prepare our staff to be removed from this place. And I mean Karolina Kruźlak, Anna Michalska, Dr. Monika Haber, and Dr. Agnieszka Nowakowska. And work of this person, of these people, was vital to the successful launch and finalization of this project. So, wish you all good luck in the future. Those of you who are leaving Warsaw, safe trip back home. Those who is joining us tomorrow during the guided tour, I wish you nice trip, and this is the time to say goodbye. One last announcement. I just want to remind you that the meeting point for the guided tour is at Marszałkowska Street, next to Pasaże Wiecha Uniqlo store. Those of you who are staying at Gromada Hotel, you will be collected tomorrow at 8:45 by my colleague Anna Michalska. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Konrad, for making it happening.
You're welcome. Thank you all. So.